The Opie and Anthony Show.
Opie and Anthony.
Radio Shock Jocks.
Opie and Anthony.
The Radio Shock Jocks, the biggest are Opie and Anthony.
These people say shocking things that border on offensive in order to entertain their audience.
I refuse to sit here and think that radio has to be nice. Why? Why does radio, out of any other medium, have to be nice? We are being now held to a standard where we have to be nice and make people feel good. Go screw!
Radio Bad Boys, Opie and Anthony.
Controversial radio personalities, Opie and Anthony.
Infamous DJs, Opie and Anthony.
Talk show radio hosts, Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Radio Shock Jocks, Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Shock Jocks, Opie and Anthony. Shock Jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Shock Jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony.
If you want to put it, feel free. I've done it before. I'll let you go from to my. That's really sick.
This is where entertainment is going.
More audio V-Rock in the bathroom. They are sick freaks. Can you pop this in? I want to see something squirt out. Aim it over there. This is the worst. This is the worst show I've ever been on.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
And we begin. Hey, good morning. Oh, I forgot to blow out my nose this morning.
Uh-oh.
Here's my hand.
That's going to be a problem. Just do a snot rocket.
No.
No?
I just need, to blow my nose one good time every morning, and I'm good to go.
Yeah.
As Oak's blowing his nose, I'm just touching my stomach and wishing I had something sharp I could fall on. Why do I eat a scoop of ice cream? I'm struggling this holiday season.
Are you?
It's so hard.
Dude, my chick laughs at me because, I'm a dessert guy big time. But with this morning radio, if I have sugar anytime past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm up all night. It's ridiculous. So last night, I'm like, I want a fruit bar. Stupid strawberry fruit bar. No big deal, right? I grab one of those. I eat that as I'm watching that movie, Revolver, the Guy Ritchie movie.
Yes.
Guy Ritchie and Jason Statham, the star of the movie, coming in later on this morning.
We all watched it.
So I want a little treat as I'm watching the movie, and I ate one of these things. I was up all effing freaking night. Stupid sugar.
You know what kept me up? I ate popcorn. And I don't know if there's salt in it. Whenever I eat salt before bed, my body starts to itch. And I just, I get up. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm like, don't get up to go to the bathroom because it's going to wake your body up. Just lay here, fat boy. And then I get up.
You itch from salt?
Yeah, because he's getting,
Is that what that is?
Bloating?
You're bloating.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, yeah. If you have too much salt, you just bloat.
A period, girl. And I came home last night. They're doing construction right by where Open I live, so I had to. It's just a nightmare getting home. I had to go the wrong way down a one-way street and beg forgiveness from the guy who was guarding everything. It was a non-story. As I was saying that, I realized there's no end to this.
I'm going nowhere.
It's just it's everyday crap, though.
Yeah.
It's funny because Anthony goes, I don't know much about basketball, but I think 59 points is not good.
I was like, I know nothing about basketball. I was like, I think the Knicks were bad.
Let me tell you how.
They got 59 points.
That's
never good.
The headline, the sports headline, what a joke. And I got to tell you something, man. I'm a Knicks fan. Sort of. I don't even pay attention to the team anymore. It's gotten so bad, I can't remember the last time the Knicks had a good team, that at this point, I'm sort of a Knicks fan. Sort of. Know what team I like?
What?
Maybe I'm jumping on a bandwagon
Celtics?
here. Yeah. Celtics are amazing this year.
I knew you were going to say that.
And that's why I bring this up to everybody today. The Knicks scored 59 points. The Celtics scored 104. It was a 45-point defeat last night.
45 points. Now, that doesn't happen a lot in professional and NBA basketball. Is this true?
And Than follows hoops probably more than I do. And what? The Knicks threw one in from half court to what?
Yeah, there was 2 seconds left. The announcers were all saying, well, it looks like they are going to the Knicks will achieve the record for lowest point total for the franchise.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, or fortunately, somebody sunk a buzzer beater from half court to give them one more point than the worst point record. So high fives all around at the Knicks bench.
I hate to say it. I think Isaiah Thomas has to go.
Yeah?
Yeah,
I don't know anything
Did
about
he use the B word again?
I didn't want him to go just because of that sexual harassment crap, but I think now he has to go because I think he's just not getting the job done.
If he did sexually harass that ugly broad, he should be fired. She's terrible looking.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. But go Celtics.
Selective, Isaiah.
Celtics beat the Knicks by 45 points. And what do we got? Cowboys beating the Packers last night?
Oh, did they? I thought that I couldn't find that game.
Oh, big fan you are.
Dude, I'm not going to say that I'm not a naughty boy, but
you were saying how much
naughty boy.
A Cowboys fan you are.
Yeah, but and I was at the Comedy Channel, and up on the TVs, there was another game.
Actually, wasn't it on like NFL Network or some weird channel that a lot of people don't get?
It was only on the NFL Network channel.
Oh, all right. So
is that a special channel you got to get?
Yeah, as part of packages. Some deal fell through the cable company.
Part of package. Let me tell you something. My cable bill is well over 200 freaking bills a month. Is it on my package? I don't think so.
You have a big package.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Apparently, even when you pay a lot for cable, you're not getting everything.
You still don't. Oh,
and you're under the assumption that you're getting everything. Like I think I get everything, and then people go, "Oh, did you see this? It's on this channel." I go, "I don't get that."
I thought I maxed out, but when I go through my cable, it's like call this number to subscribe, call this number to subscribe, call this number to subscribe. Channel after channel after channel after channel.
It's like, wait, I thought I should have everything for what I pay.
I'm going to start downsizing because I don't watch any of the movies.
No?
Nah,
I still do.
Movies on demand, you can find a movie on that crap?
Yeah, because sometimes I just pick an older movie that I've seen before.
They hold back all the good movies. Like, okay, here's an easy one. It's Christmas time, right?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't Movies on Demand or HBO on Demand, any one of these channels, just have a whole list of like Christmas movies you could choose from? Why wouldn't they do that? They just don't.
That would make sense. I think it's they buy a certain amount of rights every month for. Yes, Jimmy Norton. Yes,
they don't have a list of Christmas movies
because they suck.
No.
What?
Oh
no. Oh no.
Think quick.
Oh no.
Because they didn't buy the rights. I was just saying because they suck.
What is wrong with you? How much popcorn did you eat last night?
I thought he was going to say they don't have a list for Christmas movies because no one's paying attention to Christmas with New Year's right around the corner.
Oh,
and
crap.
Jimmy Norton, tickets on sale.
Oh, no.
For his, North Fork Theater. North Fork Theater.
I was really going to say the tickets go on sale at 9 a.m. That's not what I was going to say. Honestly, God, I was going to say because they suck.
Yeah.
And when you said why they suck, I was like, oh, think quick. And I just blanked out.
I finally saw The Departed. We were talking about this last week, and I thought it was just okay. Yeah. I thought the cast was amazing. I thought the storyline was really good, but I just felt like they missed the mark. But this is stupid. Why are we talking about The Departed a year later,
Yeah.
But I finally got around to seeing the dumb movie.
I'll tell you the best guy in The Departed was Martin Sheen.
Martin Sheen was amazing.
I liked Martin Sheen in that.
Yeah.
I liked him flying out the window.
That was good.
Yeah.
When he took the old concrete in the teeth.
I like that in real life, to tell you the truth. Can't stand that do-gooder.
Really?
Shut up.
I like
Stop taking sledgehammers to missile silos. It's friggin' 2007.
He hasn't done that in years.
Oh, he still gets on the bandwagon, chains himself to something stupid. Just launch it.
He should chain himself to his son so his son stops effing up with these broads. Rick in Connecticut, what's up?
Dude, man, what's going on with the Islanders, bro?
Now, what are you talking about? Oh, I don't know where you went. Stupid Rangers beat the Islanders last night 4-2.
Yes, they did.
All right, I'll acknowledge that.
What was the Cowboys score? Because I really thought I had
37-27, but Brett Favre, he went out in the second quarter with a separated shoulder.
Brett Favre.
He was injured in the Cowboys' victory, and but he's saying he's going to play next week.
That's good of him. He can't win in Dallas. I'm just on the sidelines.
What a great move it was getting Owens, right? That troublemaker.
Yeah, he's good.
He's been, I think he's the difference. Turned that whole freaking team around.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I know MySpace Voodoo is running wild. We like that.
Yeah.
And it's all because one ass hater saying enough with you saying MySpace Voodoo. So that's what I do now. Now it's like one of the hottest searches on Google.
Yeah.
Yesterday. That's what we do now.
Thank you, fans.
But MySpace Voodoo is everywhere now.
Mm-hmm.
We're on to all the girls trying to look hot on MySpace with their stupid angles and having the hair cover their faces and
the eye shot.
Huh?
Just the eye shot.
The
where
eyes.
They just show the eyes. the high angle shot so they look thinner. Yeah, there's a bunch of tricks. Voodoo.
Rick, what's up?
Dude, what happened, man?
I don't know. There's something wrong with your phone, I think. What do you got?
Yeah, well, I just want to, rag on Hope a little bit about these Islanders.
And again, he's gone.
Rangers have a better record than the Islanders right now, so. All right. Our phone number, 877-212-O&A. Did we check out Discovery Channel this morning?
Nothing
again?
No, they only do that, once a week maybe?
They only do the African tribes with the naked women once a week?
Yeah. I was up watching the Guy Ritchie movie.
Revolver.
We all got our screener copies.
Of Revolver. It's got Jason Statham, who I think is a really cool, good actor. He's been in here. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Been here at 8.
Like him.
Well, I don't know. He took the red eye, so they're hoping he'll get here in time.
Yeah, that's what we're hearing. But in other words, we just have Guy Ritchie today.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking.
I think that's what's going to happen.
But we'll see.
The excuses have already started flowing in, so who knows?
We'll see.
These stupid publicists think we're not onto their game.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Maybe he'll come.
Yeah, we'll see.
And, we watched that last night. Not all together like, the Beatles in A Hard Day's Night. We weren't, all hanging out in a room.
Like Willy Wonka, we're like Charlie's family and Willie in the chocolate factory.
Where we just all sit around in a bed together.
With our stocking caps on. Bunch of rods.
Torn, dirty jammies. Yeah, so we all watched it. And what'd you think, Ope?
It was interesting.
Yeah.
Can I say the thing with the problem is it was kind of hard to follow. It really was like, and I'm good at movies like with twists and stuff like that, but it was a tough one to follow.
It was.
Well, know what I told Anthony if we're going to talk openly, what the hell? I told Anthony in the office, I go, wow, it was one of those movies where I'm kind of watching like, all right, cool. All right, there's a gang, and that guy's a bigwig casino. He's getting out of jail. All right, man, I could get into this. And I'm kind of just watching. And then 20 minutes into the movie, I go, oh, no, I think I was supposed to pay way more attention than I am.
Oh, no. A few things slipped by me, and there's no going back.
And because we had screener copies, it wasn't easy to rewind. I couldn't do the rewind.
Really?
I didn't notice that.
Because Jason Statham had this huge monologue, and I'm like, I think I was supposed to pay attention to that. I think that set up everything.
See, but I don't think that's true because I paid strict attention.
Right.
The entire time from beginning to end. I really made a point because the beginning really roped me in.
Right.
I liked the whole thing. Jason Statham, he's getting out of prison. It's they're putting quotes up on the screen from throughout history about things like warfare and strategy and
games
and gaming and things like that. So I'm like, okay, this is kind of cool. I like where this is going right from the start. And then as the movie went on, I was just kind of like, all right, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying the ride. But I'm getting this sinking feeling that the destination is going to be, I'm going to be dropped off in the middle of the desert somewhere, left to look at the credits roll going, what the, what, but what happened?
Didn't you yell at your TV, don't do it?
I said,
don't do it.
Yeah. I went, don't do it. Don't do it. I don't want to see a credit. Oh, there are the credits. Oh, Jesus, no.
I'm left trying to figure this out.
Now I'm laying there, and I know I got to go to sleep because we got to get up at an ungodly hour for this show. And I'm kind of going, oh, my God, why? But what? But at one point, my girlfriend kind of goes, she goes, are you lost? And I went, yes, I'm lost. And I was indeed lost. But then you hope, much like when I first watched Pulp Fiction, that it all ties up at the end somehow.
I think it's one of those movies you guys see a second time. I really do. Following your thought there, I consider myself a pretty intelligent guy. I like to figure things out. I like puzzle solving and that type of thing, right? And I was getting so lost that I was getting so mad that I actually felt my brain kind of like short-circuiting.
You were getting like hot and
my
angry.
whole body got hot because it was started short-circuiting. I'm like, I can't freaking follow this. I can't figure this out. So then I got so like worked up. I went on the computer and started. I started playing Full Tilt as the movie's still playing.
I thought you were going to say you went on the computer to like look into the movie.
No.
Because I've done that. I've looked into other people's opinions on the movie.
No, I knew I just had to get away from it, but I was still watching. And then I was so worked up and so mad that I'm just messing up everyone's poker games online last night. I'm like, I got like a 2-7 offshoot, and I'm going all in. And I go all in, and I get a flush on the last 3 cards. I'm playing Omaha for the people that really know cards. And I'm all in on the worst hand you could possibly go all in on.
Yeah.
Right away, too. Right away. It was my first hand in the game.
That angers people.
Well, that's what I was... So,
except Master Poe.
So everyone...
Good hand.
The cards that came out, everyone's like, oh, my God, this guy's an idiot. We'll just take his money real fast. And everyone goes all in. And I hit the flush on the last 3 cards.
You sucked out, yeah.
Sucked out. And all of a sudden, all the chips come my way. And then you watch the screen go... Boing, 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 sitting out. I cleared out the room.
Everyone leaves.
Because no one wants to play with that crap.
They don't want to play with you.
No one wants to play with a guy that has absolutely no strategy they can figure out.
So you were trying to watch the movie and play poker?
Well, this was with about 20 to 30 minutes left because I was so frustrated. And then there were no more booby shots either. So I'm like, all right, well, I can't even sit around for booby shots. Although the Asian guy in the sauna with the chick that's topless and she had the beer bottle right between her legs, and then she would take the beer bottle and lift to drink.
Yeah, she was holding it like...
But unfortunately, the camera would move up to her lips right at that point.
Yeah.
But that was a pretty damn hot scene.
Yeah.
She was the one, was she the same girl that they showed sitting in a chair with her legs? She's wearing underwear. She had one leg draped over the side of the chair, and she was licking a lollipop.
Yeah.
Oh, that was another one.
Oh, that was another
one. Yeah.
It was a great up-the-skirt shot. It was very sexy.
Yeah.
I got to be...
pretty cool. Like, they had some really cool scenes in there.
I don't know if it was a bad movie. I'm not gonna sit here and say the movie sucked. I don't know. It was filmed great. A couple of scenes were awesome. The some of the gun scenes were really amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I watched
Ray Liotta is absolutely insane once again. I want to ask Guy Ritchie if this guy's even acting in this.
Yeah, Ray Liotta's in it. I don't think we mentioned that, did we?
Yeah, Ray Liotta was very
There's
good.
one point where he's in this blue room. Was that a huge
It was like a tanning room.
A tanning room. And he's trying to make a point as the big boss yelling and screaming at one of his underlings. And all of a sudden, the camera pans out, and Ray Liotta did this whole speech completely nude. I'm like,
it's just
and then
naked.
turns around, you see Ray Liotta's ass walking away. It made me laugh. I'm like, this guy is nuts, man.
And I was, I had trouble following the movie because when the movie started, I told you guys what I was doing was I was trying to sign up for the Aussie auction, but that was when
guys. He's playing poker. You're on eBay or whatever.
But that's when the movie started. That wasn't like because I didn't like the movie. I was literally I figured I'll join the auction real quick. I'll sign up and just that's how you do with a movie.
Yeah,
but it's one of those movies where you had that monologue and it kind of sets up the entire movie.
I know, and I didn't know what I was doing with the auction, and I made a bid 3 times for one item, and they're like, your thing hasn't been approved. I'm like, this sucks.
What?
Really?
So you didn't get any Aussie stuff?
The auction hasn't even started yet.
Oh.
I'm trying to join. I'm just I can't even join to buy something.
You got to buy something from the Aussie auction.
To be honest, I didn't love most of the stuff. Not that it's bad, but it's more like fancy household stuff that if you have aunt, you might love some of the candelabras and stuff.
Oh, an Aussie candelabra.
No, I mean, like, you want stuff that Ozzy used in concert or something.
They have some of his clothes, but there's nothing from the concerts or the albums. It's nothing, I think, nothing that he couldn't.
It's all stuff he never wanted. Probably. When he started redecorating his mansion.
No jewelry. No cool Aussie skull rings.
No, there actually was some skull cufflinks, but I don't wear cufflinks.
Skull cufflinks.
All right. We got to take our first break.
You'd wear those, though, if they were Aussies.
As earrings.
Put them on your T-shirt sleeves.
So what do we tell Guy Ritchie? We're not sure if the movie's good?
See, that's just it now. Now we have to kind of, we have, if Guy Ritchie, well, he will come in.
But that's
my listening right now.
But that's me being honest. I'm not going to sit here and say the movie sucked. I don't know if it sucked.
No, it wasn't.
It looked cool as hell.
It didn't suck because I'm not saying, wow, that really was a waste of my time and I'm pissed I watched it. That's when a movie sucks. This was I enjoyed the movie. I enjoyed watching the movie. I just didn't get it. I didn't fully understand. At the end of the movie, and I'm not ruining anything, when right before the credits roll, they have 5 or 6 psychiatrists and psychologists discussing things.
Discussing ego.
To try to wrap it up.
Right.
They're kind of like going back and forth and talking. that to me was like, well, okay. They kind of screened this. People didn't get it, so they throw in his explanations from these psychiatrists on things like ego and id, and I was lost.
Right. By the way, someone's calling me out on my Omaha playing. He's right. It's early, bro. I was talking about a straight I got, actually. Opie, how do you win with a flush playing Omaha with a 2-7 offsuit? You're absolutely right. It was actually a straight that happened. He's absolutely right. I don't want to sound like completely uninformed about Omaha. Yeah, so here's a guy. We turned him on to the movie. Tim in Pennsylvania, what's up?
Hey, boys.
Hey.
I just want to say, whenever I watch a movie and I find myself thinking about it the next day, going through it, that to me is made it worth my money. I think it's a good movie if I think about it the next day. Some of the movies you watch and you completely forget about, but the fact that you're talking about it, maybe that means it has something to it.
I usually get online, and this movie isn't out, so I usually get online though and look on IMDb and try to get other people's comments and what they thought the movie was about. When it's a movie that I'm like, huh, what? Like the first time I watched Donnie Darko, I was like, okay, what the hell was that about? And had to go online and went online and kind of, figure it out. So I guess that is kind of cool when you get a movie that, well, the next day you're still figuring out what the hell was going on.
No one movie confused the hell out of me. Memento. Now, I mean, everyone knows Memento now, but when it first came out, you're like, what? And there were no movies that came out before that were that strange and filmed that way. And I was completely lost.
Mulholland Drive.
Well, why don't you continue talking in the middle?
Yeah, Mulholland Drive.
Well, it's like Memento in the sense it's a David Lynch movie, and I didn't understand Memento when I saw it either.
Oh my God!
Thank you, Tim.
The man keeps forgetting.
But I'm just saying. Then at the end of the movie, I remember thinking with Memento, I'm like, what? Like I was all over the place, confused, and then I saw the movie again, and then realized, wow, this thing is
sometimes
really
just go watch
good.
it a few times.
This is really good, and I'm starting to think with Revolver that I got to at least take another peek at it.
Yeah,
I got to take another peek at it.
Yeah, so. Definitely. That might clear things up. I hope.
We'll see. We'll see if Guy Ritchie even comes in now.
Is he known to have a sense of humor, open mind, things like that? No.
He seems to be a hothead.
What else has Guy Ritchie done?
One of my favorite movies of all time, Snatch.
Snatch
Okay. Is brilliant, and the dialogue in it is hilarious.
That's another one you can kind of barely understand some things people are saying.
Yeah, but they got the feature Brad Pitt's part. You can put on the subtitles for just when he's talking.
Yeah,
and it makes the movie way better because then you understand exactly what he's saying.
Yeah. Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels. Okay, that was a good one.
And he did Swept Away, but let's not talk about that today.
I don't see it.
That's the Madonna vehicle that went absolutely nowhere. Hey, why don't we take our first break? It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Lots of phones already ringing, but if you want to discuss... ringing, yeah. If you want to discuss something today, 877-212-O&A. Good morning to you and yours. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Hey, let's not forget about the show rundown every day. Stephen S. from Bay Show writes it. And every day he writes on Instant Feedback, are you reading my rundowns?
Does he say it like that?
Wow, he's a bit insecure.
Yeah.
Should be.
Stephen S., we hired you. Stop being insecure and keep writing. You're a great writer. ONDARadio.com. That's where the show rundown is. And that's where all the links are that of websites that we talk about on a daily basis. You can find those up there as well. Yes, Jimmy?
Can I tell you what a fine company Apple is?
Apple.
I was in San Francisco, and I was having problems with my iPhone. It was for a long time though. I don't know. I didn't drop it. I promise. But I wasn't able to hear when I picked it up until I had my Bluetooth in. So I go in San Francisco, but maybe you guys could look at this. And it was so cute that they said, "Well, the store's busy," because I'm used to being here in New York where the store is truly busy. San Francisco's was 50 people. I laughed at them.
Yeah.
And the guy looked at it. He's like, "Yeah, there's something with it. All right, we'll get you a new one."
Really?
He looks at my ID, makes sure that I'm legit, and within a half hour, I got a brand new phone. He just handed it to me.
And it was all, did they transfer all the info?
No, well, I had gone back to the hotel across the room.
Oh, so you just synced back up?
They probably would have, yeah, but I didn't ask him to. But I did it myself. That easy. No crap, no paperwork, just show ID, make
Isn't that
sure.
great?
Anyone else getting? What was? I was trying to. Apple is just. Wow,
Sweetie, what's the
How am I
matter?
trying to say this? Are you getting the impression that Apple's kind of changing the way businesses do business?
Yeah. I mean, they're
they're way better at customer service than pretty much everybody, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you get that personal touch with Apple. When was the last time you felt that personal touch with a company or a product? It seems like
not
Apple's really
ever.
changing things around a little bit, and people are starting to follow their lead.
The guy at the front of the store, when I walked in and told him I had a problem, I'm like, yeah, I got something on my iPhone. He's like, what's the matter? I just said, like, well, I'm having problems hearing it. He goes, well, did you check your setting? This is the guy at the front to show you people, like, when you walk in. So he's like, let me see your phone. So he looks at it, he goes into general settings, and he's poking around, and then he goes, all right, well, you might want to take it upstairs because he couldn't figure out what. But the guy tried to help me in the front of the store.
Did he say, I delete some of these before you give this phone back to me? Or the police may be involved?
Yeah, well, he said something about, are you a substitute teacher? I'm like, let it go. No, but I did have to give my my phone over, and I forgot that there's a picture that I had actually taken of my genitals because I put it under the name Anthony Cumia. So hey, I told Aunt one day, I'm like,
That's
Aunt,
true.
call me, and he called me, and I held the phone up, and it was just, let's just say, just a lovely phone-filling photo.
Yes.
And I forgot that was on there.
That was still in there?
Yeah.
Thanks.
That would be. That's not your name attached anymore.
That would be great to do. Instead of everyone, taking a picture, so when that person calls, you see their face. It's like, you should make everyone take your phone and take a picture of their junk. So every time the phone rings, and you can even go with your friend, Patrice O'Neill's calling me.
It's a little embarrassing. Well,
black but small than you'd expect. Patrice, how are you?
No, you could use some of that MySpace voodoo. See, once again, MySpace
from the take a certain angle
and make your unit look
lighting.
Well, I got to be
lighting and shading and makeup.
I did do that. It's all from, if you take a photo. If you're gonna take a photo of your junk, if you're standing up and you're aiming down, that puts everything in the foreground. Like it just looks like there's this massive mountain object, and everything else is tiny in comparison. So that's what I did, and boy, it looks lovely.
And it's on your phone.
Of course, as it should be. What am I going to do? Put it somewhere else?
Why?
What am I, a goose? What's the matter with you? Is it on my phone? Is it on my phone? Here you go, Aunt. Yeah, take a look.
Oh, God, Jimmy.
I've seen it live.
I've seen it live.
Yeah.
The only part that wrecks it, though, is that it's not just the junk. There's a little more there sticking out, so it just kind of looks silly. It looks like
silly.
Looks like I'm strangling myself.
All right, what else is going on? Well, we got Rodney King got shot. What? That news broke early yesterday afternoon. What?
Yeah.
Do we know why?
He was on a street corner.
He was on a street corner, shotgun to the face. He's okay. He actually rode home and then called, the paramedics or something?
Face and arm. He got hit with a shotgun, and then he hopped on his bicycle, from what I hear.
He learned his lesson.
He's got some sense, and probably not a driver's license, and rode it back to some apartment or a place he lives, whatever. And there were a few other people there, and when the police arrived, they said not many people were very cooperative with trying to get the story of who shot him and things like that.
They think it was a domestic, right?
Something like that. Well, he was arrested back in 2005 for domestic argument, domestic abuse. And he called the police from his house. I'm sure that was when you're shot with a shotgun. I'm sure you're happy to see the police at that point. So, he called the cops, and they took him to the hospital, and they're saying non-life-threatening wounds.
They're probably real nice to him when they show up.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay, the cop puts a chauffeur cap on, drives him. Where would you like to go? Anyway, okay, hospital, good. The guy, I don't know. This one, I read it on Fark,
right?
Fark.com,
sure.
And a lot of people comment on the stories on Fark. So I went there, and it was nothing but like some real blatant racist things were written on there. But the main argument was the cops suck for what they did by beating him, and then the other side was Rodney King is a piece of crap who deserved everything he got. And that pretty much went back and forth. I love how people try to convince each other on message boards. Have you ever once, especially in an impassioned argument like things of race and the war, things like that, have you ever seen someone change their mind on a message board? It just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It just goes back and forth until it just degenerates into a F you suck, your mother, whatever. It's not really an open forum of reasonable, intelligent discussion like people dreamt about when the internet first popped on, I guess.
Exchanging of ideas and thoughts. That ain't happening. I got my idea, and everyone should follow mine.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
That's why. Once you're a couple of posts deep in something, you pretty much have a gauge if this is going to be one of those conversations, or you're going to get some intelligent feedback from somebody, and then you just bail out.
Because even if you learn something from somebody else, you'll only like change your opinion on something just a little bit.
Just a little, but you're not going to go, yeah, I'm now for the war.
Right.
It's not going to happen.
You might see a point or two, but they're not going to like completely change you. Your mind's set.
Definitely.
And that's that. Hey, moving on, we got to talk about Tony La Russa. What happened?
I'm sorry. I'm looking at rock stuff.
Yeah.
Like, because I wanted to buy some Ozzy stuff, and then I realized it was all for rich people's houses. The big ticket item, they're selling these shirts on eBay or whatever for rock, and there's a Rolling Stones 1973 Goat's Head Soup a shirt or whatever, $4,500 I think it's going to get for a rock T-shirt.
What did that go for, like, when the guy bought it?
Well, they think it was used in promotion. It was like a long-sleeve sweater created to promote the album. There was only like 12 made.
Oh, okay. That's different. I thought maybe somebody bought it on their way to the concert and through their car window.
Why would you do that? I mean, they finally got the concert T-shirts figured out where they look vintage. Like, I'm wearing a Grateful Dead one, and I get stopped all the time. People are like, wow, where'd you get that? What show? I'm like, AJ bought it for me for my birthday. It's like 4 months old, but people really think this shirt is like 10, 15 years old.
You're to lie.
They finally got it figured out where they can... Huh?
You gotta lie. Pick a date of a concert, like the last one Jerry played or something.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
And then have a whole story about it, whole BS story.
And then they'll rip it off my body. But no, they got the vintage. At first, when they started like reprinting concert T-shirts, they looked awful. Usually the material was just itchy and like just hard.
Yeah.
Now it's soft and they look like they look like they're what's wrong?
What's the matter, Jimmy?
I'm thinking of vintage shirts as you're talking about itchy, and I'm thinking like they're small, and I'm touching my stomach, and I hate it. As you're talking
You've
about
lost so much weight.
Thank you, but I'm talking about rock T-shirts, and they always make you feel, they always smelt you out a little bit. Rock T-shirts.
That's why they got to be soft.
Yeah.
Because if they are a little tight and a little like hard material, it just shows off a world of hurt.
Every concert T-shirt I bought back in the day, with one washing and it was over, Johnny. You'd have a midriff top.
I threw mine out. I had a really cool one. I wouldn't wear it now, but it was like, I used to think I was so cool in high school when I wore it. It had like an executioner, and he was holding up just Ozzy's bloody head. And it was like a Diamond Madman shirt. I'm like, I'm really dangerous. I felt like I was like, the girls would probably like me and go, wow, he's mysterious.
Yeah.
I had my bald hairdo and my glasses.
Did you ever buy something? Well, that's a good thing of buying something that you thought, that you just bought because you thought it would look cool and make people like go, wow, that's cool. I have probably a hugely embarrassing example of that. I was in the old, remember Modell's?
Oh God,
Modell's
department store here in New York.
Yeah, this is I was probably still in high school, I guess, and I saw a jacket. This like, what the hell were those silk like jackets back then? They're like, every band had them. Like the silk jacket with the logo on the back or something.
All right,
it was like kind of a silk
I don't know
feel
the name
to
of
it.
But
yeah,
sure.
Satin?
Yeah, satin. I'm sorry,
Okay.
silk. Yeah, satin. And it said on the back was a big WBAB logo. And I wanted to wear that, so when I went into a club, people thought I worked there.
What is wrong with you?
So I bought that.
I worked there. It was no big deal.
Yeah, but I didn't.
So how old were you? Fruit?
Oh, I was probably like 18 or something. And I wore it until like a week later, the paint started cracking off and the BAB fell off.
Really?
Should have been WBOOB because that's what you were.
It was a complete boob. But then the odd thing was, I started working there.
So there you go.
That's how radio works. You buy the jacket first, then you get the job.
I'm trying to find a cool Nirvana shirt. I've been searching that out for years. I don't like the Nirvana stuff. I'm trying to find a vintage Nirvana T-shirt.
I thought I was cool in my Kango hats.
Yes, your Kango hat picture, fantastic. You looked so cool in it.
I had a red one, a floppy one. I'm embarrassed talking about this. Like I was believe you, I was a white homeboy before it was fashion. It's humiliating to talk about. I don't like talking about it. But I had on this red floppy Kango. I look like Henry Fonda if they filmed on Golden Pond in Compton. I had my stupid Kango, and I'm in the lunchroom, and I was just a clown. I had my dumb glasses. Nobody liked me, and some black kid came over and just snatched it off my head, like really hard.
Well, he should.
Oh, of course, he should have slapped my face and watched it fall off. But I grabbed it back.
Pick up your cover.
What side is that, Private Norton? The white side, sir. And I snatched it back, but it was out of embarrassment about my hair, not being tough. And I just grabbed it back, and he walks over and he goes, "Oh, you want to fight me?"
No.
And I didn't. And this is what I said to him. I'm like, "Well, if you wanted to see my hat, why didn't you just ask?" Why didn't you just like look, I hate to administer this tough medicine, but had you learned a little hat borrowing etiquette, this could have been avoided. I suck.
Oh, the 80s were really bad too, because I was in bands over the years in the 80s, and I remember buying and thinking it was just going to be the Cat's Meow. These zipper parachute pants. They had zippers everywhere. I mean, if you wanted to store something in your kneecap, there was a zipper there. And
I had a pair of those.
One down there. And a sweatshirt, but the sleeves completely cut off, with a big, a Japanese writing, letter on it, I guess. I don't know what it said. It was probably sent over from Japan and said, Americans are dorks. I wouldn't have known.
You wanted to play for Rat.
So I thought that was cool. And then what I did also was took 5 belts. You know, military belts, they come in like olive drab, and they got the buckle on the front, little brass buckle.
Yeah.
They were like that, but only they came in neon colors. So I got like a white and a blue and a red, and it's all different colors. And
Please tell me you tried to hang yourself.
All at the same time.
Ew.
So, some slightly looser than the other. So it was that, and then it would hang like off the hip a little bit. Yeah. It was completely embarrassing.
Who thought you were cool?
Me.
You know what? Look at
Boo. Boo.
I know.
You know what, though?
It's embarrassing.
But looking back, that was what was happening.
Oh, it was not. I was an ass.
You know what I did in college? But I couldn't fully commit. Remember when tails were popular?
What?
I grew like a tail.
Oh, no, you had like the little rat tail?
But I couldn't really commit because it was in. So mine was about 1 inch to 1.5 inches long, and it was kind of tiny. And I thought I was the coolest dude walking in and out of the bars of Geneseo with this dumb thing.
Did you put a rubber band in it?
No, it was too small because, like I said, I couldn't completely commit. It was just like a piece of my hair was just a little longer than everything else in the back.
Like a Manx cat. You couldn't get a real tail.
It's a bobtail ope.
But I think I even knew how dumb it was because I couldn't fully commit and grow it out like you were supposed to back in the day. I'm like, ugh.
Oh, it just gives me chills thinking about it.
Thank God there's no pictures of that because, no one takes a picture of the back of your head. So there will not be a picture of me and a little tail.
Not without Photoshop, there won't.
Yeah,
someone on Whackbag will do it.
Exactly.
You ever associate yourself with song lyrics? You think it was really cool if you played a song at a certain time and there was a girl by and she'd look at you and think
oh God, were you sad?
I should have had a big CZ on my shirt for Captain Zilch.
Oh, that is really sad. And E-Rock keeps popping pictures up of parachute pants with zippers.
Sure.
Oh, are they awful?
They're actually doesn't pants. He's just aiming the Pal-Talk camera into his lap.
Yeah.
Look at those.
You 80s nothing.
Hey, let's go to North Carolina.
I was cool.
They're nice asses, though. You had to have a nice ass in parachute pants.
Oh,
who you were.
Of course.
Let's go to North Carolina. I was talking to Brother Weeze last night. I said, man, I don't know what it is with the Opie and Anthony show, but we got a massive audience in North Carolina and South Carolina.
They're retards.
They call every day. We get so many calls from the Carolinas. Sean's a faithful listener. What do you got, Sean?
Hey, belt boy, with all those belts, and your dad thought you was a fruit?
No, my dad at that point was in California, so he didn't see him. I wasn't going to mail out pictures of me dressed like a fruit.
I was surprised
to my father.
You told that story because, I was thinking the same thing. Like, wow, I wonder what your dad thought of the parachute pants and the 5 belts.
Oh, no, when I went out to California to visit him, there was no parachute pants
cowboy
and belts.
boots and jeans, right?
Well, it was pretty much, jeans and weaponry. That was pretty much it. No, he never saw me in the parachute pants and the belt. What the hell kind of, he'd be throwing the F word for homosexual around. Ugh, can't even say it.
I don't
believe it.
Don't get me started today.
No,
things are going well so far.
I told you that my dad, it was so embarrassing. My dad turned me into a nerd because he told me, he kind of made me look like I was cool. It was on the back of our stupid hatchback. We'd go fishing once in a while, and I sucked. I could never catch anything.
Aww.
And my friend Bill D'Angelo and his father would be just catching, they would be like the father and son fish catchery. They should have opened up their own fish catching school, and then charged me and my dumb dad. We would stand there. It was almost like we didn't use bait. It was like my father and I tied a license plate to our line and threw it in. And like Bill and his dad had a fish vagina tied to their line. I thought it was amazing. I caught nothing. Bill and his father. Oh no, more fish! Get a new net, Dad. And me and my father standing there with an empty, stupid cooler, like with a bunch of ice and no fish to put in it. We were actually storing the D'Angelo's worms in our ice.
They're filling up the boat with fish, and you and your dad just sitting there.
We were on the shore. That was even worse. At least if we were on the boat, we could have just sat on the boat and looked at one thing of fish in the middle like it was all of ours.
Right.
But Bill and his father had one bucket.
Oh,
and me and my father had another bucket.
They were like father and son too, going like, look at that, son. Look, they can't catch any fish. We know how to fish.
Their bucket's upside down. They're sitting on it. Me and my dad are just sitting on our bucket, using it as a portable toilet. Pick lemons and make lemonade.
You're going to be fishing it.
And my dad had a little, I remember on the back of our car, he had like a picture of a trout. It was probably like 12 inches long. It was a bumper sticker. And he goes, I got that. So when people drive by, they know there's a fisherman on board.
Oh. Oh, no.
Do they, Dad?
Do they?
Really?
Wary of fish.
Exactly.
What was the problem with your fishing?
I don't know.
Were you guys using lures or?
It was apparently a new bait called fish repellent. I don't know, you'd catch more mosquitoes with off than we caught fish with whatever. I don't know what happened to our worms. We had like cancerous worms. Worms with brainstem cancer just rotting on the end of the stupid. Fish avoided us. Okay, it's the faggoty Nortons again. Let's just avoid those two. They're just too flaccid.
Were your worms just getting waterlogged?
The worms were actually.
Oh, it's terrible.
The worms were actually swimming over to Bill and his father's line just to get eaten already. They were tired of hanging out in the cold water. It was humiliating. There's a fisherman on board.
That's too good.
Not a fisherman on board. They would see our empty bucket. They realize there's an incompetent on board. And his dad. We just weren't mechanical, the Nortons.
All right. That's sad.
That is sad. We got to take a break. We teased the audio. We got to play next. Tony La Russa pulled over for drunk driving in March, and this is finally coming out?
Yeah, sometimes these things take time.
Wow, he can't even do the alphabet, and we got the audio.
Ooh.
Stay there. It's Opie and Anthony. You're checking out the Opie and Anthony show. I need like 15 seconds. This isn't going to mean anything to most people listening right now, but I got to acknowledge it. I started my radio career pretty much in Rochester at WCMF. And yesterday they let just about everybody go.
Really?
Guys I started with years and years ago. So I wish nothing but the best to Mark Cronin, who took me under his wing. I was just a an assistant promotion.
bird?
I was an assistant promotion douche that just drank 7 days a week and didn't know crap, and he took me under his wing, showed me the business. He got let go after like 30 years in Rochester radio. Dave Kane, who I used to deliver pizzas for, he did middays in Rochester for 26 years. And I had to deliver pizzas as one of his bits that he was doing. I had to hang out at office parks and hand out pizza and dumb T-shirts.
And you're sad about this?
They let him go.
Jesus.
They let
those duties.
They let this guy Pete Kennedy go that is a legend in Rochester radio. He was there for well over 20 years. A guy named Ray Noon, who was a great sales guy. He got let go yesterday. There's a lot of depression up in Rochester. They're going to be partying their asses off today. And Stan Main, my first program director that really, truly taught me the business of radio, he was let go. Brother Weeds was able to keep his job, but they let some of his staff go. It was just a bloodbath yesterday in Rochester, and I want to acknowledge that it's a sad day for a lot of my old friends.
Why would they do that today? Couldn't they wait till January 1st?
Well,
Jesus Christ. I mean,
I'm trying to think. January 1st.
It's radio.
I mean, there's Christmas and stuff. Do they have to dump people who have kids? Right? I mean, I know I sound like some stupid public advocate, but couldn't they wait until a month until the holidays are over?
Well, what happened was Entercom bought the cluster in Rochester. This is so inside, but I just got to acknowledge this today. And they bought the cluster in Rochester, and they're trying to save a few shekels. So a lot of guys that have been around a really, really long time were let go yesterday. So
God Almighty,
that's bad.
So I just got to acknowledge that because I started with all those guys years and years ago, and it's a sad day for them and their families. So
yeah, it does suck. You just kind of pack your stuff up. They get the boxes with their nameplates, and if you're there that long, you probably have a lot of crap in your office to clear out.
Yeah, well, you just got to realize you got to look after yourself, no matter if it's radio or whatever business you're in. Because Brother Weeds, I was talking to him last night. He's like, "Hey, brah, you just got to worry about yourself." I'm like, "Dude, I learned that lesson years ago. Maybe you guys should have learned that years ago." Because everyone has the vision of being let go nicely from a gig, maybe a huge office party, and something better than a dumb watch. Oh no, one day when you least expect it, some suit comes in, calls everyone into a conference room, and fires you.
And you're just gone.
It happened to me when I was doing radio in Buffalo. It happens all the time. But you
think you're going to get that About Schmidt moment. They give you the watch
and a party and stuff. No, instead they say, "Hey, you got a day to kind of clear out.
Yeah.
We're moving in another direction, and you're not going to be part of that." So, I mean, I understand it. Entercom took over, and they got. They're going to be doing something different. I get that, but it's just sad that a lot of these guys that were in radio for a really long time are now looking for work.
Ugh.
What do you do now,
Just let them go till January. Why not until January? People have Christmas presents to buy, man.
Let them build up some nice big debt from Christmas and then have no way to pay it off.
Well, at least let them know. You know what I'm saying, though.
I know, Jimmy. It makes it more depressing for the holidays.
They lose their jobs, and they got to, I don't know, it's just annoying. Companies just suck, man.
I think I got to get on a JetBlue flight and go hang out with those guys today.
Well, yeah, I got to feel better. They're all depressed, and you show up with millions.
Hi,
job's going good. How are you?
I still got a gig.
Tell CBS flew you up, and XM chipped in to fly you back. 2 companies now. We got 2 companies. Oh, well, God, not to be insensitive.
I'll dress down. I'll dress down.
You ought to go up there and give them. You ought to give them nice big cash gifts. That'd be a fine.
Yeah, they could use that for the holidays.
There
nice big cash gift to.
It's just a weird business.
$15 a piece.
Perhaps less than that.
It happens all the time, but. Hey, let's say hi to Crotch Critter. You're on the Opie and Anthony Show. What's up, sir?
Crotch Critter? The Crotch Critter?
The Crotch Critter.
All right.
See, that's why we still get to keep our jobs. We got listeners like Crotch Critter.
Of course we do.
What's up, man?
Hey, I just want to tell Jimmy not to worry about his little fishing trip and everything, and, being the worst fisherman in the world. I was actually, my boss used to force me to go on fishing trips all the time, and I was such a bad fisherman. He'd catch the fish when he wasn't looking. I'd take him out of the live well, hook him onto my line, and throw him back in the water and act like I caught him.
Dude, I would have caught more fish if I took a meat hook and put a log through it and just smacked it in the water and yelled, "Here, fishy, fishy," I would have caught. I remember my dad and I went to Maine. We used to go up to Maine with my mom, my dad, me, or Vermont. I'm sorry, Vermont. It was like a family thing we'd do.
Aw,
and my dad took me fishing, and we did actually catch some lake trout.
Yeah.
But then I had to throw them back because I didn't like the idea of cooking them alive.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
I had a bad experience fishing with my dad. Anytime one of these stories pop up, it's like I remember these things from my youth, and it was horrible. We took a little rowboat out of Northport.
He didn't make you say Hail Marys, did he?
Yeah. Pop. And a little rowboat out of Northport, and it was me and my brother, and I would get seasick. And I know it was completely psychological. The second I got on a boat, I would start getting, throw up. Oh, shut up. Why don't you man up? Stop crying. You're not going to throw up. Eat a sandwich. Eat this bologna sandwich and you won't be sick. But I'd always get seasick. And I laid down on the bottom of the boat, and he was using like crabs for bait, these little crabs. And the container opened up, and all I remember is being nauseous, waking up, and my hair back when I was a kid was this big afro. It was
What do you mean as a kid? You still had the hair when you turned 40.
Well, I did not. You stink. I had this big afro full of crabs. They'd crawled into my hair and were like caught in there. And I woke up, I got crabs in my hair. Stop it, knock it off. They're not going to do anything to you.
Your father probably goes, I laugh at crabs.
Yeah. Oh, he did.
How many did you have in your hair?
I don't know, probably 20.
Wait, how big
They were
were they?
crawling all over my head. They were about the size of a silver dollar.
What, you fell asleep in the boat?
Yeah, it was a little rowboat, and I fell asleep with my head like under one of those little benches that you sit on when you row.
Yeah.
And the crabs were under there, and they'd gotten all in the bottom of the boat, and my father was just picking them up off the bottom of the boat, using them for some kind of bait. I don't know how, but he was doing that.
They were trying to find a nest.
And, of course, he was tanked, so what did he care? And then it was like I wake up, I got crabs all running through my hair, and I start crying because I'm a little crybaby kid, and he's yelling at me, knock it off. There's a few crabs. Come here, I'll get him out. And he's like ripping them out of my hair. And the crabs, they got those claws. They don't want to let go.
You know what they do?
What?
They pinch you.
They pinch.
Were you getting pinched?
I was getting pinched.
You little boyish scalp.
Yes. I was very tender.
I went fishing recently for Brett's bachelor party. We mentioned this on the air, and I was reminded why I don't like fishing anymore. And I grew up on Long Island, Centerport. It was all about clamming and fishing and skiing and all that crap. A lot of water sports, right? Everyone fished if you grew up in my area. And I forgot. I don't like pulling the freaking hooks out of the fish after you catch them and pretty much yanking their little fish head off their bodies.
It's that crunching noise.
The crunching of yeah. Because, you get the hook with, the 4 prongs or the 3 prongs on it. There's no easy way to take that out of a fish's mouth. And I remember, this is why I don't like fishing.
Yeah.
Because it's a pain in the ass. B, it's horrific. You're pulling their eyes out, their jaws, and then throwing them back in the water, hoping for the best for the little fishy.
Oh, we never throw them back. It was always like, hook them.
They were really too small to cook, and they're just hooked in some horrific way. Half their lung comes out. It's like, what the hell?
Nothing was worse than
their gills, whatever. But
nothing was worse because I remember my father going, this one, we'd go flounder fishing or something. He goes, this one swallowed the hook.
Yeah.
So he'd get the knife out and cut like his gills off, and you'd see the hook in there, and he'd wrench it out and pull it out. And
it all starts nice. Like, everyone has good intentions.
Horrible.
Everyone has good intentions. They take the hook and they try to work it a little bit like a puzzle, and you hear, like you said, the crunching, like you're like, oh my God, and then you just want it to go away and get it over with, so you're just closing your eyes and yanking.
Once the needle nose pliers come out, it's all over.
It's over,
you got to pull it out with the needle nose pliers.
If fish swallows the hook, you have to get it out because there's going to be some really bad fish duties.
And this reminded me that I never brought the video in of the bachelor party out on the water out there out east on Long Island, and we're catching fish like crazy. My brother knew where to go, and my brother caught a seagull and had to reel him into the boat and take the hook out of the seagull.
Was it flying like a kite?
No. This was dead weight, and we all were excited. Like, man, my brother just caught a a huge fish,
Yeah.
a whopper. And then it turns out when all the seagulls flew away except for one, we're like, oh, no. Oh, no, the seagull swallowed the hook. But we have video of my brother reeling this in onto the boat with the huge wingspan. And my brother's like dirty job dude. He's like he's a Mike Rowe type. He wasn't even phased.
Doesn't bother him.
Me and my other brother were like, oh my God. We went to the other side of the boat, like just once again, just make it go away. And there's my brother working the hook out of the seagull's mouth, holding it with towels and
How
stuff.
does that sound? Is that like the same crackly noise?
Not too good, but my brother had patience because I would have just went with the let's just make this go away type of thing. And finally he got the hook out and let the birdie, the seagull fly away gracefully.
And he did.
Well, we have it on video. I got to get that up on YouTube or up on one of our websites.
Do you know what asses fish must feel like? Like, first of all, when you hook a fish's soft palate, do you know, like, as he's getting hauled in, he's probably going, all right, you got me. All right, you got me. And all he's thinking is, why don't we have hands?
I could take this out.
So easy to catch. All they do is put food down with a piece of metal in it, and we're finished. Oh, evolution just meant for fish to be eaten. They just suck.
That's it. They are just food.
Jimmy's so right.
Bottom of the food chain.
Imagine how much that's got to just suck.
Ow, 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 ow,
How embarrassing. How you're getting hauled up by your mouth, and then everybody has to see you have no hands or feet. You're like, all right. I'm going to tell you.
And I bet you they like fish with what? Whatever. I'm trying to figure something out. I bet you fish try to swallow the whole time as you're reeling them in, too. Like, they're trying not to swallow.
Yeah, don't swallow. Don't swallow.
Don't swallow this. Someone's calling us Nancy's. Of course, this is the beauty of our radio show. We show you the scars.
Nancy's. Now, this is one of those guys that could just reach in and pull out a bunch of gill meat.
Go ahead, Chris. It's time to show us that you're more of a man
You're
than
a
us.
man.
Go ahead, Chris. You're a man. Go ahead.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
You guys are a bunch of freaking Nancy's, man. Oh, the poor little fish. I'm going to pull the gills out. What the hell do you think you're eating? Don't you eat at McDonald's? Don't you have fish fillets?
I don't see
fish fillets.
I see the final product is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I love fish. I love sushi, man. But when I go fishing and have to work that stupid hook out of his mouth.
Anthony, of all the people that is into guns and he's into everything, about being a cowboy back when he was in California.
Yeah.
What's the point of having all those guns and being the rough and cowboy kind of guy if you're a bunch of Nancy's?
I'm not going to eat an ethnic.
Right. And sir, when I eat sushi, it's certified that the fish I'm eating have been coaxed into the boat and then gently dunked on the head with a hammer.
Not even dunked. Just they just took a towel and just went shh. Just made it nice and easy. His death was nice and easy.
It's all about cutting out the middleman, Do it yourself. What the hell? Jesus Christ.
All right, sir. Get a hold of yourself. If we were all sharks, we'd be nurse sharks.
Chris, I'll add you to the list. You're more of a man than any of us in studio. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right.
And I went hunting. I used to go hunting. That's different for some reason than fishing. Fishing's slimy, and you got to pull their... like I said, the gills are coming out and they're still alive when you're pulling it out. Like they're flopping around. When you shoot like I used to hunt rabbit and stuff like that, small game, and you got to gut them, but they're dead. They're dead.
Can I tell you what ended my hunting career? Because living in Western New York, it's all about going deer hunting. I went, and when you hear a deer cry, it kind of takes you out of the game.
Oh, that's a dove. That's when Poe cries.
No,
they kind of do make a screaming noise.
And look, I'm not one of these guys. You want to shoot the crap out of animals?
Take a machine gun out, mow them all down.
God bless you. I don't give a crap. I really don't. But for me, I learned the hard way. Wow, I can't handle this crap. Deer's there, injured and just crying away in the woods. I'm like, what now? What the F do we do?
That's why you got to be skillful. Take them out. One shot.
Well, that's
it. See this? This is this. This is this.
I hate hunting, and I think it's unless you're going to eat it. But anyone that goes bear hunting I'm like, all right.
Oh, bear hunting.
Just
people do eat bear meat, but
yeah, but they're not doing it for that.
No,
they're just
they're
doing
not.
it because they're impotent little men and they want to shoot something big. Go without the gun, faggot. Show up without the gun.
Ted Nugent used a bow and arrow.
Ted Nugent is different though. Ted Nugent legitimately He uses everything.
What?
He like lives in animal bones.
Wait.
Nugent's different. I think he's.
What, can't you do it as Ted Nugent? What are you doing, Jimmy?
I'm too tired, and
Well, what are you doing? You can't just talk about Ted Nugent. You got to talk about Ted Nugent.
Uncle Ted will use every piece of the animal. I use the eyes, the anus, and the snout. Uncle Ted will. You sit down. Uncle Ted will drive the boat. Just relax a little bit.
Let me tell you how to fish.
Let me tell you about the fish. Uncle Ted will show you how to do some fishing. That little kid had to make a wish, and Uncle Ted helped him. Really? Did he? Shut your mouth. We get it, Uncle Ted. You're everything, and we don't exist.
We stink. You're going to tell us how it is. We get it.
We get it, Uncle Ted.
Make-A-Wish Foundation. He takes kids out, and the deer's just got to be thinking, geez, another week, and I'd still be alive. Little bastard.
Well, some little kid wanted to go bear hunting. It was like one of his last wishes. How about this? No. How about that?
How about you pick another one?
How about that? You'll be snoozing on a satin pillow, stupid. Why don't you just love something and help life continue without you?
Let's see what's second on your list. Yeah, good point. But, whatever. No one warned me that stupid deer cry, and that was it for me. I couldn't handle that crap. I didn't know animals cried. No
That's
idea.
why you got to take them out immediately. You got to hit them vital. I don't like hunters that you just start pow, 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 take a crap load of shots at an animal. That's pretty sick and twisted.
Well, nowhere.
But if you're going to eat it and stuff, you get that good kill shot.
This is
the neck.
The hunting I hate is where you go to these special hunting farms and they stock the place with animals.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah, it's a little silly.
And then you get these rich CEOs that
rhinoceros
that go out there and they make it so easy for you to kill the animal. There's no real hunt to the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's you drive up in a freaking Jeep or something like, all right, there's your kill. Oh, great, thanks. Bam,
He's tied to something.
He's tied to something just in case.
If I hunt, I would shoot the animal in the thigh and let it bleed out, and then yell at it the whole time. Why don't you hide better, stupid? Didn't you hear me coming? I crinkled on the leaves. What'd you look up? What'd you think I was? There's an orange hat in the middle of the woods. Didn't that bother you? What'd you think? The sun had shown up and was shining on your dumb deer face?
That's what they think.
There was an orange bobbing thing with a head under it. How did you not see me coming?
That for years has been killing everything you know.
Every time you see an orange bobbing thing, you lose another friend. It's like the gang drive-by sign of the woods. You dope. Animals are idiots.
All right, hey, I didn't make Jimmy shill for his money, you ass. I just love his Ted Nugent impression. It's hilarious.
Who doesn't?
It's one of my favorite things Jimmy does because we all lived through a bunch of Ted Nugent appearances, and I like the guy. We all like him, but when he tells us that we don't know crap,
don't understand, and to just sit back and relax because Uncle Ted's going to take care of it.
He's a liberal.
He's going to tell us the way of the world, and
I'm like, Ted, I'm not as conservative as you, but I'm not exactly a liberal.
No.
Jesus, dude.
All right, hey,
silly goose.
Let's say hi to Steve in Stony Brook. Steve, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. You should listen to yourselves. Do your husbands fish?
All right, all the fishermen are coming out. All right, Billy Joel from Stony Brook, he's out there fishing.
Your husband's fish.
Hey, listen,
get it.
Remember that guy? You remember that guy from the Underdog? The Underdog cartoon. His name was Colonel McBragg. That's the guy that did
Commander McBragg.
That's the guy.
Yeah.
So have a great day, fellas.
All right.
We were talking about him yesterday with Colin.
Oh, is that
Quinn.
who that? Okay.
Commander McBragg. He was a short little cartoon character who was an adventurer. He'd go all over the world and he'd tell these BS stories about how he would get in trouble hunting and get out of trouble with nothing more than a toothpick and like a shoe.
He was a liar.
He was a liar.
Even as a kid, I knew this guy's a liar.
Yeah, it was a cartoon about a compulsive liar.
Right.
Which
We all
is
bought
great
into
as a
it.
kid. There I was, facing 20 elephants, and I had nothing but a shoelace and some chewing gum. And then he'd have some guy that would sit there and listen to these stories, and he'd be rolling his eyes and he'd be like, well, McBragg, whatever did you do? Well, I fashioned a slingshot with my... And then he took out the elephants.
Yeah.
And then the guy would be like, well, that's quite a hair-raising experience. And he'd end by going, quite. And that was how the cartoon ended.
It was dumb. Let's say hi to Johnny the trucker.
It was old.
Johnny, what's up?
What's going on, guys? I think after this story, you're going to probably have to call me Gene. I went on a private fishing boat with a couple of friends, and not a big fisherman. Finally caught my first striped bass, pulled it out of the water. It was a keeper, 36 inches. Was about to throw it back, and the first mate comes over with a bat and bashes the thing in the head and explodes his head I don't know, I exploded his head all over the place. And I was sitting there, and I actually screamed like a girl. I was like, ah.
See?
I mean, I didn't know that's how they kill the thing. I was going to put it back in the water.
Oh, man.
It was horrible.
Johnny, this guy drives a truck for a living. Johnny, I respect you today, because this bit could be very easy to do, where we all just sit around and talk like men. We're all men. But yes, there are guys out there that are men that can't handle the first mate taking a bat to your striped bass that you just freaking caught. Yes.
Out of nowhere.
There are people out there that
That's great.
actually can't handle that crap.
You know, me and my father, hold on, but me and my father would have caught more fish if we lowered little fish shotguns into the water and waited for them to kill themselves. My father stunk as fisherman.
There is this brutality that the people, if you go on a charter boat,
It's not that it's brutality to them. They're just
it's just their way of life. But you see it as brutality because I remember these things called sea robins.
Oh.
And they are just useless fish. They're kind of a flying fish. They skim along the top of the water.
I'm raising my hand. I got to jump in right away.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, my grandma had a house in Wading River right on the beach. We would catch those dumb things.
Yeah, sea robins.
And you know everything I just said?
Yeah.
Screw the sea robin.
Yeah, everyone hates sea robins.
I would take the hook. I would step on its tail to get some leverage and
just yank it out.
Yank it like I'm starting a lawnmower. I hate sea robins.
Well, we were on a charter boat, and sea robins are useless. All they do is steal the bait and take time away from the time you can. Look at the pictures of them. Look at those ugly fish. They skim along the top of the water. And when you hook one of these and pull it into the boat, the guy on the charter boat would take like a little bat and pulverize its head.
Yeah.
Just so the hook would fall out of the gooey, meaty liquid that was left of his head.
Why didn't you eat the sea robin?
You can't eat those.
Why?
There's nothing
They're inedible.
There's nothing on a sea robin you could possibly
Look at
eat.
it.
They're cute.
They
have little dog faces.
Disgusting looking. They look like hairless, red, burnt chihuahuas.
They're little burn victim fish.
Yeah,
They
burn
swam-
victim faces.
No, I think those are babies because they have a different color when they're grown.
Little burn
They're
victims.
more like a brownish gray, I believe.
They have no lips.
I haven't
Little
seen a sea robin in a long time.
No lips, big
There you
wide
go.
eyes.
That's what it looks like, Jimmy, when they're... Look at that ugly thing.
Looks like it has little wings.
It does, and it flies like right above the water, and then you smash its brains in when you hook them because they're useless. And I remember seeing that, and just the deck covered with sea robin blood.
Yeah. We got to take a break, but we got to say hi to Amy. Amy, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, how are you,
Hey.
Amy?
Rock.
Hey.
Can I say hi to Jimmy?
Yes, baby. Hi.
You just did.
Hi, Jimmy.
Are you getting
Hi.
tickets for his New Year's Eve show, North Fork Theater, out there on Long Island?
Tickets
go
on sale 9.
9 a.m. at Ticketmaster,
Yeah.
Amy.
Nice. I'd love to see you live.
Okay, well, then come.
You got anything for a nationally syndicated radio show, Amy?
Yeah.
You're killing us.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Whatever happened to the retarded Laverne and Shirley?
I don't know, man. They kind of... it's a long story.
I don't. We really
There's
don't
no
know.
real long story there. They just kind of...
They're the sea robins of people. Somebody bashed their brains in with a bat, and the police wouldn't even file a report. They're like, yeah, they were just skimming fun off the surface of the earth. Let's kill them.
Yeah, I think we finally just couldn't take them anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They ran their course.
Maybe we'll get an update on them in the near future.
Some people on the show just run their course.
Yeah.
Other ones like Patty or Francine been on the involved with the show for years, and then other people just go away.
Basically, what you're trying to say is they don't get the hint.
We've been trying to get rid of them for years, but then I think we're finally done with them. Unless your Lady Di becomes homeless again and starts giving treats to homeless people for trinkets, little cash to get cigarettes and booze and a Snickers bar. Feed that fat, bloated, alcoholic face of hers.
Patricia, what's up?
Hey, how y'all doing, guys?
How y'all doing?
How you doing?
Don't laugh at my accent. I hate my accent. The reason you get calls from North Carolina and South Carolina is we have crappy radio down here.
Oh, yeah?
Who's the big radio guy in North Carolina?
My husband listens to Bob and Sherry, but we don't have anybody cool like y'all.
We used to make fun of Bob and Sherry. They suck.
Well, that's all he has to listen to down here.
Bob and Sherry?
Your husband's half a...
Yeah, your husband should have on a miniskirt.
Yeah. Hey, I tell you what, guess what? I have fish, and I feed them earthworms. And if I can handle it, or my husband can't stand me feeding these fish earthworms, so that's how wussy he is.
She sounds like Jodie Foster as she's going under the thing, handing her card in Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
If this thing should close on, you call this number.
Call this number. Call this number.
I hate fish.
Oh, come on. I think
I got feed them earthworms.
Yeah. No, we like you, Patricia.
We like you.
Thank you.
We really, that's the only reason I got my XM radio, so I hope y'all stay on XM.
I'm from Butcher Holler.
We're down here in Wake Forest country.
Yeah.
Wake Forest country.
Yes, man.
F Wake Forest.
How do you feel about them Billy Dean sausage or Jimmy Dean Billy Dean sausage?
sausage.
I didn't realize.
Billy Dean sausage.
You have to play that again. That was so,
I suck.
That was so hilarious. That
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Wait, Coke Logic did an animation to the sausage?
That's sausage.
I haven't seen that yet.
This is Randy Taylor. I like my sausage.
Sausage.
Hey, for the faithful listeners of the show
Sausages.
that enjoy the Coke Logic animations, they're up on ONARadio.com. There's a brand new one called Sausage.
Coke Logic does very good
They're
work.
really funny. At this point, when Jimmy goes into some of these rants, all we can picture is Coke Logic doing an animation.
Everyone's laughing at my Billy Dean.
Billy Dean sausage.
I actually think, and I think Billy Dean's was this local Long Island male dance thing that was supposed to be like the Chippendales.
Ew.
I think. I'm not sure.
Oh, boy.
But and they have their own sausage. Is that it?
That's what we were referencing. Great,
wow.
Ed. Wow, there you go.
Look, I could have shut up. I threw myself under the bus.
Click here for Billy Dean's male strippers, black male reviews, and unforgettable. Why would you... E-Rock, I gotta fire you. At this point, I gotta fire you.
E-Rock, stop. No.
I got to fire you.
You know, the spontaneous applause that are breaking out is really distracting.
What happened?
E-Rock, why would you flip the website in the middle of me talking about... forget it.
About the grown men's sausage.
What is wrong with you, really?
Actually, I wasn't that far off. Sausage.
I'm in the middle of reading what Billy Dean's has to offer, and he clicks onto another website. Forget it.
E-Rock, did you click on another website? Oh, we can't hear you.
Did you do that?
What happened?
He said click here, so I thought that's what he meant, and I clicked on the black stripper thing.
I was still reading it.
So I hit the button.
It's set up.
I'm sorry, boss.
But it really is set up where I can't, do my own surfing, so I depend on E-Rock. So he's got to be in tune with me. He's got to be paying attention. And it's too inside.
E-Rock, why...
People get mad.
Eric feels very sad right now.
F it, do whatever you want, because people hate when I bitch anyway. So keep doing the job you're doing. It's terrific. John in New York, what's up? I'm in a rock and a hard place because it's frustrating, and then if I bitch too much, then the listeners get on my case.
Look at that sad face.
Well, he should be sad. All he has to do is listen. The guy has so much potential, but he just doesn't listen, doesn't sleep,
he has no
and
potential.
he's stupid.
He's reached his potential. This is as far as he can go.
This is it.
I love you, Eric.
You must realize his limitations are that of probably a young retarded boy.
You're a sweet but simple boy. He looks sad, though. You heard his feel, poor you.
Because it's frustrating. What am I supposed to do?
Look at that face, though. Look at that babyish face. You hurt his feelings.
No.
Baby face.
Let me see.
You've got the cutest little baby face. He doesn't look happy. I see his eyes peering over the monitor.
I know.
What's wrong with his face?
Tears in them because hero number 2 is mad.
He looks like Ziggy.
What's wrong with his face?
He just looks very sad.
Let me see, E-Rock. That looks like you're going to cry.
He just looks very... His cheeks are kind of swollen up with a little bit of sadness.
Yeah.
The fact that he blundered.
It's all right. Don't worry. When we go to commercial, you won't catch any crap.
Not at all.
Hey, put the Pal Talk camera on me. No, that's not fair because I'm not going to say a word.
Really?
I'm not going to say... I'm not going to say...
I'd lambast them.
It's just frustrating. We're in the middle of that could have been funny.
So was
pretty funny.
You were referring to a male strip joint.
Male strip troupe.
That features male strippers, black male reviews, and other things that...
Billy Dean sausages. I meant Jimmy Dean, but I sure fell into that one face first.
Well, the guy...
And you backed into another one, and your hands fell on another one, and then you grabbed two more with your toes like a monkey. You what they call a six-holer. Your little feet going. Well, that Cumia, I tell you, he doesn't let go.
Some coordination.
Like a koala bear with his feet.
All right, listen. We got a guy that killed a bear. Wants to talk about it with Jimmy.
Okay.
Because you don't like guys that kill bears for the most part.
Well,
or you'll explain after the
Unless
break.
the bear is menacing them.
Right. Well, all right,
Unless it's tattooed and homosexual.
Yes, exactly. Put his bare chin right in their backs.
So the guy that killed the bear, he's got to stay on hold.
Right.
Also, we got the Tony La Russa audio we're trying to get to today. We got Guy Ritchie. Is Jason coming in too?
We're waiting to see.
Jason?
Guy Ritchie's 8 o'clock. And
yeah, the new movie's Revolver that we saw.
Yes.
We're starting to think it might be a movie you need to see more than once. And hopefully, Jason,
Even he has said that.
Hopefully, Jason Statham, he's trying to get in here in time. He took a red eye. He's the star of the movie, and we've had him in before. He's a really
we
cool
like
guy.
him a lot.
So
And
hopefully he'll
Chuck
be-
Dice from the Radio Chick, who's a buddy, is coming in at 8:30. So we got a...
And from
Busy show.
Best Week Ever.
Is he on-
see
I
Chuck,
don't know.
Oh, my God, he's a star on Best Week
Is he?
Ever on VH1.
Is Sherrod still on that?
Absolutely. Sherrod's a big hit on there,
Sherrod
too.
with his just giant genitals.
Really?
Oh, he's a legend.
Wow.
That damn Sherrod is a legend.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
We could talk about his junk after the break.
That's all I
How's that,
think
Jimmy?
about when I see him.
All right. Ready, E-Rock?
Hold on, Eric. Click off real quick. Sorry. I like Eric. He's so sad.
It's frustrating, though, man.
Eric, do you at least want to apologize to Opie for...
No, I don't.
Oh,
no, that's...
boy.
No,
Oh,
no.
boy.
That's all right.
Poor Eric.
Trust me.
Probably pitting out right now.
Oh, sweating like a oof.
E-Rock works really hard,
Can't even
but...
think of something that sweats.
But he needs-
Sweating like a oof.
And
What am I
incompetent in front of a
saying?
computer.
But he just needs to listen, and he needs to, just get a better night's sleep. That's all it would take. Why'd you hit the thing there, E-Rock? Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony with Lil Jimmy Norton. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Phone number 877-212-ONA. We just checked out the sausage animation that Coke Logic did. It's up on ONARadio.com.
Sausage.
Very, very funny, Coke Logic. Very, very funny. That one, K-Rock here in New York should allow to go viral because everyone's been checking out that complaint call, the Jimmy Dean sausage complaint call. They should let this go viral. I think Break.com or YouTube would throw this right up on their front page.
We were just talking about that. And she's open-minded about it. It's just it's a weird thing with online. Like, you want to kind of get people to the site, but you also don't want to give away what you have on your site and then have no one come to your site. So,
But
I
everyone-
don't know what to do.
Every once in a while, you gotta let one loose, man. You know,
Yeah, put that one out there.
the viral thing is way bigger than one lousy website here in New York.
Well, I think that it's really weird because I only know the way I do things online, but if I see something I like, as long as you know, I mean, as much as we keep Stupid Steve for watermarking, as long as people know where to go get more of it, I'll go to the site usually and check out. I'm relating to
Well, this
porn,
one
of
is
course.
well done. It has Opie and Anthony, the name of the show. It has, obviously, the station we're on here in New York. It's perfect. It's a good little commercial.
Yeah.
And so you should get it to other websites that wouldn't be going to the
Sausage.
to the ONARadio.com website.
Yeah.
This is how you turn on new people to a radio show.
Yep.
By getting your stuff elsewhere
Yeah.
that have no idea about you. And this,
Yeah.
He
this
does
one
a
is
great.
perfect.
He does a great animation
Yeah, he's
of
really
the show.
good, man. This dumb Coke Logic is really talented.
Like they look like twisted cartoon versions of us.
Right.
So you could absolutely tell who's who.
I'd like a sturdier jawline, though.
Really?
I want to look handsomer.
And I don't
You're
want
handsome in real
I'm
life.
homely in real life. I want to look handsome in cartoons. I don't want muscular.
I don't want those dark circles around my eyes.
No, that's how all his characters are.
I know, that's his thing.
Well, I want to be handsome.
It's hey, John's been holding for a long time. John in New York, I'm sorry. Let's get to you.
That's all right, boys. What's going on?
Hey.
Yeah, I went bear hunting in May, and I felt like a real man about it until Jimmy just really made me feel like nothing.
Why?
'Cause, well, you were talking about the deer crying.
Yeah.
When you shoot a bear, it lets out like a real, a horrible cry. Like I really, really felt bad for it. Worse over than I do when I shoot a deer.
Yeah, there's something about when you kill something, especially bigger game, that just kind of makes you feel like you've killed something. Like there's a feeling you get as a human when you've killed something. It's like this odd little depressing darkness that comes over you. I don't really like it.
I'm guessing because it's not necessary. Like, to me, if you kill something in self-defense, it probably feels great. Like, if a bear is attacking you and you're on your way home from a softball game, and you take that bat and you crack its stupid, too narrow for its body snout. Bears have little dumb heads, and they really are shootable. Like, as much as I do like bears, their heads are this big, and I'm just opening my hand a bit.
Yeah.
They have little brontosaurus heads and this big, tough guy body.
Huge body, little head.
I think God had a bunch of noses just laying around and said, just put these noses on this thing that we don't have a name for yet.
Grr. Oh, here comes one now. Grr. It's a big old bear. Grr.
John?
They're kind of stupid because I was hunting over bait, so they put the food in barrels and they just come on in and...
Oh, and then you have to, like, shoot them? Grr.
Fire away.
All right, John.
You guys rock.
All right. Man. How about this one, and then we'll move on to the Tony La Russa thing. Dave in Michigan, what's up?
Hey, love you guys. Love the show.
Thank
you, sir.
Thank you.
I know a guy that was all Joe Hunter and went wild boar hunting, come back with his pig head thinking he was, all that. Come to find out, he got all trashed the night before they were supposed to go out hunting. Didn't want to get up and go. So he had him just bring the boar over in a cage, and he shot it in the cage and went back to bed.
That's pretty convenient. give him points for being smart. Take away points because he's garbage, and give him points for being smart.
All right, let's say hi to Joe in Syracuse.
I don't know.
It's like, well, what else are you going to do with that?
I don't know. The guy just decided that was all he needed to say. Joe in Syracuse, what's up?
Yeah, I think, number one, that's the redneck fast food way. I mean, you bring the foodie in the cage and you shoot it, but that guy's a lame duck for not wanting to shoot bear. Come on. We're rednecks up here. We shoot things, and we like to hear them cry when we shoot them.
Really?
And we shoot them.
Yeah,
that's why we shoot them.
This guy's in Syracuse. They like their hunting up in the Syracuse area.
Yeah?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Whatever we can shoot them with, bow and arrow, gun, whatever. I mean, I'll jump out of a tree with a knife if I got it.
They think that if you graduated high school, you're a queer.
You don't really see the deer tied to the fender anymore. That kind of...
Just drive around Western New York, man.
Yeah, you still see that. I mean, around here, you used to see it. Long on not Manhattan.
Up near that...
difficult.
Up near that Roscoe Diner, you take a little ride up that ways. You'll see a ton of cars coming at you on the other side of the road with deer on their hoods and whatnot. Hey, Tony La Russa, we got to get this in before Guy Ritchie comes in to promote Revolver, his new movie starring Jason Statham, Ray Liotta, and I think that's the only two I recognize in that movie.
Vinny Pastore.
Oh, Vinny, yeah, big. Can you say that?
Yeah, big pussy.
Well, that was his name.
Oh, who knows these days? Hey, Tony La Russa was pulled over for drunk driving back in March, and they're finally releasing the video. It's
probably thought he had it. He had gotten through it.
Yeah, the video.
Probably thought, oh, good, it's March. I happened way back in March. I got through this. Yeah. The video's out.
It's all over YouTube. Just pop in Tony La Russa. You'll see it for yourself, and we'll pop the link up on onaradio.com later today. Cops go to La Russa's car while he's asleep at a red light.
Oh, that's the worst.
What, that's happened to you?
No. I know people, though, that it has happened to. They fall asleep at the red light, and a cop pulls up next to him and just goes, hey, how you doing? And light's green. It's gone through 5 cycles.
Just clicking through.
Yeah, and you're just sitting there snoozing.
Green, yellow, red. Green, yellow, red. Green, yellow, red. Green, yellow, red.
It's not good. It doesn't bode well for you when a cop pulls up and wakes you up.
No, well, here's the audio. Or maybe not.
No?
I don't know.
That's got to be there.
I really don't like
it. It's there somewhere.
I really don't like these CD players. Maybe we could look into new ones.
Some new ones?
How you doing?
Good. You all right?
Yeah. We found you asleep at the wheel.
No problem.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're in the middle of the intersection. You realize that? You're at the red light. Hold on 1 second, okay? Just hang tight. Just hang tight for me.
What is that? The new thing? The cops are mic'd. Everything is recorded now.
Oh yeah, for everybody's safety, the cops and the people. That way they know they can't, go to town on the guy.
Yeah, but it also justifies if they do.
Yeah, if they do, you see why they did. A lot of YouTube stuff that's happening now, too. You see a police brutality. They take pieces of video and show the cop, like, beating the crap out of someone or shooting someone or tasering them. And then you'll see the full clip and realize he was completely justified in what he did. So a lot of depends on how you see it.
Yeah, because the news...
How much of it you see.
The news will take 10 seconds, 15 seconds of a clip, and you're looking like, why would the cop do that?
Yeah, and then you realize the guy was pointing a gun at him.
Yeah, and that part's not part of what the news just showed you. All right, LaRussa tries to recite the alphabet. This is where it gets real good.
Every little child knows the alphabet. This should be easy.
When I tell you to begin, I want you to close your eyes and tilt your head back. And I want you to recite the English alphabet from A to Z in a non-rhythmic manner. Don't sing it. Any questions about that?
Wow, so now they're getting more difficult.
They took that out of the game?
Come on. Gee.
That's not fair.
Instinct, you can sing it.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. This stupid song.
When did they figure that out?
Probably.
Non-rhythmic, so you can't go A, B, C, D, E, F. You got to, break it up a little bit?
Who doesn't know how drunk are you? You don't know the alphabet.
A, B, B, C, D, E, non-rhythmic.
I think it's like a Yes song.
I think it's brilliant that they figured out, look, there's a lot of guys getting away with some bad things here.
Can I go now, officer? I sang a whole song. Now I know my ABCs. Next time I want you to sing with me. 3 rights, make a left. I'm going home. Yeah. Wow. Okay. It's getting tougher these days. Got to remember that.
Don't sing it. Any questions about that? Okay, you may begin.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, I, Z, M, N, O, P, Q, Q, R, S, T, U, V, V, Z, T, U, V, X, Y, X, Z.
Oh, I'm
All right, stay with this officer for a minute. I'll be right back with you.
Stay with this officer a minute. I'll be right back when I arrest you.
He forgot W, and he said X twice. Tony, you put 2 X's.
Did he say I-Z in there?
IZ.
He put an I-Z in there?
Let's hear that again. That's too good.
He was way off.
Oh, way off. Oh, I'm so sorry. You'll be going to jail.
Have you ever been so drunk you can't do the alphabet, though? That's a weird one.
Let me think. I've never had to try.
I always thought that...
I will.
I always thought that the biggest problem would be maybe slurring through the alphabet.
Yeah.
But actually
forgetting the letters.
That's a good buzz, man.
You are
tanked.
tanked.
I want you to close your eyes and tilt your head back.
One more time.
And I want you to recite the English alphabet from A to Z in a non-rhythmic manner. Don't sing it. Any questions about that? Okay, you may begin.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, I, Z, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, V, Z, T, U, V, X, Y, X, Z.
Okay. All right, stay with this officer for a minute. I'll be right back with you.
LMN, and then it all fell apart.
He screwed up. Yeah, he screwed up at the beginning.
He's now intended A, B, C.
Come on, get it right. Get the alphabet right. Don't. I-Z. Oh, we got an I-Z. I'm sorry. You'll be going to jail.
Oh, no.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Yeah.
I got audio of the cop right after that.
No.
Oh, my, I'd tell you something. How did that not go in?
He got an I-Z. L-M-N-O-P-I-E. Yeah.
He said X twice.
It's a good letter.
Doesn't your instinct kick in, though, like as a basic mammal, when you say the same letter twice?
You got to know there's a problem.
Yeah.
Got Susan Wallman with a comment.
Of all the dramatic things I've ever seen,
Susan Wallman.
goodness gracious.
I still say what LaRussa said was more moving than what stupid Roger Clemens said in that box. But, yeah, you got me back. I'll be seeing y'all again soon.
Real soon.
Not in October. I'll be golfing. Dope.
Next year, I hope to go 5 and 6.
Very dramatic. Rick. It was.
You should see what's going on in the Yankee dugout.
Joe Torre has ass cancer. Tony La Russa is saying X twice and blacking out and throwing up.
We got Dennis Leary coming in next week. You got to get his take on Joe Torre not continuing with the Yankees. I tried to do it justice after I saw it. I don't think I really did.
Yeah.
His rant on the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Dodgers and Jeter and Clemens is really, really funny, man.
Yeah.
He basically said that Joe Torre got ass cancer for this team, and they let him go.
I still say that they were right to let him go, but I'll discuss that with young Dennis when he comes in.
It's more
agree to disagree.
Yes. It was.
That's what I would do.
It was funny. We'll definitely have to get his take on that next week. All right. I think we should take a break now because Guy Ritchie's going to be here any second.
Okay.
Let's do that. It's Opie and Anthony. We got to get right into this. It's Opie and Anthony in studio, Guy Ritchie. And he just shook all our hands and like you smell good, man. I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying that, but
we really are like three fairies. He walks in, we're all like, "You smell terrific, Guy." And I'm like, "What is that?" He goes, "Polo." Like I'm an idiot. And he's right.
Is it just polo? I got to go back to polo, I think.
Yeah, it's really good. I used to wear that when I was in high school. I had a sweater. I always thought girls liked it. It's good.
I'm trying out all these fancy, stupid colognes, it's polo.
No, it's old school.
It's old school
polo. I tried the new polo. The new polo wasn't doing it for me. So I went back to the old green bottle.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now, is this some kind of trick? Like you squirt your hands and then we're all distracted like, wow, Guy Ritchie smells good.
You're embarrassing me now.
Love of God.
But I said I was so stupid. I just said British people smell good when they came in here.
Oh, you threw a blanket statement out that was just ridiculous,
you
Jim.
threw your coffee on me, you would have been right.
No,
I would have argued with you.
I know where you're going with this. Ozzy smelled good when he came in, and there was another British gentleman that came in. He smelled good.
Yeah, but you're talking about people that are successful and have, done things and probably can afford a way of life. Yeah, can afford aftershave.
I'm sure if two soccer hooligans walked in, they wouldn't smell
they're not going to smell that good.
That's right. Rich people
soccer hooligans.
Guy Ritchie, I got to start by saying Snatch is one of my favorite movies of all time. I know you're not here promoting that, but I just got to get it out of the way, man.
Thank you very much.
I got some friends, and we just quote lines from that movie. It's just an amazing movie. I don't even know if everyone has really seen that movie and appreciate it for what it is.
Well, go out and buy it because I've still got vast shares in the film itself.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it's one of those movies that should really just be out there.
It is a good one. Well, it kind of has cult status too now. It's one of those movies that kind of gotten that cult, little cult spot in history.
And I thought it was hilarious on the DVD where you could put the subtitles on for just Brad Pitt's part. I thought that was brilliant. And it just made the movie that much better because he's like, oh, now I understand what the guy's saying in the movie.
Well, I should probably watch that and then I could understand.
Yeah.
Was that done because people said, like, we had a hard time understanding what Brad was saying? Was that, like, kind of as an afterthought, or was that something that you guys planned on doing? Like he's kind of hard to understand some of his dialogue.
Well, when we were making the movie itself, we kept sending back the rushes back to, or the dailies, and then they call them out here, back to Sony, and Sony kept kicking up a fuss that we were using this $20 million actor and no one could understand the word that he was saying. So, I mean, that was the gag, and people liked the fact that they couldn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah.
So, I didn't actually know there were subtitles on his dialogue. That's an American thing,
Yeah.
Well, American people don't speak English.
Not the proper English. Are there American movies that in England people watch and go like, what's he saying?
No, is the answer to that. No, it's a funny thing. I just finished another movie called Rock and Roller, which we showed out in Long Beach, and one of the big deals was the accent, and it was, none of the accents were like extremely British in any way, but it was still like a big deal, and I think it's just because we've been weaned on American accents forever that it doesn't touch the sides with us lot.
I don't have a problem with the English accents in movies. Like, I could pick right up on it. It's not like I'm sitting there going, what?
No, it flummoxes me that anyone should get flummoxed by it because it's not that exotic, is it?
And I think English actors can put on American accents easier than Americans can put on English accents. They can't. Americans don't seem to be able to really hold it for any prolonged period of time.
What, they've got better.
They've gotten better?
Yeah. Gotten better. I started really with Gwyneth Paltrow, and she did like Emma or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And most of England thought she was English for a long time. Her accent was pretty spotless. And then I think that sort of put a benchmark up for other people to follow. I watched Vanity Fair actually on the plane coming over yesterday, and I think it's Reese Witherspoon.
Okay.
And I got to tell you, that was a pretty spotless
Pretty
accent.
good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are certain actors that are really good at it, and then you just see them in a movie and assume they're English, and you hear they do an interview, or you assume they're American, and you hear an interview and go, "What? Why is he talking like that?"
Gary Oldman, I had no idea was not American. When
Really?
I heard him speak, I'm like, "Ugh."
You see him in an interview.
Christian Bale's another one.
Christian Bale. I tell you what, I like Christian Bale.
Christian Bale's great,
He's
man.
great.
Yeah.
No, who was great too was Kevin Costner in Robin Hood. His accent was just terrific.
Shut up. Or how about Michelle Pfeiffer, God love her? She can't even do Southern for an entire film. Right. Dangerous Mind. It's like, where are you from? Boston or South Carolina?
I love the actors or actresses. They just give up halfway through the movie. They just can't keep it going. Yeah, you're right, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's where Oldman blew me away. I heard him speaking. I'm like, he is British.
Damn it! It's not one of ours.
No, you're right. I mean, there are people that are very good at it, and those that are good at it. It's an impressive, impressive quality. But you think if you're an actor, that's what you would be good at, wouldn't you? And I'm quite surprised by some people that aren't good at it.
Yeah. Some people are just really bad at it.
Oh, yeah, they're rank.
They can't do it. Jason Statham, he's in Revolver.
Yeah, he's actually not the best example of an accent bad.
But he's fantastic, man. Like, anything I've seen him in has been really good. This movie Revolver is sort of it's a bit of a departure for him, because he's been the rough and tumble, gun-toting, tough guy, and he doesn't really play that in this movie.
No, we kept his shirt on. And,
well, there is a shower scene. Very hot, by the way. Wow.
You know what? I forgot about the shower scene.
Yeah, but you got Jason Statham. You're not gonna not take his shirt off for at least one scene.
You know, but thank God he gave us a naked Ray Liotta, so I'm extremely happy about that.
They just filmed him like Martin Sheen in Apocalypse Now having a breakdown. They just filmed Ray Liotta naked. They're like, all right, we'll use it.
One of my favorite scenes in Revolver, Ray Liotta's making this point to his underlings, and all of a sudden, like, you pan out or whatever, and he's completely naked, turning around, you see Ray Liotta ass. I'm like, oh my God. Is he insane in person?
Ray Liotta?
Yeah.
You want the truth? Or?
Yeah. I'm starting to think he's not really that good of an actor. He's just insane, and you just get to capture this on film.
Well, I think he's interesting. I think, I mean that in a positive way. I think Ray has something to offer, and I think his best roles is something that he's allowed to be a character or even a caricature, and then he can get really stuck in. So I got good things to say about Ray in that respect.
Oh, I love his acting.
You got a great moment out of him. Like he's like in Goodfellas, he was great. He did a movie with Madeline Stowe where he plays a creep, and he's always in these weird roles. But you got like I haven't seen like a really intense emotional moment I'm sure he's done them, but I haven't seen it. And there was a scene where he kind of has a breakdown of sorts in this, and I was like, I've never seen Ray Liotta like really weak.
Yeah, that was
vulnerable.
really like
great scene you got out of him. It's like I've never seen him do that in a film.
Well, thanks very much. I think Ray will appreciate you saying that also. But you know, Ray's one of those guys that can turn on the tears within 10 seconds, and that's like the kind
that's
of
another
accent
talent
thing.
Yeah,
it's a talent, and it's very impressive when people can do it, when actors can just like turn on the taps, and he's one of those guys, and he got very emotional in that scene in his underpants, and
everything snot, spit, everything was flying out of him.
He got stuck in there. In fact, the version that you see is, I think he's like whispering when he's, you know.
Yeah.
But that's because the take before we tried the screaming version and he lost his voice. So we went with the hushed tones.
Now, Guy, we were discussing the movie earlier on our show, and the movie intrigues us. I don't know what to think of this movie yet. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
No, I think that's a fair remark, and to a degree, I'm not sure if people should come out with a sort of I liked it or didn't like it philosophy after they've seen them.
Yeah, I wouldn't say whether I liked it or didn't like it. I enjoyed watching the movie a lot, especially when it started. I was like, okay, this is great. As it went through, I enjoyed the ride completely, but then I was like, don't do it. Don't do it. No, not the credits. Wait a minute. Now I got to think.
I got to watch this again, I think.
He didn't wrap this up in a little package for me.
Well, by the way, it is wrapped up in a package. It's just you can't.
I got to see it again.
Yeah, I got to watch it again. I got to watch it again. It's one of those. There are a few movies, very few movies, where I will get online and start trying to get other people's comments and opinions on a movie, and it'll haunt me for days. I'll just have the movie and I'll be thinking about it, and this is one of those movies where I'm trying to analyze what exactly happened, who these people are, what their intent is, and it's very interesting, the movie. And shot beautifully. I love what you did with it, but it left me going, I need to know more about this.
Well, that's a good thing. I mean, it's not a movie for everyone, right? Because it's not a straightforward, entertaining movie. So it's got to be. It's a movie for those that like to think.
Yeah.
It's like a thinking man's action movie, so to speak, right? So if you're just going for just the thrill and the action, you're going to be sourly disappointed. So I want to be very clear about anyone that's going in there. They should know what they're getting themselves into.
It's funny, especially with Jason, because Jason's usually, he's driving fast, he's killing a lot of people.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that, because I sat down and watched the movie, and about 15 minutes in, I said to myself, oh, no, I think I was supposed to pay a lot more attention than I did. I swear to God, that's what I said to myself. And I started the movie over again. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. This is a little deeper than like a gangster, movie here. There's more going on here.
Well, it's a good idea. You're right. But, I mean, it's to a degree. We had a bunch of psychiatrists on at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we used to have them on the beginning.
Oh, okay.
But then people thought they were getting into a documentary, so we knocked them out. But really what we were trying to say is that you want to pay attention from the off.
Right.
Right? If you pay attention from the off, because it's a trip.
Mm-hmm.
To a degree. So if you can get your noggin into it initially, then it doesn't half make it more accessible toward the end.
I think what helps is the quotes in the beginning. That kind of helps grab you and make sure you're paying attention when the movie starts, is to read some of those quotes about war and game playing and chess.
Have we even explained the movie yet, since Guy came in? Guy, what's the movie about, just to bring more people...
Okay, well, the movie is essentially about the greatest enemy that ever existed is hiding within your own head. As the expression goes, your own worst enemy. You are your own worst enemy, and it's an exploration into that. So it's what the psychiatrists call the ego. It's what religionists call Satan. It's trying to kind of fuse all those different concepts together, and what we're left with is what the psychiatrists now call the conceptualized self. Freud used to call it I don't want to sound too pretentious about this whole thing. It's what we know as, I suppose it's the aspect of our nature that's a pain in the arse and keeps us dogged.
Right.
It's the thing that makes our day miserable.
Tremendous amount of chess in this movie too, which I liked, because I'm a chess freak, so it was kind of nice to see like every other scene had like some sort of a chess theme to it, which made me.
And it was being used as a vehicle to have the communication between the two characters.
Yeah, it wasn't
good.
just background.
And the way that was shot, I really liked that. The low angle on the chessboard, looking at the characters through the chess pieces, was really well done.
They're both in focus, which
that's what got me.
Which is tough to do, and we created a lens just for that, so you could have a vast chess piece right up front and still keep the actor in focus. And the amount of light that we had to throw at that in sort of filmic terms, we had about 420Ks, which is like an insane amount of light in order to pull that little trick off.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was done in layers or something, but it was done very well, yeah.
Well, the whole idea is that you are playing chess with yourself, right? So hence chess is such a kind of good metaphor, such an efficient metaphor.
Well, they said Bobby Fischer would only play with himself after a while, or he would only date women that had like a certain chess rating. I mean, obviously he's not the most socially adept. But I mean, there are guys that love chess so much that if you're not good enough, they won't play it. They'll just kind of play themselves.
But how do you play yourself?
You just do. He's out of his mind.
He's out of his mind.
How do he wanted to get Phillies because he was afraid they were going to affect his brain waves. He played Boris Spassky. He had to have another seat brought in. He was nuts.
Surely you don't have to have a lesson in how to play with yourself.
No, I think everybody learns that.
Yeah, the inside of my bedroom looks like a cave. Stalactite. All right. Are you a good player? Are you a good chess player?
I'm actually a crap chess player, but I do play a lot of chess.
Do you? I heard Kubrick was great too. Like he used to play on the set of Full Metal Jacket. They say it was like a lot of directors. It seems, I guess, like the whole thought process of what chess does.
Chess is the ultimate game in terms of board games. I can't think of anything that as rewarding as a game of chess. It just covers everything.
Yeah.
Or is frustrating though, because nothing makes you feel dumber than somebody smashing you in 8 moves. I've lost in 8 moves, and you just retarded.
I got a dumber thing. I started playing chess online. I've told the story a couple times, and I started kicking ass. I used to play chess when I was growing up, and I'm kicking ass. I'm really happy, and there's a little chat thing, right? And this person goes, "Wow, you're pretty good. I'm 9. How old are you?" True story. And I turned off the computer. I felt like a creep. I'm like, that's it. I'm done. I'm thinking
As Dateline NBC comes in, why don't you sit down and have some cookies, Opie?
And I'm thinking I'm playing like, chess people that have the same skill level as me. It's not.
They
I'm
did.
playing
He was 9.
Yeah. There you go. 9-year-olds. So that was it for me getting back into chess.
So has the film, have you screened it anywhere? Are people coming out with the same questions like, all right, we're not exactly sure what we just saw as far as... Because it's not an easy story to follow.
No, it's not. Well, the whole point of the story is that fundamentally it is an easy story to follow, right? But your mind is making it complex. That's really what the illustration of the movie is about, is this is dramatically easy.
That's a good point, because you start thinking in terms of, I'm missing something, so let me try to fill in the blanks, or let me try to anticipate what's going to happen, and you wind up confusing yourself.
Yeah.
Instead of just
that's the idea.
going along. Yeah.
The only person that's confusing you is you.
Right. Yeah. And that's kind of the gist of the movie.
And that's the gist of the movie. It's a really easy point to understand, is that you are your own worst enemy. Just you will not accept that, because the enemy in your head will make sure that you do not accept it by complicating and confusing the issue.
Did Madonna like it?
I don't know. Has she seen it?
We were saying in the office too. It's one of these movies you should not be late to. We were discussing that.
Yeah,
you know how you could miss 5 minutes of a movie. You haven't missed anything. This movie, man, Jason Statham sets up the whole thing with a little monologue, whatever. And that's when I had to go back and go, wait a minute, I think I was supposed to pay attention to that.
But that is why we put the quotes in. So
right,
got rid of the shrinks and put the quotes in, because they were supposed to be the signpost for, really pay attention now.
Did you have Jason cast right away? Did you want him, or did you have other people?
Jason,
so it was like the idea of who people had in mind for a role.
But by the way, if I had anyone else, I wouldn't tell you anyway. You can't do that. But
what do I know?
Gerard Depardieu was supposed to do it. He dropped out.
So Jason and I have been talking about this concept for a long time. And so he gets the concept, and very few people do get the concept, as I say, because the mind doesn't want to get the concept. So he was a chap that got it, and Jason and I are old mates and sparring partners on the chessboard. So it was a natural fit, and I like Jason as an actor more than I do as an action hero, so to speak.
Yeah. Do you throughout the history of your work, how do you feel about critics that have given, you work hard on a movie, obviously, you put a lot into it, and critics that bash you for a movie? What do you, does that annoy you? It's got to on a personal level.
I'm going to be a liar if I said it doesn't. It doesn't.
Because I know something as simple as, you get a dumb caller or a stupid message board post, and you're like, it doesn't bother me. And then you find yourself, you son of a, you're just typing away and
you try and
angry.
Defend your position.
Yeah, and you just really can't.
No, it's futile.
Yeah.
And I've taken a fair amount of a kick in on this one, because it was, what is this movie all about? And I don't understand it, therefore you must be an idiot. And there was a kind of zeitgeist in he is an idiot. And then so I did take something of a lambasting over the idiot factor.
I was thinking that last night when I was watching. I'm like, he's making me feel stupid, and I don't want to feel stupid, so I'm gonna have to watch it again.
Yeah, your movie challenged all of us. I think we've seen movies where we're like, that's crap. Ugh. But this wasn't crap, but it challenged.
That's why I really liked it.
Right.
I enjoyed watching the movie. I just had a problem figuring out exactly what was going on. And I don't know if you can figure out exactly what's going on. It was kind of a little abstract.
I think it's true. I mean, it is a little abstract, but there is a definitive kind of conclusion that the only battle that this chap was having was inside his own head. And it's funny, there was a review that came out recently that said, this movie, it built up and it looked like it was going somewhere, and then what the climax was that his own demons were the climax. And I thought, well, shit, isn't that, the climax in every movie? Is that ultimately, the demon is the climax. It's your demons are the climax. There is no other climax to any movie.
It should be said, too, some of the gun scene, the violence in this movie is really cool.
It doesn't skimp on the violence. Is actually really well shot.
It needs to be said, though.
The hitman guy was fantastic. I really liked that character. He was very uncomfortable with his glasses and just really good at his job.
There's a lot of action.
Can I say there's one scene that I'm not going to give away the movie, but I'm going to say there's one scene with a hand being stuck to a table via a nail, and it's really, really good. Really good. That was a great scene in the kitchen.
Well, although the movie's kind of esoteric, I wanted to make it accessible in the action kind of factor. So, because I'm not actually into esoteric movies. I go to the cinema fundamentally to be entertained, but I do like to be challenged. And there's not that many movies that are challenging, I suppose, really anymore.
There's nothing worse than when somebody will put a movie like that they want you to think about and then take the violence out on purpose. It's almost like Pulp Fiction did a great job of that, where they had violence that was violence, and there was other parts of it that were completely hitting another part of your brain. It was like both parts were done well. So I kind of like the fact that the violence wasn't skimped on, but it wasn't overly hyped either.
What movies have you seen that you thought were good and got you thinking instead of just, action movies?
Actually, it's quite interesting because there was a movie I saw 2 days ago, IMAX 3D, which I hadn't heard great things about. And I didn't think I was really going to enjoy it. And I thought it was brilliant, but I enjoyed it on the intellectual
Harry
level.
Potter.
And it was Beowulf.
Really?
Okay. I thought it was pretty smart.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's come clothed in like this kind of action, kind of ancient epic, but that narrative's pretty smart.
Yeah,
it's pretty smart. It's the same. Basically, it's the same as Revolver. It's the idea that you're feeding in this. Have you guys?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
I've got to tell you, lads, it's pretty smart. It's the idea that you feed this internal beast and it turns into a dragon. And in the metaphor in this case is the dragon. And in the end, you've got to go to war with it. And the more you feed it, the stronger it gets. So I really enjoyed it. And I like a bit of 3D. And I like a bit of action.
Yeah. Was it good 3D?
I like a bit of 3D. And I like IMAX.
I've only seen one 3D movie at IMAX 3D. That was Superman with the stuff floating in front of you and you're trying to grab it.
Is that a new one or is that an old one?
It was the one that came out. What did I say? I said Superman, right?
Yeah. You said IMAX.
Huh?
You said IMAX. You mean IMAX?
IMAX 3D. I'm sorry. Yeah.
IMAX. He watched it on his iMac.
No,
right.
This is why I said that. This is how dumb I am, and I have to throw myself under the bus. When you said I saw this great movie, IMAX, I swear I thought IMAX was the name of the movie that you saw.
You know nothing of what is going on in technology or in, you know, the big theater.
Yeah.
3D.
That's an experience. I mean, if you're into, like, experiences, the IMAX experience, which is the big screen, right, so you're in it.
They got the 3D thing figured out. It's kind of
creepy. And they've got the 3D thing figured out.
Creepy. Like, some of this stuff's right in front of your eyes, even if you're sitting way back in the IMAX theater.
Having seen Honey, I Shrunk the Audience in Disney, I do know a little bit about 3D.
I saw Friday the 13th Part 3 in 3D.
I remember. Well, that must have been great back then.
Yeah, it was like a spear and a head, and then the rest of it was not 3D.
Right.
It just stunk.
It's the old spear gun, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's right.
One other thing about Revolver, why did you decide to tease the audience with that really hot girl, topless? I think it was in a sauna. Or
with the beer bottle, yeah.
She had the beer bottle between her legs.
Yeah, it was like in her between her thighs.
The thighs. It's obvious she's completely nude, and then she decides she needs a sip of that beer.
And the camera followed the bottle
up there, guy. What's up with that?
She was England's most famous lap dancing queen.
Really?
And was, famous for getting her entire kit off. And strangely, and the reason we chose her because we didn't think we would have any problems on the day removing the bottle, right? But on the day she became all prudish. And actually, she is wearing a pair of undershorts.
Really?
Behind that bottle. Not that we were going to reveal anything anyway, but it was funny how coy she suddenly became.
So you had to shoot it a different way.
No, we shot it the same way. I think we painted out her shorts in the end. She had a bigger pair of boxer shorts on than me, but she became really prudish. But the idea is that, you know, it's all these different forms of seduction. Yeah. So we did use a couple of rather fit young ladies in there.
Yeah.
And Lord John was, different characters represent different aspects of Vice. And Lord John, who was the Chinese chap, did, his ladies corresponded to Vice.
Yeah.
You see, how familiar are you with John Woo's films? Like, not the American stuff, but the stuff he did with, like, Chow Yun-Fat, like Hard Boiled and stuff like that. How great are those?
Yeah, well, I loved a bit of Hard Boiled, but also they came out from left field. No one was seeing them coming, and they were hard boiled.
Yeah.
And they were fresh. I think they sort of went somewhere else after a while, but when they first came out, that was good stuff.
Well, yeah, after the American, once you try to do violence, like Americanized, is very difficult. You know, he was doing just free range shooting over there, and then Nicolas Cage shows up, and he's a good actor, but it was like, all right, face off. You know, I mean, it was just senseless violence. The Chinese versions were fantastic. Guy walks in holding the bird, and there's 80 people dead, and you're like, all right, I don't care what's going on.
Well, we have to take a break, and we got to get Guy Ritchie out of here. You're doing all the interviews today?
I am, chaps, but thanks a lot for having me on, and thanks for being broad-minded.
Well, we were trying to figure it out, you know?
I absolutely am going to watch it again, because like I said, I really enjoyed the movie. I enjoyed it, but it was one of those that got me thinking, and I don't know why I enjoy looking at a movie and thinking about it, and I don't know why that annoys me so much. Like, I get annoyed that I have to then go and check what other people thought. But that's like a healthy thing to do.
Well, anytime.
But why am I so annoyed by it?
It's like Clockwork Orange or any other type of film that people see that they have to think about. People like are fairly, ugh, and then like they watch, like everybody else says, "Oh, it was really good." They go, "Oh, okay, now I kind of see it."
Well, now Clockwork I've seen like 1,000 times and I love it. But the first time I saw it, I was just sitting there going, "What? Stop! What is this?"
It's about an orange.
Yeah, it's about an orange. You asked.
You summed it all up right there.
I've read what it's about, and I still really couldn't put it into words. And it's probably my favorite movie.
Yeah.
When's Revolver come out? Next week? I think it's next Friday.
I believe
it
must be.
It says here in theaters next Friday, December 7th.
Okay.
Okie doke.
The movie's called Revolver, and this is Guy Ritchie. You got to come back, please.
Thanks, Chaps. Thanks very much.
We had fun with you.
Man.
Thanks.
All right. It's Opie and Anthony. We'll continue in just a bit. It's Opie and Anthony. Jim Norton's tickets going on sale very soon, right? 15, 20 minutes from right now?
Yeah, for New Year's Eve. If you're not going to be in Manhattan.
You just heard that commercial locally?
Yeah, it's Ticketmaster.com. I'm doing New Year's Eve on Long Island. It's the North Fork Theater. It's formerly Westbury Music Fair. Tickets go on sale in 20 minutes at Ticketmaster.com.
20 minutes?
9 a.m.
Get to your phones now.
Yes, so go to Ticketmaster if you want to see me New Year's Eve. Finally back in Long Island. I'm hoping you all come out. I'd hate to be there with 10 people and feel like a dick.
Hey, that Guy Ritchie, very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice guy, man. He called us lads.
Yeah.
Lads. Well, lovely lads.
Well, I gotta tell you, lads.
It was kind of cool.
Hey, we gotta welcome an old friend to the show, Chuck Nice.
Yo.
A lot of Chuck. A lot of people, especially here in New York, know Chuck Nice from the Radio Chick
Show. Yes.
And a lot of people know you from Best Week Ever as well.
Yeah.
Let's not forget.
Absolutely.
You kill on Best Week Ever.
Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, it's a fun show to do. I love it. I just love the fact that my career has gone full circle at this second.
Look at that.
Second, right now, my entire career has gone full circle because this is where I started, right here with you two guys sitting at WNEW, coming in, doing crazy, like just coming in off the street. Like,
for the people that don't know, Chuck was doing our show back in the day, and we just didn't have room for him.
Exactly.
We thought he was a very talented guy, and I introduced you to the Radio Chick. I marched you down the hall.
He walked me down the hall after the show one day, and the chick was looking for somebody. And he was like, "Hey, listen, you should meet this guy. You guys should talk." And I ended up getting a job. So my kids, thank you.
You were like just a
so will mine, because if you had stayed here,
well, Chuck,
I would be out.
At the time, you were like just a new guy in town.
Yeah.
Not many people knew about you.
No.
You came in for one of our dumb bits where we were trying to scare, I think, Spaz at the time.
Really?
We brought black people in to scare Spaz.
That's exactly what it was.
That's how you got your start, right?
That's exactly what it was.
We had this guy on our staff who was quite racist, and we're like, you don't know what you're getting into. So we encouraged the scariest black dudes to come in and scare the crap out of
So why did Chuck show up?
You didn't tell me your name, did you? Hi, I'm Chuck Nice.
Chuck Nice.
Frank Pleasant's going to hurt you after me.
No, why? Because he sees an opportunity. He saw an opportunity.
Absolutely.
He's like, screw this. I could be scary, I guess, and maybe show some funny.
Gets his foot in the door.
When I called in, I was like, yeah, man, I'm gonna come in.
Yeah.
I put on the black scent.
The scary black scent.
Black scent. And then when I got here, everybody was like, well, who are you?
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I'm the guy.
Pleasure. I'm Chuck Nice.
Exactly.
We
Top of the morning.
We had guys that were scary on site.
Yeah.
They were like in prison for horrific things, and it was kind of like
teardrop tattoos.
Yeah, we kind of did a Scared Straight type of thing, if you remember that old show. And then Chuck Nice was one of the guys, and he made us laugh. And then you did a few other shows with us. Chuck, we just don't have room, man. But anyway,
it didn't make a difference. You guys hooked me up, which it's cool though because honestly, this is a hardcore show. You know what I mean? I'm a little soft for this show. You know what I mean? To be honest, I mean, I'm a little soft. You guys are a manly kind of like hardcore.
Manly. We were talking about how we can't take fish hooks out of fish today.
Exactly.
That was our bit today. How we're wimps when it comes to fishing, and we can't yank the hook out of a fish's mouth.
See, here's the deal. You would actually touch a fish. See, that's where I'm coming from. Like, I would never even touch a fish. They're too slimy as far as I'm concerned. I am one viewing of Yentl away from being a homo. Seriously.
Fish are fun to catch, right? And then as they're flopping around, you take the hook out of their mouth, and they're like, "Oh, he's throwing me back," and then you step on them. You step on their little fruity fish stomachs. You're going nowhere, stupid.
Hey, Chuck Nice is going to be at Comics here in New York, and I got to help out Chuck because Mark Maron Mark Maron came in and promoted and loves the club. Don't get me wrong;
it's a great club.
But he was so pissed on stage because he's like, "Oh my God, no one found me this weekend because they didn't know you had to spell comics with an X."
Yeah.
So if you're like searching around trying to find out about this new club in New York, which they do a great job, they have a nice presentation, really nice, and the bar right next door is really cool too. Whatever.
Gin Lane.
But it's COMIX, and Chuck Nice is there this weekend.
It's on 14th and 9th. It's right in the meatpacking district. It's really it's a hot area. There's a lot of food and stuff and clubs around there. I wish I bought down there because
they're kicking the trannies out of that area.
Yeah, I was going to say. I remember when there was drug dealers and transvestites
out. They're kicking it out for the nice restaurants and the nice comedy clubs.
I know you got to drive 8 blocks to the west now. God Almighty, where can you humiliate yourself with a daddy's disappointment? There's a comedy club here. God Almighty, you know how many Adam's apples I've waved at right in front of this place?
But they're still kind of around. I forgot to tell this story. I went to see Bob Newhart at Comics. Ron Bennington did his Unmasked down there.
Oh, nice.
And it was amazing. Jimmy went too. And as me and Lindsay are going for a cab, there was actually a tranny in a dress jumping on a bicycle to go somewhere. I don't know where.
Seatless, right?
Yeah. Actually, I was going up to Caroline's. That's what.
There you go. Hey, have you filmed Best Week Ever yet?
Yeah, actually, I filmed it yesterday, man. And
what are you guys talking about as far as pop culture this week?
I have no idea. I just did the Sizzler. That's it. I do this thing called the Sizzler, where it's like it's a spoof on all those Entertainment Tonight type shows.
Yeah.
Where I'm actually playing a dumb, vapid Pat O'Brien. So I'm like Pat O'Brien, except I'm not coked up or horny. That's it, And so. I mean, the things that we do are bits. So I don't know exactly what we're talking about because I didn't actually do the show this week.
Well, Anthony and I, little known fact, we got to do Best Week Ever. And at the time, everyone thought we did a really, really good job. Everyone's like laughing behind the scenes and the cameras and like, oh my God. And then they were ready to get us to be regulars on that show. And then the show aired, and they used 10 seconds of us. I'm like, what is this about?
Yeah, there's a lot of there must be a lot of cutting room floor stuff.
So they either were lying to us. I'm not going to sit here and I'll tell you what I think it was. They were either lying to us, or our stuff might have been a little too harsh, or
too harsh,
or corporate got involved because we weren't supposed to do anything for any Viacom properties at the time. We were trying to sneak one in on them.
And it's probably the latter too.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, I think I'll be dropping the C-bomb. I don't think they were going to use that.
And then the thing they used was like, who gives a crap? It really was who gives a crap. It wasn't memorable whatsoever. But I remember when we were taping, we were cracking them up with our little views on pop culture.
Now you know the pain of every single panelist on that show.
Really?
Because honestly, that's the way it is.
Why is that?
Because they got to run it by, the same thing that happens here. You remember how it used to be when you guys could come on the air and say basically whatever you wanted. You know what I mean? It's like you would say whatever you wanted.
We listened to some best of stuff and swear that it could never have played on regular radio. And that's where it came from,
regular radio.
And so it's the same thing. It's like they have that same kind of standards and practices type people.
Do they sit there and worry about who they're going to offend?
Right, and that's the new thing. It's like,
how do you do the show then, man?
Yeah, it's rough.
Well, they don't care because they're looking at like getting celebrities on VH1. It's not about the show; it's about VH1. That's their deal. It's like we don't want to piss. Right, we don't want to piss anybody off because we want people to be on VH1.
Right.
So that's the deal.
With all those restraints, though, Best Week Ever definitely does a good job. It must be said. As tough as it must feel for you guys definitely pull it off every week.
Well, actually, it's not tough because they did the same thing to us that they did to you. It's like, go ahead and say whatever you want. We're just not going to use it.
I've done a few of those shows. I never did Best Week Ever, but I've done like MTV had one. I've done probably 6 or 7 of the clip shows, and they never use my stuff because it's just. I mean, they'll use 1 or 2 lines, but it's just brutality. Yeah, believe me, God, don't have had a miscarriage, and I mean, no matter how horrible your life has been.
What is his preoccupation with abortion? I don't understand. Yeah, but it's cool, man. I mean, I enjoy doing it. You know, I love being a part of it. So I don't care. I mean, I do 5 TV shows. You know,
5?
I mean, five work for 5 TV outlets.
Wait, which ones?
Well, I work for MSNBC.
That's
Fox,
right. You're one of the talking heads.
Right.
Now.
I work for Fox, Women's Entertainment, VH1, and
Women's Entertainment.
Yeah, well, I told you I'm soft, man. I told you I work for We.
What do you do for We?
I have a show called Cinema Therapy on We.
Cinema Therapy.
Cinema Therapy.
All right. And what does this entail?
Okay, this is how gay I am at this point, guys.
We.
I walk around the city with a big blow up couch. Okay, this is what happens. Don't have children. Don't have children, because this is the kind of stuff you will have to do to humiliate yourself to put food on the table. But I walk around with a big blow-up couch, and we sit down outside like I set up an office, and women come and sit to me like I'm a therapist, and we talk about a movie, like as it relates to their lives. And
I can't even look at you.
Wow.
What happened?
So you're talking about chick flicks.
And yes, we talk
and how
about
chick flicks relate to their lives.
Chuck, can I tell you something? You could say no to some of these projects.
And see, I don't have that word in my vocabulary.
There's no problem with saying no every once in a while. What?
Oh, there's the big blow-up couch.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's very embarrassing. It's very embarrassing.
There should be a marital aid glued to where you're sitting. Wow. And then you get women sit down on the blow-up couch with you. You do you show clips or the whole movie? And
No,
you host
it's the
movie?
whole movie.
All right.
I'm hosting the movie.
So you pop in every so often and say, so how does, you see the woman here in the movie and she's has this relationship with this man. And at first it's wonderful, but her friends know there's a problem. Then he turns into a homicidal maniac.
Right.
How does that relate to you?
Exactly.
Beside the fact that I want to kill you right now.
Are you able to at least have fun with it? Like if it's a domestic violence film, are you able to go, now listen, I know you're watching this. Have you learned that you should be told something once?
Right.
Have you learned?
Have you learned that?
The bigger the sunglasses, the less explaining he has to do.
Wow.
Yeah, man. It's hey, look, my nuts are in a can. That's all I'm saying. To say planters. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you're working, man. It's tough when you're turning down gigs when like the main gig that you got used to is gone, even if it's temporary. It's very tough to say no to gigs.
It's a good gig.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, it's okay.
It's a good gig.
It's a little it's not what
Femi?
Yeah, I was going to say it wouldn't be my first choice in jobs.
And then Fox, you want to talk to those red eye people? I've done the show twice. I've done very well. I like the guy Greg a lot.
Greg is a good guy, yeah.
And I won't do the show again because they had me booked twice. They just canceled me. Like they moved me twice for other people who are going to be in town.
Well, screw them.
Oh, I can't believe that.
I know. I like Greg a lot too.
And go screw you. You like football there, Chuck?
I love it.
Seriously?
It is actually my favorite sport. I hate my team. I'm from Philadelphia, but we hate ourselves there. So it makes perfect sense.
Wait, you know football?
Oh, I love it. Are you kidding me?
Wait a minute. My brother
Philadelphia.
Oh, my God. As a matter of fact, that's one of the things that we used to do when I first came on the show, is that, believe it or not, people, if you're listening, believe it or not, Jimmy Kimmel used to be on the Opie and Anthony show.
Thank you for
Used to be
mentioning
on
that.
the Opie and Anthony show every single week doing football picks before he was... Jimmy Kimmel.
That's right.
I'd stick things in Sarah Silverman. Before he was, famous, he used to come on this show, and he would do picks every single week.
We had a great relationship with the guy, and then NEW fired his really good friend, Gary Wall.
Right.
And then he called us live in the air and said, I can't work with you guys anymore because they fired my boy.
Out of a loyalty to his
Which I
friend,
respected
which is
at the
cool.
time. And then,
even though Wall was a tool.
and then he went on David Letterman last night, which is under the same corporate.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
The same corporate umbrella. And then I was like, wow, I respect this guy, but... Wouldn't he follow through and not do anything for Viacom?
Yeah, maybe he got Letterman to write Wall a check.
Is that an old one? He didn't go on Letterman Live last night.
Huh?
Letterman's not back, is he?
No, I'm talking, this is years ago. Years ago.
So what's up with football, man?
All right, my brother does the football picks, but I got to say sorry to Brother Elmo. You're out. But check out Brother Elmo on MySpace. You're really good at football?
I love it.
All right, we got football picks sponsored by Dish Network. Time to get more TV from your TV. Sign up for Dish Network today. Giants, Bears.
That's going to be a good game, but I'm going to go with the Giants. I got a feeling that Eli is really, I'm serious. I think that he is going to step up to the plate because he's terribly embarrassed. And I hate the Giants. I hate the Giants. I hate to say it.
Thank you.
What'd you say? Football? What?
The plate. Step up to the plate.
Step up to the plate. I thought you knew football.
That's metaphorically, man.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant
Christ almighty, I host a show on the Women's Network.
Yeah, why is he doing the football pick?
No, I'm going with the Giants, and believe me, if there's any points, take the Giants.
Eli sucks.
He does, but I got to.
And every week people are going, wow, it's Eli's week.
It's not even about Eli. It's about the defense. That's what's going to really make it happen.
You got
this
the
week.
Giants over the Bears.
I'm going to take the Giants over the Bears.
This is just a fun game to watch. The Jets and the Dolphins.
Oh God!
Wow, that's the battle of the bottom.
Wow, that's
battle of the who cares, right?
Exactly. That's like if I Don't Give a Damn had a child with Who Gives an F. that baby would be this game.
Well, the Dolphins Jets it paints an interesting playoff picture.
Yeah, they're fighting for a first round draft pick, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, of course it's the Jets. Yeah. Not a problem. The Jets just don't want to be the Dolphins' first victim. So,
all right.
They haven't won a game all year, the Dolphins?
No, they haven't.
No, not one. It's a fabulous streak.
Oh, how fun would this be if they went winless and the Patriots won every game and then the Cowboys still won the Super Bowl?
Hey.
Oh, God, I hate you so much. I hate the Cowboys. Oh, I'm a Philly fan, without a doubt.
All right, speaking of which, you got the Seahawks and the Eagles.
Oh, God.
Well, you're going to be...
I got to be a homer.
See, you're going to be personal on this one.
Yeah, you know I am, but the truth is they're going to lose. But I'm taking the Eagles.
Eagles. Okay.
I will bet the Eagles no matter what.
All right. Eagles.
Then again, I also bet on, the team that played the Harlem Globetrotters once, so maybe you shouldn't take my word for it.
What, the Senators?
The Generals.
I always wondered
the Generals.
That's in general,
yeah.
right?
How did Curly Neal... How did he get that string on the basketball to make it snap back?
I don't know. And the bucket of water is confetti.
Thank God, because I thought he was going to throw it all over Metalock Lemon and get him wet.
Should be the whole team's seed. They should just be in the locker room, getting the whole team's seed.
A bucket of seed.
And then just throw it into the audience.
And they think it's confetti, and all the housewives throw their arms up and open their mouths and go, oh! And they all have bleach breath.
Pudding for everybody. Falcons and Rams there, Chuck Nice.
I'm going with the Rams.
Huh? All right, Rams. Good.
Rams.
No reason to talk about that one. Lions and the Vikings.
Oh, now that's actually a good game.
Yep.
They're pretty evenly matched teams. And after the showing the Vikings had last week, you know what? I'm gonna go with the Vikings on this one. That's a tough game, but I think I would go with the Vikings. They're evenly matched teams.
All right. You got the Colts and Jaguars?
That's very easy.
Jaguars, man. They got set.
You think so?
No.
Okay.
All right, Colts. And you're being heard in Cleveland right now, so you got the Browns and the Cardinals. What do you got?
Oh, I'm going with the Browns all the way, without a problem. And that's not even because we're being heard in Cleveland. That's because they are actually going to win.
All right, and we want to thank Dish Network for sponsoring the football picks.
I want to thank Dish Network for all the quality programming they've brought me over the years.
Yes.
I am such a shameless shill.
You look at you. You haven't lost a thing.
Not at all.
Well, that's our out music there, Chuck Nice.
Hey, guys, thanks so much for having me on. It's so good to see you, man. Seriously.
Chuck is at Comics tonight, Friday, tomorrow, Saturday. It's on 14th and 9th. It's COMIX, not C. COMIX. Do you have a number for that?
No. Just go to COMIXNY.com.
Yes, comicsnewyork.com. Unless you're going to Ticketmaster.com in 5 minutes, because my New Year's Eve show in Long Island, it's my first show in Long Island solo since 2004. So I'm performing.
I will be there too, by the way.
Are you coming to my New Year's Eve show?
I am coming to your New Year's Eve show.
Good.
Absolutely.
It's an 8 o'clock show, so there's plenty of time to drink afterwards.
Nice. Oh, dude, I'm there. You don't have to sell me on it.
That's how I'm
with
selling
booze.
Anthony.
Hey, you could drink. It's New Year's Eve. Really, Jim?
North Fork Theater, formerly Westbury Music Fair, Ticketmaster.com, New Year's Eve.
I say you go to F.H. Riley's after the show there, Jimmy.
My agent actually mentioned that to me, but there's going to be a lot of people. It's like a 1,500-seat capacity, because I'm only doing half of it.
Right.
Wow. So, unless your brother has like room for a lot of vomiting.
Oh, no, we can't make it an official. Well, I mean, the word will get out.
Unofficial.
Either way, but maybe we'll head to FH in Huntington, my brother's joint.
Sounds cool.
Hey, Chuck, thank you.
Hey, guys, thank you.
It's great seeing you again. I always bumping into Chuck in the clubs and have a good time with him.
I love Chuck. Chuck always nice to me when we were off the air, so I love my friend Chuck. And thank you to Guy Ritchie for coming in.
Yeah.
And thank you to Than. And thank you to Eric for just doing what it is you do.
E-Rock.
E-Rock won't even crack a smile.
No, he won't.
E-Rock, come on, E-Rock, smile. Give us a smile.
Come on,
Dan's throwing stuff at him.
E-Rock, we're good.
Just torturous.
We're
bunch
good.
of
Relax.
creeps.
E-Rock, you have a good weekend. If you're not joining us over at XM, you have a good weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
Wow.
The Opie and Anthony virus. Get infected. The Opie and Anthony XM walkover begins now.
There it is. Start walking, assholes.
All right, Anthony.
Oh, God, I hate this stupid thing. You could always tell when it's going to be freezing cold because we'll be doing the broadcasted walkover.
Yeah, this is brilliant on our part. We had, 6, 7, 8 months to do this, and then we decided to bring the walkover back as it gets cold.
And it hasn't really been bad the past few days of walking over, not like really cold. But today, again, we're doing the stupid walkover. It's really cold. I'm fucking freezing.
Did Jimmy even realize that there was a walkover going on?
What did he do? He just bolted?
He's out.
Good man.
If I know Jimmy, though, I think he's obsessing about his tickets, and he's in front of a computer. So far, 100.
How many?
130, 140. He's just going to sit there.
How many have I sold?
How many have I sold? I'm a meaty-breasted nothing.
Still the hustle and bustle going on.
Yeah.
This city's amazing during this time of year.
What is he saying?
Huh? What is he doing? Oh, is that crazy guy?
9/11 guy? Oh, my God. Why do we have to deal with you today?
It's okay, Kenny.
What?
Let him talk.
How come they were still alive to jump out of the buildings if the fires were hot enough in that building to melt the steel?
What? They jumped out because it was hot.
If it was hot enough to melt the steel, how come they were still alive to be able to jump?
Dude, they jumped, and then the building fell hours later, or an hour or so later. So it was hot enough for them to jump. And then as the fire kept burning...
The official story said that it was thousands of degrees.
Yeah. Yeah, those people... Dude, those people that were on the thousands of degrees floors were dead instantly. The other people that were above it, as the fire kept burning, they got trapped and had to jump. That makes perfect sense.
Well, the official story said that the fires were very intense.
They were. That's what melted the steel or softened the steel enough to make the building fall.
Look, the way those buildings were built, they were built like a web. Steel is a good conductor.
Of what?
You need to heat up the whole. You need to heat up the whole structure before there's even any type of failure.
It was really proven by engineers that just enough heat to soften the metal was enough to make the floors buckle, and the support system for that building was such that the floors actually supported.
Is this why Stephen Jones, a physicist, found thermates when he was able to get a sample of the steel?
Are you saying that the building was demolished?
Hey, there's enough questions to warrant a new investigation, a new independent investigation.
What questions? Like, was it demolished? Do you think that it was a controlled detonation that brought the buildings down?
Of course.
So you say that for weeks in advance, people were planting explosives, and while people were working in the trade center.
There were many witness testimonies that said that they were on the weekends they would shut down the power of the whole building.
Yeah, but do you know what?
Look,
let me explain to you.
I know you say. I know you.
Do you know
said
what it takes?
Okay.
Do you know what it takes to wire a regular sized building for detonation? It takes months, and they have to strip the building. They have to drill holes in the concrete and plant explosives, wire them all the way back to a detonator. How is that going to be done in a building that is carrying on business?
As you might know, as you remember, that whole... I am answering the question.
All right.
The building was not filled to capacity.
It doesn't
Many people that came in on Monday found dust on their computers that they had to clean up, like there was construction going on.
Because there was probably construction going on. Like, I used to work in buildings like that. On a nightly basis, you'd go and change around air conditioning registers, and dust would fall on desks. It's a big difference, a little dust on the desk, and taking jackhammers, drilling holes in concrete and steel, and planting what would amount to thousands of pounds of explosives to bring down a building of that size.
How come the firefighter's testimony on the 9/11 Commission report was not even added to the 9/11 Commission report, stating that there were explosions going on?
There probably was. There was flammable equipment in there. There was mechanical units.
John Schroeder.
And other
you can
things
look it up on YouTube. John Schroeder.
That when concrete slabs are falling on top of.
Right now, saying that he covered it up.
Really? What? What did
saying
Giuliani cover up?
Hundreds of witness testimony saying there were explosives in the building.
Are you guys all together?
I don't think that there were.
We just give a shit, man.
Yeah.
Unlike you.
Oh, that's funny. You don't know the first thing about me, asshole.
Why are you defending the Popular Mechanics article?
I didn't say shit about this,
The Popular Mechanics article? I read that.
Don't fuck with me. Trust me. Don't fuck with me.
Why are you defending that article when it was written by a nephew of Homeland Security,
I asked
man?
you a question. Are you guys all together, or you got someone just walking by? You don't know what I think about 9/11.
I just want to hear what he says about the Popular Mechanics article.
The Popular Mechanics article was written by Benji Chertoff, who's the nephew of the head of Homeland Security, Michael Chertoff.
Uh-huh.
And they fired the entire staff of Popular Mechanics article months before they printed that.
But wouldn't it make sense that you would get a guy that kind of would be able to have access to some information like that?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Like that guy. You said he's the nephew of one of the gentlemen from Homeland Security. So wouldn't you think that somebody like that would have access to certain records and information that would give him a more accurate interpretation of what happened?
You're right. All his credentials say that he wrote high school football articles for his school paper. So I would understand why they would make him the senior fact checker.
Can I just ask you one easy question then?
What's that?
Isn't it easier to say that a few fanatics got on planes and destroyed our buildings instead of this vast conspiracy involving thousands of people and logistics that are nearly impossible?
Yeah, it's
so
really,
isn't it
really
easier
easy to say that? That's why that's what's used to.
No, it's not what's used. I'm not saying what's used. It's just what it was. Why can't it just be? Can you even accept for a second that maybe, I won't even say indefinite, that maybe that's all it was some fanatics that blew up some of our buildings based on their hatred of our way of life?
I did. I accepted it for a few years, man. But, after going into it and investigating things about it, it's clear
What
that
did you
there's things that are coming
investigate?
up.
How did you investigate?
There's
looking at
senators that were coming out
websites
saying that were part of the 9/11 Commission report saying there was a FARC. Bob Graham came out and said it was a FARC. These people have come out.
FARC. I love FARC.com.
Were the planes an illusion?
Yeah.
You know what? I want to believe the official story, but after reading parts of the 9/11 Commission report, not the whole.
I read the 9/11 Commission report. It made sense.
It didn't make
It made sense
Why
based
was
on
Building 7 not mentioned in the 9/11
Building
report?
7. The whole Building 7 thing is
when a
ridiculous,
building
sir.
Falls in, what was it? 7 seconds? 8 seconds? Free fall?
Oh, here it is, the gravity thing. I've read that too.
No, it's not a gravity thing. I'm saying when it falls in 8 seconds, it's not mentioned in the report. Like, it's kind of strange. Like,
It fell because it was damaged by another building falling into the front of it. It was on fire for a while.
Why not investigate that? Like,
why investigate? It's part of the whole picture. It fell down. There was 2 planes that fucking hit buildings. That's what happened. There wasn't this vast conspiracy.
Right, man. Well, everyone that thinks this is crazy and you win.
Well, okay. I'm glad you could.
There's another guy.
Yes, sir. Oh, okay. One more. Yeah.
Look, you guys obviously haven't done your research.
I've done. Wait.
Really
not obviously.
Good
I have done
you talk
a
about
lot of
good
research.
Books. The New Pearl Harbor by David Gray Rifford. I would challenge you, David Ray Griffin. I would challenge you to read that and then come back on your show and say what you disagree with in that book. He lays it out piece by piece. It's not it's not just websites. It's not just a lot of.
But then you can read another book, and it'll give you a different point of view. I will not accept one of your little flyers. Have fun with that.
Check out 9/11.
Believe me, I've looked at both sides very thoroughly, and the one that makes the most sense is the easiest thing.
You can't stand here and say what you're saying if that's true. You're being a gatekeeper.
You don't think that there were fanatic Muslims that hate our way of life that tried to bring down the Trade Center back in '93? So why don't you think that this is possible, that they succeeded and
possible that they beat $1 trillion defense system?
Yes, they did.
Some guys in a cave.
We were delusional thinking we were safe is what happened.
That's the crazy conspiracy theory,
it just doesn't make you feel safe knowing that with all we have in place, they got us.
19 hijackers from Saudi Arabia attacked us, able to score 4 hits in the most defended airspace in the world.
Yes.
So we invaded Iraq and Afghanistan.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Wow.
An honest question, not even to attack you. But if they were going to go through all that trouble, why not just go through the parking garages and do it the way they tried to do it in '93? I mean, honestly,
was an inside job as well.
Hold on. You keep jumping up, but you're reacting emotionally. I'm asking you, if you're going to go through all of this trouble and you want to bring the buildings down, why not just go through the parking garages where you have so few people to neutralize and so few... Hold on. Think about it logically. You're talking about security and faking voices or doing all this shit to hide passengers. Why not just put explosives in the garage and knock the buildings down that way?
We're not claiming to know all the answers. I mean, that's why we need.
But I'm not even saying you should know that. But I'm saying that's when you're looking at the government, the same bungling government that, like, you know, if they were trying to do this to invade Afghanistan or Iraq, Jesus, couldn't they have come up with a better reason than leaving Colin Powell hanging with that awful uranium thing? I mean, look at how fast that story fell apart. If they were brilliant enough to pull off 9/11.
Yeah, they're too incompetent to pull off 9/11.
Could they leave Colin Powell hanging with that shitty, awful... I mean, it was an embarrassment for the U.S. government.
Look, invading Iraq wasn't the only reason that this was probably done.
We could have done that, by the way, without 9/11, because they had been fucking with the sanctions for years. So any time we wanted, we could have invaded Iraq.
Exactly. It's a whole strategy of destabilizing the Middle East and
we didn't need to blow the buildings
state
up
here, chipping away at our civil liberties in the United States. It's not just about one thing. The towers themselves were not profitable anymore. They were white elephants.
Well, that's another.
But dude, when governments do things like this, it's a whole.
But there's
a whole range.
You're
of
giving them a lot more credit than they're due. You're giving the United States government officials a lot more credit than they're due for pulling something off like this, my friend. A lot more.
The basic question of why, I mean, it's a really simple question, but you got to think about it. It's like the intricacies you'd have to do to pull this off as brilliantly as they did when they could have went through the parking garages.
Have you heard of Operation Northwoods?
No, I don't. Any of that stuff. I mean, I've heard there's a million little operations. They were going to shoot a plane down over Cuba.
Yeah,
I've heard all that. Yes,
and that was signed by the Joint Chiefs. So I mean,
maybe it was, but that wasn't a passenger airline being filmed. That was supposed to be done between the Cuba and Florida.
Yeah.
It's different. I'm not talking about.
I know, but I mean,
that's a bad example.
Yeah, they bring that up. They bring up the Gulf of Tonkin. There's plenty of examples.
Stick with this basic question of why not go if they're going to plant things. Why would you plant things on the 90th floor, the 78th floor? Why wouldn't you just go into the? I mean, I keep saying the same thing, but if I'm thinking of this, and I'm not they would have thought of it. Why would you go through having to fake with voice recorders people leaving messages who said they were Islamic terrorists on the plane? There were people who said that to their loved ones. Why would you? All of the things that could go wrong, all of the people that would have to be involved, when you could get X amount of people into a parking garage and cover that up. I mean, you could literally do that with 20 people.
Now you're dealing with passengers on planes, family members. It's a vast conspiracy that covers thousands of people.
They wanted to create a spectacle, something that was huge, that would be broadcast on TV.
Those buildings,
a catalyzing event, a real-time, horror show.
Okay.
Something that could galvanize the people.
You're right. The terrorists absolutely wanted to show that. A huge event that was a spectacle.
Yeah, and I just want to find out who the terrorists are.
But dude, hold on, let me. I don't want to interrupt
extremists.
You,
but if
that was true,
because the news media came on that day and said, "Oh, here's your."
Because we are hated by these people. We are hated by these people because of our way of life. They have tried in the past.
So that's your proof?
Succeeded
that's your evidence?
They have succeeded in the past at blowing up military installations, military equipment, and civilian equipment, and terrorized other nations around the world. It was our turn. They had planned this. We fucked up as a nation who should have seen it coming, and they got us. They got us. There's no government conspiracy
Andy, I
here.
would challenge you, sir, to read some of these books that are out there.
I have read a book, not the one you mentioned, but I have done a lot of research
on Pearl Harbor, the ones that lay it out step by step, because you obviously haven't done the research.
No, I have. Don't just pawn me, sir. Don't pawn me off as being ignorant because I didn't read the books you're suggesting.
Why are you ridiculing people that are trying to do something?
Did I ridicule you? We're giving you a forum. We're giving you a forum.
Coy Bro on your show. You said he had mommy complex.
Yes, I said that. Yes,
that kid was an ass.
Mommy complex.
Yes, I did say that.
Shame on you guys.
He's changed his opinion and facts. He's looked at pictures and changed them. He's changed the pictures. It said, "Oh, this has no plane equipment in it," and then when people have shown plane equipment, he changed his story.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the Pentagon. Pictures that show equipment that came from an airplane, where he says no plane crash, and then the picture shows airplane equipment, and then he changes his story.
Pieces and engines in there and stuff. Whatever.
But I've asked you basic questions.
Whatever.
Dude, I've asked you basic questions.
Why do you guys ridicule?
I've asked you basic questions about why would they do it that way, and you can't answer it.
Subject. You laugh about it, you joke about it, you ridicule it.
Dude, we're giving you a forum, and I'm asking you a very serious basic question. Listen to yourself. You're being the angry young man. This is what you're doing. You're being the angry young man. No one's yelling at you. I'm asking you real questions. A gatekeeper? Dude, that's childlike rhetoric. I'm asking you real questions.
You're not taking this seriously.
Oh, see,
you're
stop.
Not doing the research.
Stop with the angry young man routine. That's the rebellion against mommy that I'm talking about.
I didn't read the book you suggested.
That's the rebellion against mommy that I'm talking about.
Take your damn sunglasses
off. Look, you're right in your little bearded angry face. Oh, don't be such an angry young man. You're losing the argument, son. Son, you're losing the argument, and you don't like it.
I should be ashamed of myself, but not for this.
For what?
You guys got the microphones and everything.
So do you. So do you, sweetie. No one's yelling at you.
You've been able to say whatever you've wanted. We've given you probably more time than a lot of people give you.
Look at the angry young man routine.
But I would just challenge you to do some more research.
You're no more concerned than we are. You're no more devastated than we are. You're no more affected than we are. And you're no more informed. But you're coming off like this angry young man.
I'm no more informed?
Yes.
How do you know how informed I am?
Exactly.
I can see by your face.
How do you know how informed I am?
I can see by your face that when I ask you a basic question, like why wouldn't they go through the garage? And again, I know you don't have the answer for that, but but I see your angry young man face, and you're just trying to prove your point from an emotional point of view instead of logically looking at it. You think I didn't look at that stuff? Of course it bothered me. Why wouldn't the U.S. government release that extra Pentagon footage? Because they do a lot of shady shit. That was a terrible move. I'm not saying that there's been no questions, but like, what if the buildings were hot enough to live why were they still? Why were they jumping if the buildings were too hot? Is a question you can ask in theory, but I can't ask you a question. Why wouldn't they go through the fucking garages? And you want to talk about it? Hold on. You want to talk about a spectacle? How about 2 buildings falling with 25,000 people in each? That's a bigger spectacle. Okay, they would have killed a lot more people had they gone through the garage and collapsed the buildings onto other buildings. That would have been a bigger spectacle to kind of counter what you said about an answer as to why did they go to the garage.
Or if they'd have set off the detonations when people were in there at noon or such and done it that way, they could have killed a hell of a lot more people.
I mean, to answer your question, there was an explosion in the basement before the first plane hit. This was reported by a man that was working in the building for 20 years. He thought a transformer exploded. People coming out of the basement with skin hanging off their fingertips.
I can only tell you that that's the first time I've heard that. I'm not saying you're lying.
It's in Loose Change.
Wherever it is.
Loose Change is a very slanted piece, dude. It's very slanted. It's very biased.
It's not just, I mean, look, it is everywhere.
Very biased.
There's also a film I gave you on the DVD right there, Mr. Norton, Terror Storm. It goes into the whole history of government-sponsored terrorism.
See, and I'm not even saying that governments don't
admit it. You can find this on the CIA.gov website.
See, what I listen to when I hear like a guy like when I hear you talking, I'm listening to where you're coming from. It's like you're legitimate. Like you're almost saying that like that it's an impossibility that terrorists would hit the U.S. or that it could happen that way. Like you're all legitimizing their rage and like their anger and saying, well, they have reasons to be like instead of just realizing that maybe we are considered an enemy and they did catch us with their pants down.
Do you
Why
think
is
the
that so hard
USS
to
Cole
swallow?
was an inside job?
Yeah, or how about Tanzania and Kenya?
The embassies?
Well, the thing is, the U.S. funded Al-Qaeda. We trained Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, we know that.
Yes, and we also we funded Bin Laden, of course, when they were trying to kick the Russians out of Afghanistan. Yes, we did.
They were an enemy of our enemy at the time.
And we funded Saddam. We were friends with Saddam because he hated
them
Iran.
Against Iran.
Yes. We are guilty, like everyone else in the world, of being selective which sides we choose at times. Every country does that. I'm not saying it's right.
We're not
yes, we have done
whitewashing
that.
the American government here. Believe me, they've really done some awful things.
Whenever we need to invade a country, here's a thing that happens.
Dude, the Russians
so conveniently.
The Russians fought us in Vietnam. We fought the Russians in Afghanistan. Well, of course. We have selective friends. I'm not saying we don't. No one's denying that. But that doesn't explain how they pulled off this. If this was an explosion that brought down a building, I might say. But
it's also been reported in mainstream media that the supposed terrorists were trained in spy schools in America.
Okay, but reported where, dude? I don't know anything about that.
They went to aviation school here because we were stupid and didn't do background checks on people.
Okay, so
the FBI actually was on to these guys, but they didn't have the communication set up between the CIA and the FBI. They slipped through the cracks. We fucked up as a nation. Our security wasn't as good as we all hoped and thought it was going to be. We thought that if a plane flew over the White House, that missiles would shoot out of the White House and shoot it down. And then we found out, much to our chagrin, that just wasn't the case. We were vulnerable.
Thing is, if we didn't have a foreknowledge of even having a thought of planes hitting buildings, how come when Bush was in the G8 summit in Canada, Geneva, they had surface-to-air missiles, and they shut down the airports.
They've been putting Patriot missiles
a year before 9/11,
everywhere where there are a lot of government officials, like at those meetings. Yeah, they put Patriots around to protect the fucking people from.
But they shut down the airport. That's never been done.
And planes being hit into buildings it's not a new concept. I think when the Trade Center was built, they built it to withstand a 707. So
right.
I mean, of course, that's always been a concept.
Which is not much bigger as a 760. Yeah.
Yeah, look,
it's not much bigger. I mean, even oh goodness, I've got the engineer's
name. Hold on, I'm looking at him like, why are you looking like we're having I just look at you, you're like, you want to come off with this angry thing, but we're coming at you logically. No one is screaming at you or shouting you down. So I'm curious as to why you're coming from where you're coming from. We're giving you a pretty fair forum, I think, in discussing this with you.
Well.
Not to be disrespectful, but I'm asking. I'm curious.
Okay, well, I'm frustrated because you guys haven't done research. You're parroting the mainstream media and the official story, and I'm just trying to figure out how to get in and make some sense to you guys, because
it didn't bother you when I asked you about that. Why didn't they go in the garage? No, we're not parroting anything, dude. You're not the only one that has watched the news or that has read things online or that has investigated. You're not the only one that cares about this. You're not the only one that's... What do you think? Like, you're this brilliant guy who sees it and we're all these sheep? It's silly. That's pompous. It is not realistic. It's not realistic to think that you're this enlightened genius and we're all just dummies who bought what Uncle Sam told us.
Sometimes
we care as much about it as you do.
The simplest explanation is just what happened. Sometimes.
But why are you assuming... This is what happened?
Because the alternative.
Told you?
No, because the alternative, the one you're giving me, the alternative that you're giving me is so fantastic and so impossible to pull off that it's not to be considered.
No,
I've done the research.
When you look at history,
dude, what happened to the people on the planes? Like they were calling their families. What
it makes a lot more sense.
What is that? People calling their families, saying that there was a terrorist had taken over the plane with, how do you explain that? I mean, that's a very basic question I'm asking, which is something the government could have avoided completely by just going through the garage. But when people are calling their families and they're saying, we're on this plane, it's been taken over, how do you explain that?
Isn't there a 0.008 chance of a success rate of a call at that altitude? Didn't they do the research on that?
You can't make calls at that altitude.
They were coming down. They weren't at 30,000 feet.
They were very low, my friend.
They weren't at 30,000 feet. They were 15 minutes into the flight.
Very low.
And when they were coming down, especially for the second flight, they weren't 30,000 feet in the air when that happened.
Tops of the buildings.
You're acting like they were flying over Mount Everest. They weren't.
You can't make
that statistic that you're asking. Okay, that's a clever thing that you want to talk about parroting something. Why are you not calling her out for parroting 0.008 chance of a statistic when I'm asking a very basic question, which is, I've seen family members interviewed that said, my husband called or my son called. What is your explanation that these people who had their son or their husband or their wife calling from the plane? You're throwing out a statistic. What is your explanation for how that
recorded message on a home telephone?
You don't think there's any chance whatsoever that those might have been faked? Any chance whatsoever?
Faked phone calls from family. You're talking X-Files now, though.
We're talking about... I'm trying to look at you...
That's a little intricate.
You wonder why people don't take you seriously. The phone calls were all faked. So instead of going through the garages and fucking with a few video cameras, the government faked phone calls, and yet they couldn't make Colin Powell look good. But by getting that shit, we saw a trailer with uranium in it, and it wasn't. And the whole theory fell apart, and the U.S. government had to change why they were in Iraq and looked like assholes. So they couldn't figure that out, but they could fake phone calls and plant bombs in the Trade Center with no one seeing. You're giving the Keystone cops a tremendous amount of credit.
Yeah.
Well, look, we're not saying that, we're not trying to make accusations here. We're just saying there are questions that are being asked that are not being answered, and they need to be answered.
Fair enough, and she's doing that right now. I'm asking a question I would like answered. Do you honestly, as an intelligent person, believe that the government was brilliant enough to pull off faking phone calls with loved ones in answering machine message form?
All I'm trying to say is it would be a lot easier and a lot more convenient for me to take the assumption that I have faith in my countrymen.
No, I'm not asking that.
There are a lot of discrepancies. All I'm asking for is a new investigation.
Well, what I'm asking you is, that's again, talk about parroting. You're correct. There's a good word to use, parroting, because that's also parroting. You're doing exactly what he's accused everybody else of doing. You're parroting. Now, I'm asking you, forget the rhetoric. Do you really think, as a rational person, that they faked relationships and phone calls and that the family members bought it? Like your father or somebody could be faked. He happens to be flying that day, and the government's going to call you as the plane is going. Does that make any sense?
I'm not taking one stand or another. I'm just not going to mindlessly absorb what I'm told.
But you just did, in the fact that you're saying that it could have been faked, you're absorbing somebody's idea of something that's preposterous.
And I'm saying, as a thinking person, does that make sense to you? No one likes the official version. We don't like to think that we really lost 3,000 people.
Got caught with our pants down.
No one likes to think
that version sucks.
That.
Believe me, that version stinks. I would love a different version. Unfortunately, I really believe that's kind of the version.
So I'm asking you, and you're saying, well, those phone calls, instead of saying, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, that would be a very difficult thing to pull off.
I can't say that it does make sense because it doesn't make sense to me.
So faked phone calls to relatives?
I don't know what the answer is, but it doesn't make sense.
Well, don't you know what the answer isn't? That it's kind of hard to pull off fake phone call.
You
can't
kind
just
of
gloss
throw
over
that one out the window as being not feasible or.
Look, I mean, I'm not saying that the planes were faked on the plane. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it's not, but I'm not saying it's impossible not to fake phone calls. We obviously do have the technology to do such a thing. I mean, but
where do you get that information?
But dude, wouldn't it just be easier to block the signal? Like, for instance, if we have the technology, which we maybe do, to fake these voices and interpersonal relationships, to convince wives and husbands that they've spoken to their loved one in a dying moment, don't we have the technology just to block the signal so you don't have to worry about that? I mean, why would they, I mean, again, if we're discussing this, why would they take 40 steps when they could take 1 or possibly 2?
Yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is they're trying to make a big event.
But dude, stick with me. I'm going with what you're saying.
Okay.
But just try to work with me. And you're telling me I'm not thinking things out. I am trying to think things out. And there are certain things that, as a thinking person, don't make sense to me. Why wouldn't they just block cell and all plane signals with that technology? Why, if going by that, if they possibly had that technology, why not just block the signal and save yourself a tremendous amount of explaining and possible error?
Thank God they didn't block the signal, because then people couldn't call Ticketmaster and get their tickets for New Year's Eve. Jimmy Norton at the North Fork
we
Theater.
all know that probably sold out already. But you understand what I'm saying? Like, why put all of those things to chance?
Maybe to really convince the fact that it was Islamic terrorists. Maybe to bring that point home. If you get rid of the speculation, okay, well, you know, they called and it's obviously Islamic terrorists.
And you don't think the Islamic terrorists would be so extreme and so hateful that they would do something like this? Sir?
There is Islamic extremists. There is terrorists that hate this country. But the thing is, I want to believe the official story, but there's so many things just wrong with it. They just don't.
But your version, there's even more wrong with it.
There's no such thing as my version. There's a lot of things.
Or whatever. Let's say the opposition to the official story. It's so out there and complicated and impossible to pull off that to stick to that story is silly.
But alternative research, you're being given. Hold on. I'm sorry. Alternative research. Everything you guys are saying, we're trying to somehow rationally, like her thing with the phone call, or okay, let's walk through that a little bit. And all you guys are doing, go, well, we don't know. It's almost like you throw out a theory, and then when somebody like slowly says, okay, well, let's talk about that, when it's kind of proved to be ridiculous, you go, oh, all right, well, we're not saying that that's the case. We just don't know what the case is.
I don't think you have proved it to be ridiculous. And
you didn't think my example? Hold on, you didn't think my example about the phone thing was pretty good? See, this is what the problem with you guys is. You never concede a point. You don't think the point I made to her about calling your relatives and faking a voice and an interpersonal relationship is a lot more complicated than blocking a signal? You don't think that's kind of a good point? Come on. Are you really going to tell me that? You're supposed to be a thinking man?
Here's what's going on. You guys are getting real nitpicky about little details and trying to call us out on this and that, when there's a bigger picture here, and maybe there's something we can agree on. There's been a serious lack of media integrity.
Nitpicky?
I'm
talking about your
media integrity surrounding 9/11.
You see what I'm saying? This is what I meant about the child.
I'll say that there's a serious lack of media integrity. Period.
Okay, period.
Okay, and especially concerning 9/11. I mean, they went on the next day touting the government's official story.
There was no real investigation. There was a lot of reports that came out prematurely. I watched that day, just like everyone else did. They were talking about how more planes were in the air, how this is going here, other buildings were blowing up. That they all turned out to be false because the media likes to jump the gun to get the scoop
on top of the White House.
To get the scoop on everything.
There were white planes on top of the White House.
Well, you know something?
Never been mentioned. But you can see that there's a clip on YouTube about it that was reported on CNN a little while ago, and they have a video of a white plane that they say was a B-52 bomber, but one of those doomsday planes that was on top of the White House. And there's no mention of that in the 9/11 official story either. And I don't even know what to think about that.
I don't know what to think about that either.
That just blows my mind.
Who knows?
A white plane on top of the White House.
Was it a plane that was at altitude that was getting ready to be brought in?
No, it was really low. It was just right on top of the White House. Well, look, you can see that clip on YouTube. 9/11 white
I don't think obviously I don't think we're privy to every security measure that the government brought out after that happened.
And
so perhaps it was some type of defense that they put up. I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea.
All I'm saying is
there should be another investigation because there's so many just unanswered questions. There's so many things that are just
are there?
So
but he accused us of being nitpicky, and this you're looking at it's a bigger picture. No, not with every issue you're talking about. A bigger picture, a higher morality is not what we're discussing. We're talking about specific things, and I'm listening to what you guys are saying, and you're saying I'm being nitpicky. That was a very valid question. You're accusing the government of mimicking voices convincingly enough to convince relatives that they've spoken to a loved one in a moment of death. Okay. And I'm saying, wouldn't it be easier to do this? And you're saying I'm being nitpicky and that you've somehow investigated further. It seems to me like you don't like to concede a point, or you don't like to be shown that possibly the way you're arguing is not accurate. You don't seem to like that. You're so desperate to hold on to this thing.
I think the big point here is that we need a new investigation. You guys could use your celebrity to call for a new investigation and to do some serious research into this subject.
I've already talked to you. You've convinced me of nothing.
You guys are cowards. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be so silly.
Well,
you're being a little boy.
You're cowards.
You're being a little boy.
Because you don't want to look into this.
Did mommy and daddy not listen to you enough, son?
You're afraid for your jobs if you start talking about 9/11.
Little boy.
Dude, we're afraid for our jobs, but it ain't 9/11. Believe me.
That's not the truth. Now, and I think you know that. I'm looking. You really think that we're afraid? I am the one, you silly little boy who doesn't know, who screamed, "Let's get 9/11 people on here."
Boy?
Because you're being a little boy. You called me a coward. I'll call you a little boy. Shh, take it, little bearded angry man. I get it. You're angry, man. I get it. The government's bad. I know I'm a piece of shit. I know. Shh. Oh, is he angry? No, be angry, son. Come here, son. Be angry, little boy. Whoa! The angry young man walked away. Do you see? Afraid for our jobs. I am the one that said, when we brought 9/11 people on at first, there was something about the Pentagon video I didn't like. I started talking about it on XM and said, let's get people and talk about it.
Right.
So that's just uninformed. And he's walking away, and I hope you have this on film, because he was getting his ass handed to him in an argument. No one is screaming him down. He's used to yelling and shouting and being dragged out of things and having people go, and no one's going to yell at him.
No.
I'm going to go every point he has and talk about it.
I mean, look, all 9/11 truthers are trying to do...
State your name for the record.
My name is Luis Baez. All right. Yep.
I've been curious.
Actually, I have been listening to the Opie Anthony show since junior high school. So.
But Luis, do you not see the horse shit of the angry young man walking away? I mean, come on, man. You're a coward, like he's this bastion of freedom and bravery. No one's afraid of the government coming down on us for talking about 9/11.
The government isn't going to cancel our show for talking about 9/11.
What is he talking about? Me. That's that childlike thing that I'm talking about.
Look, just don't mention Condi.
And if we were cowards, we would have just not acknowledged you guys. We would have kept walking. We stopped.
Fucking,
Kenny got in between you and us, and I said, no, let's
Kenny, let him talk.
Let's see what this is all about.
I love the dialogue because, and I'm not to put you down or anything, but I love having just an intelligent dialogue between people that have your point of view and the what you call official government stance on it, because you really give yourselves enough rope to hang yourselves with. We don't have to do much for your story to come off looking silly and looking ridiculous when you just talk. All you guys have to do is talk, and it doesn't sound good.
Really silly.
Yeah.
So I don't think I've said.
Maybe you didn't. Well, maybe you didn't say anything silly, but you don't think him walking away dramatically, you cowards, doesn't that come off as kind of phony, dude? Like, we're here talking to the guy. We're giving him a microphone to talk into. Do you not see the horse shit in that?
You know, I don't want to speak for that guy.
I'm talking about you as a man. Don't you see the horse shit? Believe me, if Anthony walked away angrily and called you guys, but he didn't. He's standing here, and we're putting you on the radio.
That is true, but you know, I think what we got to get back to is the main point. Is even if you don't agree that, all right,
are we going to agree to disagree?
We can say we agree to disagree. I think the thing is we should really have another investigation and look at some of the things that still don't make sense or are still kind of crazy, and take a look at them again. Spend some more money on this, because we only spent how many million? $3
million.
$3 million. We spent more money on Clinton getting a blowjob in the West Wing.
That was important.
On this.
Okay,
that doesn't make sense, because a lot of people died, a lot of people are still sick, and I personally don't believe that we know the real cause of what happened.
Please tell me where he's going. Where is the angry young man going? Where is the angry young man going?
I don't know.
Is he going to pump his fist somewhere? Government's bad.
Do you agree with that, though, that we should have another investigation?
No, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you, dude. I mean, look, I don't think we need investigation. If you want to go into security lapses and stuff like that, investigation as to how it happened. Absolutely, sure. They've done a lot of that. Like the FBI and the CIA weren't talking to each other.
Better communication.
Tremendous problem in the U.S. government.
My question is, we go with your officials, what you believe. Yes, there was a humongous failure within our defense.
Tremendous, yes.
Tremendous. Why hasn't anyone been fired? Why hasn't? How come the people that are in charge of our security have not been reprimanded or anything?
I don't know about
but
that.
have gotten bigger budgets.
I honestly don't know about that. I would assume they have been.
I mean, that's another
I don't know.
question.
I don't know names or people that have these jobs, but I know a lot more money has gone to these security agencies, and thank God it has. I'm going
to use the term that you guys used when you guys got fired. You guys screwed up, meaning you guys got better positions when you guys got fired.
Right.
These people, when they messed up, they screwed up. They got more money.
I think that they've been pretty raked over the coals by the public, and I think it's a colossal embarrassment that
True, but they still got more
were that
money.
weak.
Well, the agencies got more money. Good.
Donald Rumsfeld got more money as well.
Rumsfeld's out.
He's out.
Because
he's making more money than he was before.
He mishandled the war. I mean, he did not do a great job, and he's out.
Oh.
What are you talking about? He hasn't done a great job.
He's done. If he's making more money, it's in the private sector.
I'm not saying he's done a great job, but he's gotten rewarded for not doing a great job.
It's in the private sector now. People want to see him. He's a celebrity.
So what are you going to do? About the guy not acknowledging points. Like I asked, again, a point about Colin Powell embarrassing himself in the United Nations about the African uranium. And that was a tremendous blunder that was very easily pointed out to be horseshit. And and the United States looked ridiculous. I mean, and I asked him about that realistically, like why all this brilliant planning and stuff, and then that.
What's easier to do? Plant explosives in the World Trade Center or plant weapons of mass destruction in Iraq?
Why wouldn't we have done
turn them up
that?
and go, aha, look what we found.
I
think it's easier
let's not
if we got this great intelligent government that could pull the wool over everyone's eyes.
Let's not forget that Ronald Reagan did sell Saddam Hussein.
Absolutely.
Of course, because we were at war through them with Iran.
And by the way, we sold the Shah of Iran about 80 warplanes before the Ayatollah Khomeini took over. So when the Ayatollah took over, they had 80 of our warplanes. Thank God they couldn't operate them.
We love selling weapons.
Believe me, we've given weapons to some fucking dumb people. We're idiots. We like to sell weapons.
We've had to shoot down our own shit.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Look, I'd love to continue this and stuff, we're freezing, and we got to get back to the studio.
We would like to thank you for giving us the time.
Yes. No problem. Thank Angry Young Man for us.
I got a question. What was George Steinbrenner thinking when he brought Roger Clemens back to the Yankees?
That's a good question.
Answer?
What do you think, sir? Got no answer.
That's not what I'm here for, guys. I'm sorry.
You got
He's wearing a Yankees hat. I had to ask. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir.
Check out the book Omissions and Distortions and Synthetic Terror by Webster Tarpley. It'll be great.
Infowars.com. WeAreChange.org. Check us out.
And as I said, I would tell people to go there because when you go to these sites, you do kind of see that it's
always fact check. You can always fact check. And
the facts change as the situation and evidence changes.
Read the book, though. Synthetic Terror 9/11.
Like I said, you guys usually give yourself enough rope.
Do you see that he's sulking over there? And what happened was he walked away, and nobody cared that he walked away. And he's sulking. What is he? What type of a guy arguing is that?
Jimmy. It ain't about him, Jimmy.
No, I know that, but he's kind of like that.
Jimmy, that's not what we're here, Jimmy.
No, I know, but I'm saying that's kind of what's wrong with a lot of the guys that argue that point. It's that man.
I'm cold. Why isn't there a government conspiracy that makes it warm in December?
Global warming.
Or November, or whatever the fuck it is.
Sign.
All right.
Well.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Man. Stay warm.
Thanks, guys.
Jeez.
Thank you, sir.
Oh my God!
All right.
I can't believe I forgot the walkover.
Hell of a day for a walkover.
Take a break. Let's
No. We'll keep walking a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk to the angry young man, or are you done with him?
Already.
All right.
He's so angry.
Take care, man. Thanks for fighting the good fight, brave boy. Thank you. Thank you for not buying into what the rest of the dummies do.
You know what, Anthony?
Oh, he's walking away with a sign. Please film him walking away with a sign.
I'm on the air, sir.
Wait, this guy's so mad.
Oh, he is so angry.
No, this guy's so mad right here to your right.
Which one?
You just heard the whole thing?
Eyewitness. I just drove here from downtown because of these fucking morons. I saw the whole thing happen. Walking right next door. It's bullshit.
Jimmy, you got him so... he is so angry.
The little boy is walking away.
Let's talk to this guy. Boy. When you called him little bearded boy.
Don't call me a coward, you jizz bucket. We're putting you on the radio,
I
you
know,
silly
he
little...
called you.
Let's talk to this guy. He got so pissed he came from downtown.
Well, what happened was, the planes flew. I was working right there. I was outside drinking a cup of coffee. Saw the whole thing happen.
You saw the workers come out that just planted the
Everybody.
explosives?
Yeah.
Dummies.
Planes hit the building. I'm watching the people trying to run from the fire, jumping out of the buildings. I wanted to talk to these guys, though.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? The one guy just walked away. It was fun to watch him sulk away.
Oh, dude. You know why? You got him.
I knew that, and I knew
Whenever
that.
you get one of these guys, they fucking fold.
Like the other two guys, at least, were still trying to make their point, but they weren't being
And they
total...
were distancing themselves from the guy.
Of course
hey,
they were.
we don't know about that
it's
guy.
Like, get away from me with that fucking angry little boy shit, man.
Ugh.
That's that rebellion against mommy and daddy I'm talking about.
Yep.
It's not about the point of view. It's about that fucking that anger. And then when you point out, well, what about this? Well, you know, man, you're a coward.
You're
Shut your mouth,
nitpicking.
little
It's
bitch.
a bigger picture. Well, the bigger picture is all the details.
Yeah.
So you bring up detail one by one, and they never have a fucking answer for him.
Of course they don't. And he walks away with his sign and thinks, hey, brave warrior, we'll put you on the radio.
Brave warrior.
Hey, reads everything. You got a radio opportunity in 2 countries.
Little bearded man.
Little bearded boy. Don't try to...
bearded boy
not
was
the only
great.
one who cares, little boy.
We should talk about who the real cowards are. Those guys would never bring that shit to the NYPD or anybody that's lost a loved one.
Go
that
down
day.
to the fucking firehouse
or that guy. That guy is livid, wanting to confront him personally. He came in his van just to confront those guys because he saw the whole fucking thing go down. He saw the actual planes hit the buildings. And, you know, you want to talk about cowards. Why don't they take their cause downtown and talk to some of the eyewitnesses?
Holy shit, it's Eastside Dave.
You know...
How you doing, Dave?
We got to go inside.
Yeah.
All right, we got to go inside.
We must be late.
I forgot the walkover.
Yeah, I know.
I'm such a coward. I was scared.
I think we're going to have to agree to disagree on that one.
I think that's true.
That guy's so brave.
Oh, you got him so angry, Jimmy.
You know how many hours I spent at the cellar arguing? Beat it. I can tell you a story walking. Stupid.
With that, we'll see you guys upstairs.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
We're all going to have the flu by Monday.
I know, my hands are chilly.
Oh, my Tootsies are cold. It's Opie and Anthony, and of course Jim Norton, whose tickets went on sale about an hour ago at this point.
Yes.
For the North Fork Theater out there in Long Island for his New Year's Eve show.
It's the old Westbury Music Fair. I'm doing it New Year's Eve. It's an 8 o'clock show, and I'm so happy that my pal Anthony will be there.
I will. Yes, I am going for New Year's Eve.
I might go away. That's the only reason I haven't committed.
Oh,
That's
no,
all.
I know if you're in town, you come in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I'm going away, but I always come back to my native New York for New Year's Eve, and I was thinking, like, what are we going to do for New Year's Eve? What the hell are we going to do? Jimmy Norton's playing. Well, I'm there.
And it's not the HBO hour, just so people know. You're not seeing the same material you saw.
No, it's a whole different hour.
And I'll be blowing everyone on the way out.
Nice. That's why I'm going.
You know what I'm pissed off about, speaking of Jim Norton and what just went on the streets of New York? Pretty exciting stuff. When they start saying, you got to read this book, you got to read this, I'm like, well, you got to read Happy Endings. It explains it all.
Yes.
It explains it all.
Have you read Happy Endings?
Right.
There were two
Let's throw that into the mix.
There was 2 guys, there was 3 guys there, and the girl. And, the girl, she was young, and she was just trying to mean
videotaping something for the
with
cause.
this really angry look on her face.
For the cause,
we should fill in the visuals now. There was a little girl there the whole time. She couldn't have been more than 5'1". She held the camera right at Anthony at first before Jimmy came back on the scene, and she had this really angry look on her face. Just really
so
mad.
angry?
But it's almost like you're arguing with the wrong people. See, we're not people that wear suits to work every day. We're not 3 fucking corporate guys. It's like, what are you doing? You stop acting like you're brave, motherfucker. You're not.
Yeah,
we're brave.
Arguing with you. We put you on you guys actually at that moment. Put you on the radio.
We were brave to let them have their voice heard, man.
It's just one of those things where, they came. I heard a commotion behind us, so I'm walking and I'm thinking, what the fuck is this going on? And I look and it's like, oh, it's the 9/11 guys. And then Kenny stepped in. And I was like, no, let him come on. I want to hear him talk because, like I said before, the best thing you can do is let these people talk because they will just
hang themselves, especially if you can sit and discuss with them. The worst thing to really do is just sit there and call them douchebags and assholes and that, because they love that. They love being yelled at with nothing factual being thrown at them, because then they could go, yeah, see, he's too afraid to talk, or this, that, or the other thing. But when you confront them and discuss the whole situation, they fall apart.
Well, he said, this is what the beauty of the guy with the beard, who I just loved, because he was everything that I knew he was. I could look at him for 30 seconds and know what he was.
Sized him up.
And it was funny because the girl raises a point, which has been raised by them before, about voice masking. And I ask a very valid question about faking an interpersonal relationship with a loved one and convincing them. And I've seen these people interviewed, and you know what? I believe them. I believe the mother and father I heard interviewed who said they were talking to their son as that building hit, that plane hit that second building, and they said that their son was like going, oh my God. And I believe those parents. So for me to believe those parents, that means that the voice has to be masked. The relationship has to be faked. And so I said, all right, well, if they could do that, why not just block the fucking signal so you don't have to worry about that?
Yeah.
You're nitpicking. I'm taking what you just said and going a step further with it, and I'm allowing you time to talk about it. That's why when I got a nasty email or whatever, which is fine, from one of the 9/11 guys after I was calling them children, that's why. It's not that you don't agree with me, it's that you have this childlike way of arguing. It was like, I'm asking you fucking valid questions that I've asked myself. Why are you not asking that question? You think we don't do research? Hey, motherfucker, why not just put 2 big trucks in the basement and knock both buildings down into downtown New York?
Yeah.
You would have killed 50,000 people.
Yeah, and do
Why
it
am I
when
yelling?
everyone's in there.
I shouldn't be yelling.
Yeah, do it when the buildings are full.
Yeah.
And don't give anyone time to get out.
And if you're going to bring down planes, you want to talk about a spectacle, bring them down with missiles. Why not, if you have all this brilliant technology and you can voice mask and you can hide bodies, why not just missile down a few planes? And why do you missile down planes with 30 people on them? Why not fucking get a few loaded 767s?
Fully loaded planes. They didn't want fully loaded planes because they didn't want to fight on their hands.
All right, listen.
It's too easy an explanation to not be a valid explanation. Sure, sometimes if you want to put a conspiracy together, you want it to look like it was easy. This would involve thousands of people that need to keep their mouths shut, and the government can't keep a leak fucking plugged when it comes to anything.
Scooter Libby couldn't shut up.
Yeah, she couldn't keep her fucking...
Listen,
I know.
gotta jump in here because the listeners are dying to get in on this.
Okay.
They just heard this for the last, I don't know, over an hour, and they're dying to talk. John in Houston, what's up?
Yeah, hey guys, I just wanted to, I'm so proud of how you handle those 9/11, we're on XM now, right?
Yes.
Those 11, I hate those.
And then his phone cut out when he cursed.
That's a conspiracy, man.
Man, they didn't want to hear me say
that
it.
proves the merger's going through.
We're cowards, man. We're afraid for our jobs.
Really, when you blow it down, they just want to feel special. They want to feel like they're the only sentient, free-thinking people in a sea of zombies who are all either in on it or duped. They want to feel like they're in the Matrix or the X-Files.
They want to feel like the Matrix, the X-Files. They want to be those 3 guys on the X-Files.
Yeah, they want to be the underground rebellion, man.
Yeah, like we know. Look, dude, we know. We'll get together in my basement. Ma, we're doing things down here. It's a conspiracy.
The one guy was definitely listening to you guys.
Yes.
And he had an open mind about things.
Luis.
And no, not the tall guy. He's like, you know, I just don't feel comfortable with what they have told me.
Could you see him in the house going, this is a conspiracy? I know absolutely. And look at this picture. Right. What do you say, guys? Sunny D? Sunny D. Everyone upstairs for some Sunny D. But Mom!
All he was saying was, I don't feel comfortable. The other guy had an agenda. The little girl with the camera had the agenda. The Yankee hat guy. All those guys weren't willing to listen to anything.
No, I disagree with you about the Yankee hat guy. I think he was listening, even though he wasn't. I'm not saying he came over to our side. I don't think he did. But he wasn't. No. I don't think he was so irrational. But I don't think that none of it sunk in either. I don't think with the question of why not block that technology instead of voice faking. Yeah. I don't think that missed him.
Do you know how hard it would be. You know, they like thinking of this massive technological conspiracy. Look on a personal level. Do you know how hard it would be for somebody in some government agency deep in the Pentagon or underground somewhere coming up with Jim Norton masking technology to then call his mother and father, leave a message that not only would sound exactly like him, but like personally, you just would know it's your son or daughter or loved one or husband or whatever. You just know it. No one's going to fake it. They're not going to put fucking, they're holding Frank Caliendo in the Pentagon, and he's there blurting out people's voices.
So John Madden had to make a lot of phone calls?
We're on a plane here. We're going to go boom. It's going to... It's not happening like that.
We got to get some of these people in. We got Chuck from New York City. Chuck, he's a cop. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I just wanted to thank Jimmy for putting that 9/11 in his place.
Oh, sure.
I got to deal with these people all the time, and I can't personally say anything to them on the street. I'll lose my job, get in trouble.
Right.
But he did a fantastic job.
I'd love to see him go to a precinct or a firehouse with that drivel.
Well, it's like he got angry and walked away. He stormed away. It was almost like he called us uninformed, and he called me a coward, and then I call him a little boy, and then he tries to rile himself up with, you call me a boy? Yeah, little bearded boy.
Now what?
Don't try to intimidate me, motherfucker. You're not frightening me.
Well, that's because he also looked over. He's like, fuck you. Oh, what's the matter?
Aww.
You lost?
Oh, little boy tonight. What's the matter?
Little temper tantrum.
Don't try to intimidate me, you faggot.
He's got some childhood issues, with his parents and stuff.
Of course he does.
In a corner or something.
He's a spoiled fucking white kid.
Yep.
All right.
Who are these guys at the door?
Keith,
it's conspiracy. See, the government came in and shot us.
Keith in Louisville.
Oh no! Now they're driving a car in.
What's up, Keith?
We're afraid to lose our jobs.
By far the best walkover ever, and I remember having to dodge these guys back in undergrad, all over the Waco thing in the early '90s, and they used to scream at us about Waco, and we had to dodge them on the way to class.
Oh.
But the one thing, Jimmy, is. And I don't believe that they were able to pull off faking all these calls. But the one thing I wanted them to say was if they were able to fake them, it would have been the perfect thing to do because it is what sold all of us on the fact that it really, really did happen.
I'll be honest, dude. I'm going to let you finish, but that's not what sold me. To be very honest, what sold me was watching the planes hit.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be a shithead about it, but honest to God, that is what sold me.
That sold me, watching the buildings burn for a while, watching them collapse. The entire scene is what sold me. The knowing that Muslim extremists hated our way of life, were planning things, had done things in the past, numerous things overseas and domestically, and to our warships. The Cole had been bombed, embassy bombings, the World Trade Center back in the 90s. And then this is just, it's a natural, unfortunately, a natural progression of what was happening at the time. So why can't they accept it? Why can't they just accept, hey, this is what happened?
And if they were going to hit the Pentagon and fake it, wouldn't they have done more damage? None of it would make sense.
No.
To fake like this.
I wanted to take up for the other two dudes. Maybe the little angry guy was carrying all the pot, and they didn't want to get cut off. They, called him out on the radio.
So angry.
Well, but it's like that anger. It's like, don't come at me with that stupid. You're no angrier than me.
Self-important.
Yeah. Stop it. You're not smarter.
He's
you're not
solving
angrier.
the problem. No, he's so much smarter, and he knows. You don't. You're a sheep.
Yeah.
We're all sheep and puppets and listening to the media. We're gatekeepers. Yeah. We're the gatekeepers, man. They made up a cool name for people that just fucking listen to the news. We're the gatekeepers.
Dude, we call out the media more than anybody.
And
we're the gate openers.
We're the first ones that call the media out on their bullshit.
Little boy, go yell at mommy with that gatekeeper shit.
Yeah.
I'm not a suburban housewife, you idiot.
Go to fucking Toys R Us and get a Sherlock Holmes detective kit and put the hat on with the magnifying glass and look for clues,
like,
you little brat.
Don't try those little argument techniques when I'm willing to listen to your point and then go, well, what about this? And instead of going, like, any rational person, when you say, wouldn't it make more sense, would go, yeah, that would actually make a lot more sense. But what they say is, A, you're nitpicking, B, you're parroting, when that's all they do is parrot. And Danny raised a funny point. He's like, they fucking say how you can't rely on the media for anything until something happens that sides with them, and they go, well, you look, it was reported in the media.
It was reported in the media that this happened. What, the media you just said sucked, and
that you can't trust?
You can't trust them.
Right. Just plant a few weapons in Iraq, we would have looked good.
See, that was a whole nother thing, too.
Us now.
It's like we go to Iraq, and by the way, using 9/11 as a way to get into Iraq is ridiculous, because at any time they had broken enough sanctions that we could have gone in. Yeah. We had planes flying over on a daily basis. There were planes flying over the no-fly zone. They were breaking sanctions. We could have bombed them at any time we wanted. We didn't need to do that. And if they were able to plant explosives in the World Trade Center, both buildings, while people are working to bring it down in a controlled explosion, you mean to tell me you can't get weapons of mass destruction into Iraq to say, aha, see?
Or a couple.
They didn't come up with any.
We look like assholes.
Idiots.
And in Afghanistan, we fucking boot the Taliban, and now they're coming back.
Yeah.
We have done a horrible job.
Terrible.
So what was the fucking use?
Because we're not good at that stuff. We're just good at conspiracies.
I don't get it.
Yeah, oil's $100 a barrel.
What did we do?
We did.
What did we want to do?
Well, we're good at mimicking.
Our plan is working perfectly.
We're really good at mimicking voices, though.
Yes, that seems to be what really came out of this imitation. I can't believe it sounded like the real victim.
Let's go to Idaho. James, they're calling from all over the country right now. James, what's up?
Hey, James.
And we're not, by the way, hold on. I want to make this perfectly clear, because we get called out on this all the time. I'm just going right up the row. I mean, if someone agrees with those guys, they'll get through. Trust me.
You'll get through.
I'm not trying to fucking just take pro O&A and Jim Norton calls right now, or mostly Jimmy and Ann. I just yelled at the guy, and then that one guy ran off in fear. By the way, we didn't.
Oh, was that the bearded guy?
No, before you came back, one guy's like trying to say that, whatever.
Yeah, it was another guy.
And I just got right in his face, and he just took off. He didn't want any part of that.
He was the guy that bearded guy was talking to on the corner.
Oh, man.
Oh, he came back, the other guy?
He was standing on the corner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Another angry one that ran away?
Yeah.
Well, they get really angry and run.
That's what they do.
No one's beating you up, silly.
Well, I got a little pissed because he's like, you guys are uninformed and you're not smart.
I said,
you know what? What?
Tasering.
In traffic.
Oh, in traffic.
All right, go ahead, James. Idaho, what's up?
A couple things I thought was hilarious is one was when Opie was just like, don't mess with me, dude. I'm serious. You don't want to mess with me. And would just get so pissed off. And another thing was when one of the paint lickers, I don't remember which one, was saying, excuse me, was saying how funny it was that you guys take the littlest things and try and prove that it was real, the littlest nitpicky things, when every point they had was the littlest nitpickiest shit that you couldn't even believe.
Little minor details. And then when you argue them, they go, oh, well, those are nitpicking details.
Yeah, it's
talking about the big picture.
I was laughing my ass off.
It's amazing how they need a certain type of relationship. Here's what they thrive on. Very quick interactions.
Yep.
Like quick 1 or 2 sentences yelled at each other where they can hold up a sign and be the angry young man.
Blow out some stat that isn't back. They can't back up. They need a quick thing. They need to anger people to the point where they become irrational and they could stand there and go, look now, you're irrational. But when you give them a forum and actually debate them back and forth, they come off looking like idiots.
Well, it's like when that little girl, he called us parrots, and then she said, well, isn't there only 0.008 what?
A 0.008 chance of getting a call through.
Where did you hear that?
Yeah, where did you read that? Right.
Some of the carriers I've had over the years, there's a 0.008 chance of a signal in my house.
Right.
Never mind on a plane.
Hey, let's go to Rick in New Orleans. Rick?
Nolans.
Checking in.
How y'all doing this morning?
Hey, Rick. All right, Rick.
Look, normally, you guys, I love you to death, but your politics normally drives me crazy. I'm screaming at the radio all the time. But I got to admit, y'all were more than fair to these guys today. I don't believe their conspiracy stuff, even though I disagree with your politics, But y'all were more than fair to them. You didn't ridicule them today. You gave them more than enough fair chance, and they destroyed themselves.
And I only, to be honest with you, I only started really insulting that guy because of his attitude. The other two guys I didn't agree with, but I wasn't insulting them.
No.
But the white dude with the beard who you guys couldn't, you could see like the when I was talking about one thing, I could see that he had no answer for it, but wouldn't say like, I don't know what that is. Then he goes into this other rhetoric, and he was the guy I had a real problem with because he's everything I'm talking about when I say spoiled children. Not the other two guys. Luis and the other guy, I don't know if the guy was an Indian dude or whatever.
Could be a little misguided, but...
I don't agree with those dudes.
Yeah.
But I think that their motives are a little bit cleaner. I think that guy is trying to portray the angry young man and be a leader of some sort.
Yeah.
He wants to be a leader.
It makes him feel like he's got a mission.
Yeah.
He's leading a pack of people that are way in the minority, that think that there was this vast conspiracy, and he's going to be the guy that exposes it somehow.
Right.
It's like his dream of being this a superhero, and he's the guy that's going to crack this open.
Yeah, and it's like when you argue, like, Kennedy conspiracy I've gone back and forth with, because I've read a lot from both sides, and I've even said, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm actually leaning away from a conspiracy in the Kennedy assassination.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% convinced either way. But it's like, when you talk about conspiracy theorists, you really have to know your shit to argue with a conspiracy theorist, because a lot of those guys have very rational explanations for everything that happened, like to prove a conspiracy. And when you hear people that know all the facts and argue with a conspiracy theorist, then the conspiracy theorist looks stupid. It's almost like you really have to know shit to argue either way.
Yeah.
They both sound rational. I can see why you'd feel either way. But on this one, after arguing with these guys, I can't see why you feel that way.
Fox Dolder.
Hey, Rick, thank you.
I thought it was very funny.
Who's Fox Dolder? Thanks, man.
Let's go to Mike the trucker.
X-Files joke.
Yeah, Mike.
That guy was a dolt.
Oh. Mikey.
I would like to say that 2 Girls, 1 Cup was an inside job. And if you guys would just open your eyes and read the book, The Brown Stain of Shame by Scuffalumagupoulos.
That's right.
You would see, too.
What's the special about it called? Loose Stools?
Yeah. You know, I'm with Mike, though. I think there's an old switcheroo going on in that video.
Oh, now see, come on.
I'm sorry.
Opie, what's the matter? You can't accept the fact that that's a real cup of shit and girls are eating it?
Study the consistency of the shit after it went into the cup and they do a cutaway.
Look,
it looks
the
more
commission
like ice
came
cream.
out and said that's real shit in
it
that
looks
cup.
more like ice cream to me at this
Listen
point.
to me. She's throwing up into the other girl's mouth.
Well,
What do you think they drew the line? Like, I'll puke into her mouth and she'll eat it, but the duty thing has to go. Take it out of contract.
Well, yeah.
Why would they fake the voices? Why not just shit into the mouth? I don't know what I'm talking about. You guys are being glib, man.
If that guy was the typical man, like when I do that, that is him.
The beard,
man,
and the wounded shot, like the angry, wounded look. It's like,
believe the government, man.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not your fucking 58-year-old lady neighbor.
Would I love to see him try to explain himself out of a beheading, sitting there in front of that god-awful flag.
Can I jump in here for a sec? Because someone's pointed this out, and it's absolutely true. I got out the easy way, and I'll explain, but let me read the email. Norton and Ann are arguing logically, and Opie does, don't mess with me, asshole. And that was the only point that got through to them. They didn't talk to Opie for the rest of the time. Brilliant, Opie, well done. I'll tell you why. Like Jimmy said, to argue with conspiracy guys, you have to know your shit. I don't know my shit when it comes to this stuff.
I meant for JFK, not for these guys. These guys, you know enough to argue with them. I meant JFK.
But I just couldn't be bothered.
I just love letting them hang themselves. It's great.
I can't be bothered with that stuff because I just know nothing ever gets accomplished. It's so fucking... I get so frustrated that I can't be like Jimmy where he goes, and just calms everybody down and listens to him. I'm just not that guy. I don't have that personality. I get frustrated, and I don't want to deal with it because I know they're never going to see it any other way.
The good thing is, though, especially on a forum like our show, instead of just, if you're in a bar arguing like that, it really becomes frustrating. But I like the fact that on this forum, on our show, you get to expose people like that so that maybe somebody who's teetering and is on the fence isn't just going to buy into that shit automatically. Do your own research and shit, absolutely. But just don't take their word for it like that. It's ridiculous.
It was funny when he said, well, you got microphones, and he said it into a microphone. It's like, we're not asking you to talk through a construction cone on 57th Street, you fucking cunt.
Did we ever pull the mic away?
No.
Did we ever pull the mic away from any of their faces?
Oh, it was just silly.
I want to bop them on the head with it.
What a goose.
Here's a guy, Mike on Long Island.
Here's a guy.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
I've been listening to you for a damn long time, 1027, back in like 99, 2000.
Linger longer. Nice.
The important part here is I'm a jet mechanic. I was in the Air Force for 4 years, and I'm telling you there is absolutely no way the Pentagon happened the way it happened. There's no way a fuselage can blow through a wall that's so solid that it's going to make engines totally disappear. It's impossible.
Can I ask you a question, though, about this? And I'm not a mechanic, obviously.
Yeah,
I did see a video. It was a military test video, an older one, where they show up, because the people have raised this argument about how it wouldn't demolish if it hit concrete.
Yeah.
And this was not a passenger plane. This was like a military fighter.
There's a F-4 Phantom.
Oh, the video.
Yeah.
And they showed it flying into a solid brick type of thing, and it did disintegrate.
It was...
Well, here's the thing. The whole thing would disintegrate.
Yep.
The fuselage is hollow. There's no way a hollow fuselage would penetrate a wall that's going to totally evaporate turbines. Turbines are made of titanium. They're almost impossible to melt down.
They found engine parts, dude. Where is...
They didn't find the engine parts from those planes.
Yes, they did. They found engine parts.
How small those engine parts were?
Dude, they found engine parts. They found turbine blades.
From commercial jetliners.
Yes, they did.
They were not.
Holy
I saw the video.
shit.
You see, they were small. You could pick them up with your hands.
Dude, there are pictures of emergency workers and firemen walking around debris that is obviously airplane parts. There is a picture of a wheel hub. Hold on. There's a picture of a wheel hub at this Pentagon site. And they matched it exactly to a 757's wheel hub.
Right.
They put a picture of that wheel hub next to the picture of a 757's wheel hub, and it matched perfectly.
Well, that's great, but how would a fuselage bust through a wall that an engine can't? Tell me.
What do you mean? The engines did bust through the walls. Where are you getting your info from? There it is. There's the wreckage of the wheel hub found at the Pentagon. I'm looking at a picture. The top row shows it. That is a picture of the wheel hub. The bottom is a 757's landing gear. Look at the rim. Look at the hub. It's exactly the same. It was a 757.
What do you think happened then, dude? Like,
yeah. What do you think happened?
Anthony said something that you kind of blew off. Like they did find that, and you go, okay, well.
No,
what do you think?
I never saw any credible footage.
And there were parts of the fuselage that showed a side panel, windows. It didn't disintegrate. The clip that me and Jimmy were talking about with the Phantom flying into a cement wall.
Right.
That's concrete. That's supposed to be a security check for a nuclear reactor.
Oh, is that what? Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was thick fucking concrete, not brick wall of a Pentagon.
Right.
And it was doing, like, supersonic speed into this wall and completely disintegrated into dust.
Right.
That isn't what happened at the Pentagon. It went through a brick wall. It went through windows.
What went through a brick wall? If all the engine parts were on the outside of the building.
No, it wasn't. It was in the rings. The Pentagon's made up of rings,
right?
And it was within the rings they found parts of the airplane, of the jet.
Why was the hole so small? The hole is only big enough for the fuselage to go through. The wings and the engines did not make it through.
No, you see marks on the building where the wings went through. The plane didn't hit direct either. It didn't hit at a 90-degree angle. It hit at an angle so it doesn't look like this cartoon version of a plane going through a wall where it's a perfect silhouette of a plane. It hit on an angle.
Right.
So that's why you're not getting this wingspan definite line on the building. But the fuselage parts were there. It hit at a high speed, and it hit a brick fucking wall. So, yeah, a lot of it disintegrated. But there were enough parts there to identify it as a 757.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it's...
They have 3 different video cameras that the FBI. You saw that, right?
Well, I'll tell you, I don't like the Pentagon.
Yeah, I
footage
saw
either.
that.
They only showed that
If they
one.
have the video, then why would they release one shot from around the?
It's horrible video. It's so slow from a surveillance camera that you really only get one frame where you see a blurry object. It's very hard to see what that is. If you ask me, I think it's odd that the Pentagon doesn't have fucking cameras everywhere.
I guarantee you
that
they
would
do.
have caught that.
I guarantee you they do.
They do.
And they haven't released it.
And
But
if
you got
it
to
were
think.
a plane,
Why
they would have released them?
I don't necessarily agree with that, dude, because the government, and I'm not saying it's right, but why they conceal certain things, whether it's for their own security, they don't want to show you where their cameras are, or they don't want to absolutely show you how fucking weak the defense was around that building.
Maybe.
I honestly don't know, but to me that's a flaw in the thinking of the government. That doesn't mean it didn't happen.
What do you think it was that hit the Pentagon?
A missile.
A missile. What? Now, let me ask you something. Let's just deconstruct this for a minute. Why would they use 2 aircraft on the World Trade Center and then hit the Pentagon with a missile?
Because everybody's going to see the World Trade Center. Everybody's in New York.
But why take the chance? There's rush hour traffic going through D.C. at that hour, a highway next to the Pentagon. Why take the chance that people are going to see a missile and not use an airplane? Where is the airplane that supposedly crashed into the Pentagon? Where are the people that died in the crash of the Pentagon? Where is all that?
Well, that's the question.
No, it's not. It's not a question. They're dead. They're dead. Their families have not seen them since.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't put it past them. If they were willing to sacrifice the lives of the 2 planes that went into the World Trade Center, I don't put it past them to sacrifice the people that were on.
Now, how are they sacrificed? You mean to tell me that the FAA and all the air traffic controllers saw a plane that went off the radar and then, flew very low to a point where it went somewhere? Where did that plane go?
That's the question.
No, it's not a question. It flew into the Pentagon.
If you're a jet mechanic,
holy jeez.
When the planes went into the World Trade Center, they had to land like 50,000 planes that were in the air, whatever it was. Maybe it was like 4,000, 5,000, whatever. It's a lot of planes.
And they kept track of every single one of them except the one that's supposed to fly into the Pentagon. Where did it go?
Well, according to loose change, it landed in Ohio.
This is what I'm trying to get you to say. It landed in Ohio, and then what happened to the people?
Yeah, they filed them off, and I guess they executed them all.
Now, sir, is that not the silliest thing?
I didn't spend 4 years figuring this plan out.
No, dude, but listen to this. If
they're working
gonna go
in a
through all that,
sweatshop in Cleveland,
if you're
making Nike sneakers.
I just feel bad that they had to go to Cleveland.
If you're going to get
I'm teasing Cleveland.
If you're going to get
No, I'm
people
not.
to be silent about executing other American citizens getting off a commercial airliner, why not just say it was a missile and set up an Arab?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, why deny that it was a missile? Like, why not just say, and there was a missile attack, and then make it look like paint a complete picture that Al Qaeda did it? Like, if you're gonna fake that, why?
Because they're not that advanced. They have box cutters. They don't have missile technology and the ability.
Who has box cutters? Who has box cutters?
The terrorists on the planes had box cutters. They didn't have missiles.
Wait, how did how? But we're not talking about the terrorists. We're talking about the government. There are no terrorists on the thing. Remember,
you said.
Well, that's right. There aren't any terrorists. I forgot that.
Like they shot the missile.
Right. So I'm saying, well, of course they have technology. Bin Laden's a billionaire, dude. He came in. They're not broke.
How would he have a cruise missile in Washington?
Exactly.
Well, then how would they land a plane and convince people to kill American citizens without talking?
And
Dude,
now no one saw.
They couldn't keep Abu Ghraib a secret.
A couple of nude fucking savages on a leash.
Lindy England piles people in a pyramid and has a few laughs. And
Come on.
The whole fucking thing falls apart.
Has a few laughs. Points with that thumb.
Military guys do fucked up shit like that.
Yes, they do,
oh my
sir. But
God.
you're right. But in the age of
you got Halliburton and you got KBR and you got all these the outside forces, the mercenaries that they're hiring.
Yes,
there's just as many of them as us in Iraq.
But bro, hold on. That doesn't count for landing a commercial airliner in Ohio, in the U.S., and nobody's seeing it. You're implying that air traffic control or that the Ohio airport that it landed at didn't see it, and then nobody worked in the hangar.
Never saw the plane.
And where did they back the plane out into?
But there's an explanation on the instant feedback. The people in Cleveland and the plane, they all went through a wood chipper. Right here in Brainerd.
Right in Brainerd.
Right here in Brainerd.
We could take care of it right here in Cleveland.
But dude, do you see how ridiculous it is?
Get me a wood chipper.
Break it down logically.
Believe me, I understand there are a lot of questions, but when I see the picture of the Pentagon being penetrated by a plane that, like I said, the engine parts that I saw were not the turbines from commercial.
You saw what you wanted to say.
They look like from a helicopter.
Is it possible? We saw what they've matched them up with. It's easy to look at a picture. It's simple. Children could do this. Anyone could match it up just by looking at it.
You're saying that somebody matched them up. Who did? The government.
But dude,
no, there are photographs.
Those pictures fit?
Oh my God, everything has to be fixed. You're going into 8 billion things that had to have been done in complete silence and security for all this to happen. Oh, so the picture I'm looking at right now of the rim that's in the wreckage is faked. Instead of an easy answer, a 757 flew into the Pentagon.
Well, it's not an easy answer.
It is an easy answer. People that hated us figured out a great fucking plan and fucked us in our ass.
And he denied it as soon as we asked him. If he wanted to do it, and he wanted us to know he did it.
Who denied it? Who do we have? What do we call up a cave?
Yeah, Bin Laden. We didn't call Bin Laden. We were trying to get Bin Laden handed over to us. The Taliban said no, so we attacked them. And let me ask you a question.
The first interview they have with him after 9/11.
Who interviewed him? Who fucking cares what he says?
Oh, okay.
Dude, honest to God.
You know, where is the plane, though?
Here's the thing. When they finally came out with the Bin Laden video that he said, yeah, I did it, it didn't even look like him.
You can't rule out the Bermuda Triangle.
Let me ask you a question.
Let's be honest.
It's true, too.
If you say that they look like helicopter parts,
yes.
The government is claiming a plane hit the Pentagon, so to make it look real, sprinkle helicopter parts and hope that nobody notices?
After this vast conspiracy of landing people and executing them, they go, we got a box of helicopter parts.
Yeah.
Let's just sprinkle them around.
We forgot to bring parts. But do you understand why we think this?
No,
God.
I got it. I understand why the whole country and the whole world is duped. Nobody wants to believe this. It's hard to believe.
It's impossible.
Believe me, I don't want to fucking believe this. I fought for my country. I was in the first Iraq War. I don't want to believe this. But believe me, if you go to AE, the Architectural Engineers, AE911truth.com, they will spell out,
of course
from
they
an
will.
architectural point of view, how there's absolutely no way these buildings came down. And Anthony, as far as putting all those explosives in the buildings, if you see what the actual structure is, the backbone of the Twin Towers is the elevator shaft. The elevator shaft is all you need to blow up.
Oh, stop it. You mean to tell me the World Trade Center rested on its elevator shaft? I've been in construction for many years, dude. I might not have been at a level of the World Trade Center, but I know damn well that they don't bear the brunt of the weight of a building the size of the Trade Center on its elevator shaft.
Well, maybe you should look into it.
It was something called a center core that ran up, and the outside of the building itself was all. No, hold on. Dude, listen to me. The middle part was a structure made of steel. The outside was also structural. That's why the windows had to be so small. And between that were metal beams that ran and held the floors. They all got soft and fucking bent and collapsed, and the floors falling on each other made the buildings fall. If anyone tries to convince me that explosives were placed in there to bring it down in a controlled blast, I've seen enough controlled explosions and what it takes to do that. It's impossible to rig that building. What?
Did you see what they look like when they go down? Because they look just like the Twin Towers.
No, it doesn't. It does not. Watch a fucking controlled explosion. Watch the Twin Towers. You will see and hear pop, 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 pop. You'll see the light, and then you'll see the building collapse in a controlled explosion.
And did you hear the popping?
No. You heard a heavy fucking rumble of concrete turning to dust, and you saw some sparks from flammable objects friction and whatnot, not fucking a controlled explosion. And how do you get that shit in there when people are working?
The CIA had their headquarters in the buildings. It's
my God, the CIA.
Dude, the CIA guys wear suits. What do you think that they...
shit.
Do you think,
my God.
Dude, do you think, honestly...
Did you know that they...
Dude, hold on. Do you really think a bunch of CIA guys were running around while people are on their typewriters wiring 110-story buildings to fall down?
Insane? What do you think the CIA does?
Why not just go through...
What do you think they do? Obviously not pay attention to Muslims that are in this country training on airplanes.
And I'll tell you what else they don't do. They don't have good cover stories for Colin Powell.
They have shitty cover stories that make them look like a douche.
I'll tell you what else they don't do. They don't plant weapons of mass destruction well. So we don't look like dickheads in front of the whole planet.
Mike, what do you say to the NYPD and the fire department here in New York and all the volunteers that were actually collecting airplane parts down there at Ground Zero?
No, I'm not saying airplanes didn't go into the trade centers. That obviously happened. We all saw it.
Well, there's a lot of people that don't think even that happens.
No, well, that's crazy.
Well,
thank you.
There are people that do think that's even crap, so...
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's just insanity.
All right, dude, can we just...
Look, I videotaped
agree to disagree.
The whole day.
No, I got even a better solution.
Yeah?
That. I think we all need to take a breath.
Uh-huh.
And if he doesn't have this ready, he is fired. I think we all need a Lopeweiser.
Wow. Let's rock.
Can we all agree on a Lopeweiser? Mike,
dude,
can you agree on a Lopeweiser?
What's a Lopeweiser?
Oh, Jimmy, you've missed so much.
Jimmy.
Being a star out
it's
there in
a Lopeweiser.
LA. It's a Lopeweiser.
Just enjoy it.
You got Lopeweisers for everybody?
Oh, look at he's freaking out.
Come on.
And it's
not
ever
E-Rock
prepared.
Oh, E-Rock.
Oh, I got it?
Oh, yeah. Wait.
You did?
I think
do
I
what
heard
I told you. So
bit
then
of a Lopeweiser.
Now I got to apologize to E-Rock. Where is it?
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Because his feelings were hurt. Hey, E-Rock.
Lopeweisers.
That's one. Oh.
Jimmy?
Tastes so good.
We didn't say that there's alcohol in them, so I think you could have one.
No, there should be cum in them. What is a Lopeweiser?
Well, the radio show that replaced us in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Oh, my God.
I have an Amstel Light.
Like,
they give people Lopeweisers.
If you tell me that people call the Loper show and say, I want a Lopeweiser, I'm going to kill everyone in this room and then myself.
People don't call. He just offers them up.
Really good sound effects, though.
Yeah.
Was it a shotgun? And then fucking a Pez? What is that, you
and
fucking
then fizzing.
cunt? A Lopeweiser. It's a shot of cum with blood in it.
I just have to say this, sir.
Ush. 911truth.com.
Ush. All right.
All right, let's wrap this up.
All right, Mikey, thank you.
Enough.
I think we gave you some good time, all right?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Thank you. And he's gone.
Let's go to Doug in Austin, Texas. Doug.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
Hello,
All
Doug.
right.
I worked 2 years next to the Pentagon. That stuff is not fake. The building's reconstructed. You can see the new construction. These people are losing their mind. I just want to know if they could come in for the dumb off with Rich Voss.
Yeah, well, would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
They got to be dumber than Voss.
I'm stunned that people cannot just accept what happened. I would love to think that this country, and we all would have loved to have thought, this country had the security that we always thought it did, where the grounds of the Pentagon opened and these super missiles shot out and would save everybody. It didn't work. We had our pants down. That the CIA and the FBI talked to each other and could have weeded out terrorists that were taking flying lessons in our own country.
Well, all I can say, too, is, it's a pissing contest between government agencies. They're not going to talk that way. I work for the government.
Well, they do a lot better now. They've uncovered some nasty shit. It's amazing, and they say it all the time. You know, they say the terrorists only have to be right once. You know, it's like we have to find every single terrorist plot. But one only has to slip through, and it's a huge event.
I'm trying to keep some of the funny in here. Brian has a great one from South Jersey. All right, as angry typing guy. Because I see the guy in Discovery say it was so. And the gravity argument. How do you make things fall faster than gravity?
Fall faster?
Unless you're putting, like, rockets on the debris as it's falling.
As it's falling.
When people come at me with that one, well, it fell faster than gravity, I'm like, oh, boy, I gotta go to the gym and just work out or something. I can't be bothered with this. How does that... seriously.
That's where they assume that all the floors are detonated at once. And instead of the floors hitting each other and pancaking like they did, wham, 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 wham.
Right.
That can only fall at a certain speed. But the whole thing fell like it was free falling.
You know how funny it would be? To, like, say you have some 9/11 conspiracy videos and you start like a minute of it and then you just show the guy getting fucked by the horse in Seattle. That to me is more believable than a big horse cock went through the Pentagon.
It was a big horse cock.
Oh. The first video on that site
screaming.
He mentioned, I thought, oh, man, I'm way off. I really thought I was going for normal.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
You douche. By the way, because the government has this voice technology thing, you do realize that you did not talk to Mother recently.
Holy shit.
That was a conspiracy.
She was awfully pleasant.
See? Of epic proportions.
The first clip they have to disprove everything is Dan Rather saying that number 7 looked like he's like, we've seen this before when they've demolished buildings. So if expert Dan Rather was confused.
Dan Rather. And the fact of the matter is, to the layman, it would look like a building being demolished because they didn't tip over. It didn't fall over. It fell straight down.
In its own footprint.
Yeah, in its own footprint, as they say. So if somebody in the news is describing it as that, you don't take it literally that what they're saying is that it was a controlled explosion. It looks like something we're familiar seeing, which is a controlled explosion. But they just eat that shit up and go, yeah, see? Dan Rather said it. That up.
He also spent 20 minutes on his coat
collar and lapels.
Trying to make sure he looks good before he goes on TV.
Dan Rather is a bucket of jizz who's now suing for $70 million. He should shut his face.
Yeah. What's the frequency, Kenneth? Hey, Mike, North Carolina. See?
Mike!
I don't know what's going on in North Carolina, but they love this stupid show.
Hey, gotta love it. Hey, listen, guys, I was in the Marines for 6 years, did 2 tours. You know, I saw these terrorists.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Hoorah. But listen up. My biggest point is if these idiots honestly believe that the government and our country purposely killed all these people, and especially that moron who said they emptied a plane load of people off and executed them, why in God's name would you stay in this country?
Who's staying here if they have to carry out execution of innocent Americans?
Of some guy with a fucking TWA bag.
He's just standing there with his carry-on.
Do we take the carry-ons or do we leave our laptops while we're being mass executed?
I would have to...
Why do these people want to stay in our country? You know what?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if they think our government did it, you know what? I'm sure Iran is looking for some more citizens. You guys feel free. Go move over there. I'm sure you'll love it.
Thank you for flying United Airlines. Thank you for flying. Come again, please. Thank you for flying. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah. Bye-bye. Thank you for flying. Just go. Watch your step, miss. Thank you for flying. Thank you. Thank you for flying. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
They're just going to shoot everybody?
And how is a flight attendant who they have that long tape conversation with where she's going, yes, our number 1 has been stabbed, our number 2 is dead. However, she's talking about the pilot. Is that a voice thing?
Acting lessons.
It's just silly.
Acting lessons. Shooting lessons.
By the way...
I want to do with these guys, these conspiracy theories. I want to sit them on my lap and go, what's the matter, little fella?
Yeah. What do you need?
What is it?
A hug.
As we were talking about that, by the way, the MSNBC had an interesting story. Some guy's not allowed to have his Get Osama license plate on his car.
Yep. Motor vehicle told him no.
He's not allowed to
They don't
Get
because
Osama.
You are not allowed to have what they deem offensive words on your license plate, your personalized license plate. And they saw that as being offensive. Get Osama. What? How is that offensive?
And then we got the British teacher in Sudan. We never got to this.
This
today.
I love. I wish they were going to be caning this woman. But unfortunately, I think they're just going to put her in prison for naming a teddy bear having her class name a teddy bear, and that they decided on Muhammad.
Right.
And there's people in the Sudan calling, and Than raised a good point. Like, what did you say? Like, you think that they can't behave irrationally, and there's thousands of Sudanese calling for her death.
Calling for her death, waving machetes around, yet it couldn't have been that mentality that brought down the towers and the Pentagon. It was our own country.
Well, let's get the news story out there so everyone knows what we're talking about. It's quick.
54-year-old Jillian Gibbons was found guilty of inciting religious hatred and sentenced to 15 days in prison for naming her classroom's teddy bear Muhammad. The lawyer for the British woman arrested in Sudan says his client never meant to insult the Islamic faith. Gibbons' lawyer describes her emotional state after receiving the guilty verdict.
She feels calm, and I think she's expecting that because we told her that, and she's expecting that because there is many people are shouting out in the street and so and so. So I think it's even serious for.
Now, her lawyer plans to appeal the guilty verdict.
God, that appeal will go well, I'm sure. She'll get 10 years.
Yeah. They'll give her a clitoral circumcision. Fucking idiots.
Hey, here's
that is I am glad, because when these do-gooders go into these savage countries and try to deal with these people as if they are human fucking beings, I cherish when they get fucked over by their own do-goodness and think that they're going to be treated rationally by these fucking savages. She probably goes there thinking, I'm going to do good, I'm going to teach the children, this is going to be great. And she's some dumb, fat English broad. So she goes there, and they have a little naming of the teddy bear. The class decides on Muhammad. Someone rats her out. And they were talking about giving her 50 lashes. And when it made the news, people got outraged, and I guess they sentenced her to 15 days in prison, which over there has just got to be a treat. And I say, good. This should be a message to everyone to not even try to fucking deal with these people on a rational level. They are just not, they're not in this century. They live in a whole nother century where it's okay to just crack women across the face with sticks, chop people's heads off and hands.
Or like that Saudi case of the woman who was assaulted.
The woman who was raped. There's a woman who was raped in Saudi Arabia, and they sentenced her to prison because they saw her as she enticed them. They saw her as enticing them.
They're a lovely culture.
Yeah, a lovely fucking culture, isn't it?
A lovely group.
Hey, let's go to Keith in D.C. Keith.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Welcome aboard.
Hey, I just wanted to say I'm tired of all these people calling in. My wife works for DIA at the Pentagon, and she was in the parking lot when they all saw the plane coming, them and a whole bunch of other people sitting on, I think it was like 295 or whatever road goes past there, all just watching the plane. I don't know, I don't know how you can do.
You do realize
it's a missile.
You do realize your wife was brainwashed, right, by the government.
I don't think
it's not your wife, dude.
Yeah.
They built a replacement robot and put her voice chip in there.
Stepford Wives. Let's remember Stepford Wives. It's not really your wife.
And we're not all big, gung-ho government people, but good God, this is not a setup.
Your wife's a fembot, baby. A fembot. I saw that on
a lot of people calling saying, hey, I saw the plane hit the Pentagon. What? All right, what? The Osama thing, did we do it? We got the audio.
Yes.
Yeah.
We did it, all right?
We did it.
All right.
I have to go home.
Oh.
I'm tired.
Wow. We spent a lot of time out there with those douchebags.
Yeah, show's over, actually.
Yeah, man.
Damn.
I have to make a phone call.
And we want to make sure we get.
Call.
We want to make sure we
call.
Huh?
Oh,
have a conference call.
You sure it's going to be the people you're calling and not voice technology switching fucking shit?
Let's hope that they voice technology and say yes. That's all I can say.
Well, in honor of Jimmy's tickets going on sale today.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you for New Year's Eve.
Let's try to get
New Year's Eve. I'm there.
Let's try to get a real good laugh in. Listen to this.
Coming soon to Broadway, Jim Norton of the Opie and Anthony Show stars as that lovable red-headed orphan in the new production of Annie.
The sun will come out. Come on, Jimmy. Tomorrow.
You gotta lay in bed and die of cancer tomorrow, like Yul Brynner. Oh, you used to be fun in the sun, but now you're shitting in your bed, and your head is full of mush like Lyle Alzado.
Opie and Anthony.
Apologize, that was lyrically sloppy. Didn't rhyme.
Genius. Shoehorning.
Yeah, you shoehorner.
I really was. I was tumor horning.
You shoehorner lover. Hey, we didn't get AJ Poopy Shits in here today.
Damn it! Something to look forward to Monday.
That's killing him, I'm sure.
I'm sure he just
Have you heard AJ Poopy Shits yet? Do you know who AJ Poopy Shits is?
Oh, AJ Poopy Shits.
Do you, Jimmy?
Yeah.
You do know who he is?
No, he doesn't.
All right. Don't look over there.
Okay.
If AJ Poopy Shits could at least go on mic and introduce himself to Jimmy Norton. No, not in here. He could do it in that other booth.
Oh, the other booth?
Yeah. Don't.
Yeah.
It might be obvious. I don't know.
AJ Poopy Shits.
No.
Sounds a little effeminate.
He already has a
to
fan
me.
club, so.
But
hold on. Here we
he
go.
seems to like girls.
AJ.
Hey, what's up, Ope?
What's going on, AJ?
Oh, not much. Just chilling, you know.
Yeah. You're like, you got to do your catchphrase, you know.
Well, Ope, you know what I like. I'm AJ Poopy Shits, and I like tits and chicks.
And chicks and their tits.
I like chicks with tits.
Now, what is it like? Do you go out with many chicks?
Are you kidding me? I go out with chicks all the time.
You don't sound like a guy that really is a player.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you kind of sound a little effeminate.
This is what a playa sounds like, okay?
Jimmy's putting his coat on.
You gotta understand.
Yeah.
You get a chick.
Uh-huh.
She's all into you. You're talking, because I know how to talk to chicks.
Yeah.
And she ends up showing you her tits. You get to squeeze them and look at them and stuff. It's great.
So that's the part of a girl you like the most?
Of course. I'm a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, AJ, you going to have it like your... You're going to do a report or something for us?
Tease it.
What is it for
Be
Monday?
a tease.
Yeah, I was thinking I really like being on the show and everything, so maybe I could have like a segment of like, I don't know, like some kind of entertainment news or something that guys can relate to. Boo. Boo.
What is the report that you were going to do today?
Well, it's a guy's guide to Hollywood where I talk about Hollywood in terms of like the hot chicks that are doing stuff, you know?
Okay.
Hot chicks.
Well, we look forward to that on Monday.
Yeah.
AJ Poopy Shits, everyone.
Absolutely.
Line of the day brought to you by BowDogFantasy.net. Free life scoring, stats, bios, and news that will help you win big this season in fantasy football. It's all... I'm not reading that fucking book. I like to read, but fuck that.
Sucked his cock.
Is that the world? What? Oh, come on.
Fuck that.
Dude, it's chock full of pictures.
You gotta leave it in. So
No, give
Look at that.
Give it to me. Maybe I could rewrap it for a Christmas gift.
Dude, get it signed on Monday. When's
Look
Ken
how
Burns
full
coming
of-
in?
Yeah, you get this signed.
Monday.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ken Burns is coming in Monday to talk about The War, his book.
Excellent.
It is. Wow, look at these pictures, though.
All right, let's do some line of the day.
All right, BowDogFantasy.net. Here's a runner-up line of the day.
There's an orange hat in the middle of the woods. Didn't that bother you? What'd you think? The sun had shown up and was shining on your dumb deer face?
That's what they think.
There was an orange bobbing thing with a head under it. How did you not see me coming?
That was a good one. I like that. I'm looking for... How come they don't show the
how about the other one?
good guys?
Next runner-up line of the day.
What? I'm looking at pictures, though.
I'm looking at pictures from the
Will you fucking stop being so
war.
afraid of getting yelled at and play the next fucking runner-up line of the day? We're just sitting here reading books.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
Somebody
the big
not
blow-up couch.
I'm kidding, man, please.
All right, here's...
Oh, there's the big blow-up couch.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's very embarrassing. It's very embarrassing.
There should be a marital aid glued to where you're sitting. Oh, dildo.
That was very good.
Something to go in his ass.
You never know where the runner-up line of the day is going to come from. That was the throwaway segment of the day.
Yeah.
And it mined gold today.
Here comes line of the day. Here
comes
la 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 la.
line of the day, line of the day. hold on, but me and my father would have caught more fish if we lowered little fish shotguns into the water and waited for them to kill themselves.
Wow, this is a lot of reading.
That's a lot of book.
A lot of nice pictures, though.
Yes.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Oh, Jimmy's got to go.
Right, bye, Jimmy.
Yeah, I have a conference call.
See you, Jamie.
See you guys Monday. Bye.
Monday.
Is it an exciting project, at least, or?
Well, I honestly don't know if it's going to happen. It's called Shilling.
What? Shilling.
Yeah. Convincing people that I have something to offer.
Very good.
All right.
That'll get them chatting over the weekend.
Oh, no, they don't care.
Chatter.
They care, Jimmy. Here, Stan, have my book.
Bye, guys.
You sure?
Yeah, this is like...
I really like Wars.
War books are good.
All right. Thanks to the gang that did the walkover with us today. You guys. That was your acknowledgement.
I'm holding this up on Pal Talk. It shows, like, the Nazis marching with the big banners and swastikas, and somebody says it's Anthony holding up his high school yearbook. No.
Those fuckers knew how to mark it, though, huh?
Oh, did they know how to mark it?
They knew how to mark it. They knew how to make snazzy banners and
snappy clothes. Of course, maybe this isn't that good, the result of their marketing.
No, that's different.
Look at dead children on the stairs.
That's different.
That's a shame.
That's different. I read that.
Gotta suck dying like that with your ass hanging out.
I don't understand what happens when you
damn.
die, and a lot of people that die end up having no clothes on.
Yeah.
So
bullets
weird.
Bullets will do that to clothing.
So weird.
Fire a few hundred bullets into somebody.
I want to go home.
I want to go home. Okay.
Let's just go home.
Let's go outie.
Where are we going?
We're leaving.
Oh.
I'm out. Master Poe?
Chop chop. No,
May
give me
I?
the chop chop.
May I? Chop chop. Chop chop. Hope he's on his way. Okay. Well, that wraps up another fun-filled week of the Opie and Anthony Show. Please join us Monday. Won't you? Please.
Do.
Won't you please? Yes?
Just point at him.
Oh, you got to point at him? Is that what you do?
I guess.
You got to point him. Okay. So we will be back Monday.
But don't point.
After a fun-filled weekend. Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
You can hear him yelling.
They're yelling at you. Don't hit the button, dude. And as I said, the Opie and Anthony Show, back Monday. Hope you have a good weekend. Hope you have a lot of good plans, good things to do. Dress warm if you're here in the New York area. I hear it's going to snow.
Oh, God.
That snow is horseshit.
I know.
It ain't happening.
It's going to rain and just be cold. But hopefully where you are,
it's gonna be
weather will be nice.
It's going to be a rain event. They like to say.
A rain event.
They like to say event now.
Okay. Well, have a good one.
What?
We enjoyed our week. Past week. Had a good one, I think.
Yeah.
Good week of radio.
I enjoy Wednesday between 9 and 10:15.
Oh, well, message boards, please speculate. That must have sucked, and there's a reason for it. And
Someone go back over the tape.
Go over the tape. You know, I heard.
That's a new clue, I'm telling you.
Shut up.
They're feeding us clues if you listen closely, I'm telling you.
We don't have to feed them anything, fat fucks. Teasing, of course.
Hey, it's keeping my brother in business.
3% of you.
Hey, you fat fucks, keep eating at F.H. Riley's. We love you.
Come on.
400 New York Avenue in the heart of Huntington Village. I'll be there after the Islander game, I think, this weekend. So, fuck off. Maybe Steve could try pointing, because for some reason I can't and can't. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to point.
Yes, Steve.
Point? That's it? Just point?
Parent.
I get a parent.
Sure?
When Steve points, the show will officially be over for this week.
Any final thoughts from anybody?
I think we had them.
5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Steve's
Party
gay.
thoughts? Oh. I'll see. I'm not sure about that one.
See, you don't have power. They didn't know it was fun.
Oh, no. Steve thought he had some juice. He pointed and nothing was done.
He's sitting back all like,
mojo.
What is Kenny wearing?
Nothing. Sure. That's why it's so sexy.
Somebody brought gifts for everyone. Well, for you guys.
Why are you wearing yours?
Jeez, do you look silly?
I'm modeling.
You're wearing it's an O&A Traveling Virus 2007 hoodie.
What does it say in the back?
It says Traveling Virus 2007, but way on the bottom, like where your ass would have been if you had one, Kenny.
Pete, who else? The brains of the operation.
Oh.
If there's an XL there for me.
Just in time.
What size did he get for me?
That's great.
A size that's going to fit you perfectly. It's gonna and it's gonna accent your chiseled cheekbones.
You look ridiculous in a hoodie, man.
That'll go great with my Woodstock '94 hoodie.
You look really weird in a hoodie.
They're beautiful.
Beautiful. Where did they get one that large for you?
I don't know.
You're a large guy.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fucking zipper.
How close did you come to? How close did you come to cracking skulls today?
Those people were just ridiculous. If it wasn't so cold, I wouldn't have minded, but...
Yeah, it was a little cold to have a little
My toes
debate.
are still cold.
I'll warm his toes, Kenny.
Put them in a warm mouth.
Put them in the pockets. You got those pockets on your hoodie.
Yeah.
Oh, if you could just go pigeon-toed and shove them in your hoodie pockets.
Yeah, you got your nice, crispy, warm, lined hoodie.
Foot warmers.
Nice.
That is nice.
All right, give me mine.
Do you ever wear O&A stuff?
No, because...
Out?
No, because...
Like, I'll wear it around the house, but I never wear it out.
I'm going to get
It seems presumptuous.
I'm going to get an O tattoo, though.
Are you? No A.
Yeah, she get an A, though.
I'm just going to get an A.
That's what I mean, because that's how we do it.
Yeah.
She get each other's letters. And then a 4, and then an Eva.
I'm getting an O tattoo.
Are you?
Yeah, you get an A tattoo.
I get an A.
Why not?
Who can be and? Jimmy
No,
will just get an and.
Ooh, this actually is nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Kenny, can you point? They're scared of you. Watch.
Kenny will
Watch.
point and end the show for this week.
Who am I pointing at?
Eric.
The
Eric?
dumb-looking one.
You trust him to hit the button?
I hope so.
It's up to you to see if you have power or not.
And we'll see you Monday.
Do what you got to do.
You didn't point.
I got the power of the voice.
No, you got to do the power of the voice, then the point.
He only
Ready?
knows point.
Go.
Yo, it's Tim. I'm with my man Drew Boogie and Stacey J. Yo, hit them off real quick. Look for down the trees, let me hear you say. When your heart doesn't allow, let me hear you say. If you just can't affect it, let me hear you say. You have to be corrected, let me hear you say. Wanna know what's the light of the day? Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Sunday. Had a way of getting pretty fresh. You don't talk to a man like Jimmy like that. If you want a monster, ain't listen. It's out of the question, out of the question. The boys are being put on blast. Cause when Mighty Horse rocks, he rocks that fat ass. Trees, let me hear you say. When your heart doesn't allow, let me hear you say. If you just can't affect it, let me hear you say. You have to be corrected, let me hear you say. Chemistry. Sleep in a puddle of AIDS. I'm angry, I'll fight you, you're awful. You stink and I don't like you, so punch out. Die in a fire, you hacks. You a size 14 with diamonds in your back, I got more game than all the way, man. You're gonna be okay, you were never to blame. My name is Cam and I approve of this message. Learn your lesson, you need to be corrected. Looking for yellow trees, let me hear you say. When your heart doesn't allow, let me hear you say. If you just can't affect it, let me hear you say. You have to be corrected, let me hear you say.
Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.